What's up, everyone? She was reborn as a princess, but still has the instincts of a cold-blooded killer. Let's jump right in and see how it all goes down. Summary: I died, with a dagger buried in my heart. There was no escape, no miracle. Just cold acceptance, or so I thought. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't dead. I was someone else. They call me princess now, delicate, precious, someone to be protected at all costs. I smile sweetly. I speak softly. I play my part well. But inside, I remember everything. I thought this new life would bring peace. A quiet fairy tale. But danger whispers behind silk curtains and shadows creep beneath royal gowns. And I'm not the helpless girl they think I am. So let's get started. I pressed a hand on the bullet hole in my shoulder, trying to hold back the bleeding. As I gritted my teeth to endure the pain, faint voices shouted from behind me. I panted heavily, running away from those chasing me down. Going through this dark alley should give me a small time of safety. I was getting tired, but there was no way I'm going to stop just because of that. Ridiculous. The mission failed. I failed. Shit. I found it hard to believe. But damn it, all just goes to shit. Fortunately, I slipped and escaped before they could completely corner and kill me. A proud achievement, though I left quite a satisfying amount of bloodshed in my escape. I expected nothing less from myself. But this did not make up for the fact that I failed to kill my target. Ridiculous. It wasn't supposed to be hard. And I got shot. Terrible fucking performance. I turned towards a narrower dark alleyway, hoping to lose those chasing me, at least for a little while. A few seconds was better than nothing. My mesmerizing, smooth, and long unkempt hair rattled in the wind as I sprinted with all the strength I could muster, all in desperation to escape. I gripped my handy pistol in anticipation of what may greet me ahead. I saw a faint glimpse of a road, but I stopped when I heard the sounds of a vehicle and saw its headlights coming. I stuck close to the wall to hide in the darkness. My dark combat outfit helped me blend in. My beautiful brow knitted in distress. This was damn annoying. The vehicle stopped in the road that I was supposed to cross. Do I have to take them all head on? I couldn't run back. There's no time. Enemies were also coming from the rear. I imagined they were spreading all over the area, hoping to catch me anywhere. There was no backup. I was alone, no one I could rely on in this. I snuck a peek from the side of the wall. Only one vehicle, 4 doors. 2 men stepped out from the back of the car. Wasting no time, as they came out of the door, I stepped out and aimed out my weapon. Instantly, I had one in my sight, and I pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, I shot my enemy in the head, his rifle dropping to the ground. I swiftly shifted my weapon towards the other one, popping his head out. I fired my weapon and popped his head. At that moment, the pair at the front exited the car holding their weapons and immediately opened fire at me. At the same time, I stepped back and took cover back to the wall. I could hear their rapid bullets hitting the concrete I was using as cover. And they didn't stop firing. I glanced at the alleyway I went through and mentally clicked my tongue. Damn it, bastards could come out from there at any second. Taking too long pinned down here was too dangerous. Enemies from behind me could catch up at any moment. 2 enemies on both fronts. I'll die. My grip tightened around my pistol. I can't die like this. Not here. I refuse to die. However, if that were to happen, then I'll rather end it with a bang. No way I'm moping around. If I'm gonna die anyway, even though I didn't want to, then I'll do it on my own terms. I won't make dying easy. At least with that, there's a chance where I'll live. I keenly listened to their firing as I pulled out a dagger tied to my thigh. A moment later, their firing stopped. Either they're advancing towards me, or were reloading. But both cases were good. I could surprise them. This way. There was a distant shouting from the alley I came through. Therefore, time has run out. I dashed out of the wall. My pistol extended forward in one hand, with a dagger in the other. The 2 men were dumbstruck as I suddenly emerged from my cover. With that opening, I fired my gun, hitting one guy on the neck. I was intending to shoot the head, but because of the pressure, I missed. But that was fine, he'll still die. Before anything else, I also threw my dagger to the other guy's chest. He staggered back, and I quickly pointed my gun at him and shot him 2 times. GGH. However, as he fell down, he managed to open fire towards me. Even with his poor accuracy, he hit me in my stomach. I grimaced in pain and covered the bleeding wound with my free hand. Fuck. But there was no time to dally, enemies were coming from behind. I pointed my gun behind me as I rushed towards the vehicle. Enemies popped out, but regrettably, I only shot down one. Worst of all, I've run out of bullets. No time to reload, I entered the driver's seat as bullets rained towards me. I stepped on the pedal all the way down. The tires screeched as my car moved. Ha! With this car, I might escape. Joke's on you, you bastards. As my vehicle went, I saw other cars coming towards me. They opened fire, and I ducked to take cover. I could not see what was ahead, but that was fine. I already saw the road, so going straight was just all right. I headed for a bridge. Pieces of glass from the car shattered as more hail of bullets came at me. Shit, can't they be gentle with a pretty girl like me? Damn. I may sound a little sarcastic, but this was truly a serious situation. And I was taking it as one. But I was used to danger. That's why I could act casual here and there. Ultimately, I have hope that I could live. But, amidst that thought of hope, an explosion erupted from behind my car. I became frantic for a moment and glanced behind me. My eyes widened. A fucking grenade launcher. Bullshit. I tried not to drive in a straight line and evaded explosions twice, thankfully. The bridge was within reach, and the river beneath it flowed vigorously. I was about to reach its center, but at that moment, an explosion erupted in front of me. In reflex, I turned the wheel. But instead of staying on the road, my car went straight to the edge of the bridge. And I fell into the dark, cold water, bathed in darkness. As the car fell deeper along with the water current, I climbed out through the window. It was a struggle, but I successfully made my way out. The powerful water current dragged me with it. I couldn't see anything, and thus I crashed against some obstacles on the way. My bullet wounds throbbed in pain, as blood bled out, mixing with the water. That said, with this, I might escape and survive. Truthfully, if there were no other options, I intended to dive into the river. I'm a genius, right? Now, here I went, hoping I won't drown. I swam with all my strength towards the surface. When I reached above, I looked around. The river current seemed to have brought me to safety, seeing that there were no enemies in sight. I was getting cold and weak, roughly breathing, losing a lot of blood. I quickly swam to the river bank. I barely held onto the concrete, but I managed to climb up. Extremely tired, I collapsed to the floor. My hands shivered. No, it was my entire body. My eyes were getting heavier. A puddle of blood began forming on the floor. I don't like this. Not at all. The pain, the blood, the cold, I don't like it. I was dying. No, I can't die like this. There's still more to see in this world, to taste. There was still too much to experience in this world, despite my restrained life. I wanted to at least have a carefree life, even for just a glimpse. My life had always been in shackles, bound to an unmoving boulder, unable to do everything I wanted, to only do things what I was told. How I often envy the lives of others, the lives of NRMAL people. They could go wherever they wish. They could go to malls with their friends, shopping and all. Laugh together, eat with each other's company. I even envy those that go to normal schools. Even though normal people stress about it, it looked fun. A life so carefree, not a chain to tie them down. And now, here I was, reaching the end of the line. No, there was still hope to survive. I forced myself to stand up, my body trembling. I never felt so heavy before, so unpleasant. Nothing was pleasant here. Dying sucks. I need immediate medical attention. Yes, if I were to survive this, I need it. Hope. I placed a hand on the hole in my stomach as I lifted my feet, slowly moving forward. I was somewhat familiar with this location, but hospitals or anything were totally not close by. It's impossible to reach one. Maybe some person will come across and help me. Yes, if someone came, I might be saved. As I walked a little more, leaning on the wall, I came across a road. There was a headlight coming towards me. Surely it's not an enemy. The vehicle stopped, and its door opened. With squinted eyes, the person became clearer. You look miserable. It was a familiar man's voice. A faint smile formed on my lips. He stepped forward. The man was in his mid-20s. He had golden blonde hair and blue eyes. He was beautiful. He could charm just about any woman he came across or desired. But I felt nothing. I never felt infatuated with him, not even to my same gender. I feel nothing special towards anyone, no butterflies. What? Could this mean I'm sort of a monster? No way, I'm human as one can be. Perhaps that was just the way I am. The man flashed me a soft and charming smile. I stepped forward, leaning my back on the wall, and shrugged. Indeed, I'm a miserable beautiful 20-year-old girl, vulnerable. So what are you standing around for? Help me. He was a colleague of mine, after all. Therefore, everything's all right. How did you find me, anyway? The tracker. What? Somewhere embedded in the back of my neck was a tracker. All assassins of the organization had them. But hearing that surprised me. How come you have access to my tracker's location? Before the mission, I was, well, you could say, promoted. I see. I frowned and warily watched him. Why are you still standing there? I'm dying here. Where's my first aid? He heaved a deep sigh before moving his hand to his back. Your face was seen, you know. You were exposed, and caused all the trouble. My body grew tense. So what? You have exposed the mission and yourself. And look at you, dying, in the middle of a dreary street. Hearing his words, I already knew where this was heading. I glared at him. You. We stared at each in hostility. However, I lowered my gaze, taking a deep breath. So this is where it ends. Trying to fight back was pointless. I was terribly wounded and weak. I didn't even have any weapons. Yes, this was the end of the line. This kind of occurrence was not so shocking. They always discard those who no longer have any uses, or have failed miserably. And here I would be thrown away. Disposed of. I lifted my gaze back to him. We had worked together for a long time. A few years now. He showed no sympathy as he was about to kill me. That was to be expected. Some people just didn't have a heart. They can kill like leisurely drinking tea. Taking a life was trivial, even if they were to kill a long-time colleague. I suppose I'm the same way as him. My eyes sharped. Go ahead, T then. But don't think I won't fight back. He smiled, as if amused. You'll die of blood loss anyway. But, it appears it will take some time. So I'll end it myself. He pulled out a dagger, ready to throw it. It seemed he didn't want to engage in a direct fight with me. Well, of course, he felt threatened by me even in this state. Or he just didn't want to dirty his clothes. You're an ugly man, you know that. I rushed my feet forward. If I could hit him just once, I'll be satisfied. But before I knew it, his dagger had already pierced my heart. As I tried to keep on my feet, I staggered back, before leaning back on the wall and collapsed. Gotta say, it's painful. I clutched the dagger stuck to my chest, but I had no strength left to pull it out and throw it back at him. I felt sleepy. He walked a little closer. You really are a hard girl to kill. As I stared at his eyes, I saw a glimpse of hesitation within them. Pain. His mask slipped a little. I smiled at him as I felt my life draining away. Just the way things are. He bit his lip for a moment before answering me. Indeed. So please, don't bear any grudges towards me in the afterlife. Of course, there would be no grudges. I knew this could happen to me at some point. But, honestly, I have some regrets. I didn't want to die, but I was already dying. No escaping from death, no, perhaps, dying would be a blessing in this kind of life. Why, you'll be fine, he blinked and lowered his eyes. Hey, I called him, and he raised his eyes back at me. And I said my last words. Have a good life, my friend. His eyes widened. Even if he killed me, we were still colleagues once. We were raised in the same organization. So, despite how we treated each other here, we still had respect for each other. We still somewhat have a relationship. The word I could think of to describe it was friendship, or perhaps kinship. He answered me back, friend, yes, we are indeed friends, in the end. A faint smile appeared on his face. I hope something good will happen to you, if souls do exist and end up somewhere. My eyes gradually closed, hearing the last words I could hear from him. Farewell, our angel. That was the moment my life faded away. My corpse laid on the cold hard street, with a dead heart full of regret. Oh gods, please save the princess. How is she? This is the worst. It was noisy. What the hell? Can't I even have a good quiet death? Shit. From the sound of it, they were panicking. Strange. Wait, there was no one around where we were. The place where I was eliminated was a quiet and secluded place, and I vividly remembered it. No, I think that was not the issue here. The main issue here was, why the hell am I laying down on something soft? Almost like I was on a proper bed, facing up. Again, very odd. I died on the street. No, did I survive somehow? Maybe, when he left me, someone found me and I was still barely alive. This could mean a lot of things, though. That old colleague of mine had mistaken me for being dead. And most of all, this could also mean I'm free. I couldn't feel more happy. I mean, who wouldn't be? Ha ha. My face twitched because of the positive emotions dancing inside me. The princess moved. I heard a woman's loud and relieved voice. I wonder what princess they were talking about. Was there even something like princesses during this generation? Oh wait, there were. Well, not where I was. Maybe someone had the name princess. A certain country uses that word as a literal name. Or maybe, by some strange fate, a princess ran away and encountered an accident, and thus we ended up in the same room. Good, she could be useful if that was the case. Maybe if I go all friendly with her, she would treat me nicely. Maybe she could take me somewhere. I mean, princesses were wealthy girls, so helping someone who was as good as me would be no big deal. Physician, she's still closing her eyes. Please make sure there's nothing wrong with my dear sister. Wait, why the hell is someone touching the side of my face? Must be a mistake, there must be a timing coincidence. Someone just happened to check up on me at the same time. It was then I noticed something was amiss. I wasn't wounded in the head somewhere, which was again strange. I was supposed to have a bullet wound on the shoulder and on the stomach. Wait, I was also stabbed in the heart. I was supposed to be dead. Could it be perhaps I was tougher than I thought? PFFT, of course not. A stab to the heart was a sure death. The healing spell healed her head in time, so it should be all right. An adult man's voice reached delicate ears. What did this guy just say? Healing spell. Hey, what the hell is going on? I was totally confused. Was something weird going on? This guy was unquestionably an adult, not some kid playing around and saying stuff like spells. Princess, can you open your eyes? Now I was just more lost. That voice, it just whispered to me. Me? Princess? Was this some kind of joke? Still confused, I opened my eyes. Oh boy, what greeted my eyes only made me think I have lost my mind. What is this? Some kind of cosplay? I knew the concept and have seen what they were, so that was what first came to me. I saw people who were wearing strange clothes that were definitely out of their time. A woman somewhere in her mid-30s with silver hair and bluish eyes stared at me. She was wearing a white dress emblazoned with plenty of intricate patterns with lines dyed yellow. Her hair was tied up neatly into a bun. But that was not exactly the main issue, the clothes were. They were not modern designs. No one would ever wear something like that under normal circumstances. In any case, her outfit just didn't sit well with the current time. On the other hand, there was a young man with golden blonde hair and purple eyes also staring down at me. He was perhaps in his late teens. He wore a white and gold long coat with of course clothing underneath it. Trousers and boots, by his neck, tied an ascot. As expensive looking as the aforementioned woman. Again, weird. They both looked like they came from a time when swords still existed and were used as a weapon. Two maids were also present at the back. How did I know they were maids, you might ask? Well, they were wearing black and white dresses, which totally looked like they were worn by maids. And beside me was a plain-looking middle-aged man, although his clothes still looked a little expensive. Could this person be the physician they were talking about? Whoa, wait. If that's the case, didn't that make me the princess? Oh my, I may be beautiful, sure. And being called a princess sure is nice. But who are these weirdos? What the hell? Only then I noticed the room I was in. The ceiling was high, a small chandelier hanging from it, white walls with beautiful decorations. Embedded on the walls were also extravagant-looking lamps. Well, the room sure was nice, but that was not what I was worrying about right now. This is way out of its timeline. Modern architecture didn't look like this at all. This looked somewhere around medieval times. Estelia, the woman from before, leaned closer to me. What did she just call me? Estelia. A puzzled look formed on my face. Estelle, are you okay? The young man, seemingly sensing my confusion, gently called out to me. I ignored him and pondered. My mind was in complete disarray. What the hell is going on? I didn't have enough free world experience to come to an acceptable conclusion. I have always had a limited life. Every action I take must have restrictions. In other words, I was always focused on the task given to me. Not enough free time to go around. Who are you? H. Everyone in the room screamed and gasped in horror at my question. I would have given him credit since it looked genuine. But since it looked genuine, then it could be. They were legit surprised. Physician. My daughter. What happened? She just asked who we were. Could it be? The woman asked as her eyes rattled around. Panic ensued. My dear sister. No, the young man looked away in dismay, clutching his head. Sorry, I asked on the spur of the moment. I should calm down. She fell down the stairs that hard. The physician muttered as he covered his mouth in shock. I glanced at the maids, they disturbingly looked distressed. Wait, did he just say fell down the stairs? I did. Wait, who am I? I looked at my hands and touched them. They were pale as snow. I looked like I never left shelter at all, and never even felt the warm touch of sunlight. I shifted my eyes towards my long, straight hair. They were white, no, platinum would be the appropriate word to describe it. I'm not me while I'm me at the same time. That was the only thing I could conclude at the moment. I was a different person. And this was a totally different place. A surging pain suddenly erupted within my head. I clutched my head. It felt like it would burst and explode. The people around me panicked even more as they saw the pained expression on my face. Fuck. It hurts. Then, it came the feeling of something being injected into my brain. It was overwhelming. I saw. I remembered. I felt. These were memories. I am Estelia Vernizia Wisteria. You remember? I looked at the woman who exclaimed in joy. Mother, Melia Helvinia Wisteria, the queen, and my mother. You remember. Thank the gods. She suddenly moved closer to me, my eyes widened and my body turned stiff. I didn't know how to react to this. She wrapped her arms around me. She was hugging me. It was warm. It was comfy. A foreign feeling and moment for me. Was it always this pleasant? Was this what normal people feel when they hug each other? I didn't know the answer. But I was feeling it. This was wonderful. No. I shook my head, shaking off this ridiculous feeling. This was a feeling that should not be accepted. These emotions were prohibited. These kinds of emotions only beget weakness. I have seen many people die and fail during my assassination missions due to emotions, due to attachments. There was even a time when my target was a female. She was supposed to be my only target, but a man came taking the bullet. Ridiculous. Self-sacrifice. There was also a time when a fellow agent went into an infiltration mission. She needed to pretend to be their ally as we gathered information. However, when time came for execution, she fucking hesitated to kill a single man. How unbelievable. Emotions are hindrances. Attachments are absolutely forbidden. Dreams were nice, but these kinds of emotions were not needed. They would only get in the way. I will not get attached because of this short, empty moment. Plus, I am not Estelia. This was a foreign body. Not mine. Therefore, I have no relationship with these people, only this body did. I have no attachments towards them. I took a deep breath and began acting. Mother, please let go. You're suffocating me. Acting was an essential skill and had a lot of uses depending on the mission given. Therefore, acting was easy. I was trained hard for this. When she heard my sweet gentle voice, which could calm any soul, the woman, or rather, my mother, apologized as she slowly let go. Sorry, I thought you had lost your memories. I formed a beautiful and pure smile, my eyes turned tender. I should speak softly, just like the original Estilia did. To be honest, my memories slipped my mind for a moment. But thankfully, it returned shortly after. Did I scare you? I apologize. I bowed my head and formed a troubled expression. Well, I looked like I was about to cry. And no, Mother frantically waved her hand as she consoled me. It can't be helped that you acted that way first, so you do not need to cry. Sister, do you remember me? The young man moved in front of me. A bright smile beamed on his lips. He was quite handsome, if I say so myself. As expected of royalty, I suppose. But no way my heart would flutter. Plus, he was supposed to be my brother, so no, let's not take a weird turn. Well, it's not like I would have any special feelings for anybody. My big brother, Estevan, I said so innocently to him. His eyes brightened as he looked at me. I, who appeared like a pure lamb that must be protected at all costs. He was Estevan Verzinil Wisteria, my older brother. My dear sister remembers me. That's great. You really scared me there. I did fall from the stairs. I'm sorry, I am very clumsy. It's my fault. I intentionally stammered in my words, which only enhanced my pure and innocent performance. It should closely resemble how Estilia originally acted, but maybe I acted more innocently compared to her. No, don't say that. I like the way you are, smiled at my brother. I have two brothers, this one was the second eldest. The eldest was currently absent for some reason. If I remember correctly, he was out on a diplomatic errand. By the way, I'm the youngest and the only girl in the family. Well, this would work to my advantage. Who wouldn't protect their cute youngest sister? I'm currently 16 years old, but that's still young for me. I definitely needed protection. What? Don't tell me no one would protect this pure, vulnerable and fragile girl that was me. Nonsense. You seem to be fine now, Your Highness. I looked at the one who spoke to me. This man was the palace physician. One could also cast healing magic. Magic, ha. I heard a lot about that back in my old life. They came from fantasy stories, but now in this world, they seem to be real. But Estilia only had little knowledge about it, not only about magic, but also about everything else. Hell, she barely knew anything about the outside world. Not helpful. Why yes, I responded to him as I slowly raised my body up. I feel fine. I think I can even walk around now. Please rest for a while. Moving around is still risky. I would have done so if these people were not around. Well, Estilia did have an emergency and was sent here, to my room. And her family panicked and quickly came to her, or rather me. I still have trouble differentiating. In that case, I will take a rest. I laid back down on the bed and closed my eyes, hoping that everyone would leave. That would give me at least a quiet space to think. Yes, rest well, my daughter. Melia caressed my forehead. It was a gentle touch. But I thought nothing of such a thing. I just hoped they would leave me alone. I needed to cope up with everything that was happening. She then continued, just ring the bell and Mera will assist you, okay? I looked at the handbell placed on top of the table beside my bed. I'm interested in trying it, but not now. Oh yes, you should change your clothes. There is a little blood on them. I will assist you. Later, Mother. I still feel a little dizzy. I'll take care of it when it subsides. Why would I even let you help me dress? That would be embarrassing to do with a stranger. With that, Melia nodded. The surrounding people, one by one, left. Estelle, my dear sister, take care. Why yes, brother. The last one to leave was a maid. She bowed before taking her leave and closing the door. I waited for about a couple of minutes, making sure that everyone truly left. Shortly after, I left the bed, did a bit of stretching, and there sounded a bit of cracking. But it was satisfying, nonetheless. My first objective was the mirror. I have memories of how I look, but I still wanted to see it personally. Once I looked at the mirror, a gasp escaped my lips. Oh, my. I touched my cheek with my delicate and slender fingers. To be honest, I was a bit overwhelmed by what I saw in the mirror. Even though it was my face, I still couldn't immediately believe it. I have a delicate and sweet pale face. I looked so fragile, My long silky hair straightly flowed down. It was of beautiful platinum, and they glimmered like a pile of treasure amidst the infiltrating light. My crimson eyes were like blood, but so beautiful to look at. I could even look so pure with those eyes of mine if I willed it to. I was extremely beautiful. World class. I could charm any man with a single wink with this appearance. Hell, I think I might fall in love with myself if I stared for too long. Just kidding. But seriously, many would go mad just to have this beauty. Now I think I understood why this girl, Estilia, was a sheltered princess. With this beauty, going outside would be too dangerous. This would be a target of many. But hey, I'm not complaining. This was perfect. In any case, with this, I imagine I could do a lot of things I wasn't able to do in my former life. Freedom. This reminded me of something as I looked at myself. Estilia, this girl, had already died. I could tell from the memory. I remembered the same sensation when I was dying, and Estilia felt the same. She fell high from the stairs, rolling around as she descended. The most damage she received was to her head. As delicate, meek, and fragile as she was, I suppose she couldn't last long and died before anyone could tend to her. Her last moments were the last of her memories, and then I came. What a tragic fate. Dying from falling down the stairs. For me, it was indeed tragic. She could have at least died differently, like having your last stand. But, well, this girl differed from me, so yeah, maybe her kind of death was normal. Should I say something? Rest in peace, Estilia. I will put your body to good use, I whispered to the air. Perhaps she could hear me or something. I walked away from the mirror to the window, and I smiled at the magnificent view. According to the memories, I was around the rear of the palace, and I should say, I was way up, 3rd floor. I could see a few houses from here. In the far distance, several mountains covered by green forest towered. Judging from everything I have gathered, I was in a world where it was still in the medieval age. But since magic exists, which I'm looking forward to seeing, by the way, a lot may differ from my knowledge. I want to go out. I said I wanted to rest, and they said I needed to rest, but I was feeling fine. Seriously, but it would be strange that I would go out when I just said I would rest. Fine, I'll wait. I silently stared at the view. By the way, this body barely had any muscles, making it a struggle to fight with this. But I didn't want to ravish my perfect and beautiful form with muscles. Back in my old life, I only made my muscles around average so I wouldn't ruin my hourglass figure. An attractive and good appearance was essential, with plenty of uses during missions. So what I was planning to do was work out this body for just a little. Enough to easily lift a dagger or something. I'm not expecting to find a pistol here, so yeah, I'm going to work out so I could wield a dagger. I looked at my hands and fingers. But these are beautiful hands. I don't want to damage them. Well, I was the princess now, so perhaps I do not need to fight anymore. Someone would protect me anyway. I need to think about this carefully, for the preservation of my absolute beauty, and most importantly, my life. I stared outside for several minutes like an idiot. During missions, patience was important to have. But for some reason, I was struggling to keep my patience. Damn it. Let me out of here already. I looked at the handbell, squinting my eyes in my desire to use it. I mean, who wouldn't be interested in having a servant come to your beckon? I sure am interested. On my way to the bell, I noticed myself in the mirror again. My dress had a few blood splatters on him, so I should change my dress before going anywhere. And thus I did. There were a lot of pretty dresses in the wardrobe, to my delight, but I have to pick the somewhat simpler one. I placed the used one on a nearby chair. After changing my outfit, I reached for the bell. I was quite excited using it to call a maid with this little thing. Personal experience was just different from another's memories. I shook the bell and a sound loudly rang out. Almost immediately, knocks came from the door before it opened. A maid entered the room. "Milady, you called." This was the girl who bowed to me earlier. She had blue hair tied into a ponytail. Her eyes were dark green and her skin was light brown. She was 17 years old. If the memories were right, this girl was of nobility. However, her family was far away from the capital. Might as well say they were in a remote territory. Her father was also a mere baron. "She is very far away from home. She and Estilia had a somewhat friendly relationship. But they weren't always together, though, since the maids were rotated. She was merely one of the maids that was commonly assigned to be my attendant. I returned to my act as the pure princess. I want to go out. Go out? But milady, aren't you still recuperating? With a bright smile, I said, I feel completely fine. I imagine I can even run around now with no problem at all. But, I energetically walked towards her with slightly prancing steps, taking her hands and squeezed them tight. Even if something happens, you will be by my side. Am I wrong? I tilted my head with a bit of a pout on my cheeks. Since I was so close to her, I could clearly see her blushing cheeks. See? Even my beauty works on women. The maid, Mera, stared at me for a moment before taking a deep breath. I understand, milady. But please take it easy and be careful. I giggled adorably as I left the room. I walked down the corridor. This place truly looked like a home of royalty. The walls were clean, decorations were luxurious, maids were also around cleaning. They would stop their work and bow to me. There sure are a lot of rooms here. Indeed, as I walked around the palace corridors, I came across several rooms. They were occasionally used for guests, but the common rooms used for that purpose were the rooms on the second floor. There was not much to do here, so my goal was to go outside. I realized too late that I was walking with rush paces, and Mera was trying to catch up to me. I stopped in my tracks as I waited for her to catch up with an amused smile on my face. Oops, I shouldn't smile like that. Happy smile, happy smile. I changed the way I smiled. Mera, let's go outside quickly, I said as though impatient. Mera's eyebrows went up. Milady, you should take it easy. Didn't you say you would do so? I covered my mouth and gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry. Mera sighed. But, if milady wants to come outside, then we will. Thank you. I held her hands and leaned closer. I could see her gulp. Why, you do not need to thank me, Your Highness. Is that so? But I want to. Mera looked like she was taken aback by my words. Did I act too much? Isn't this how Estilia normally acted? All innocent, pure, and quite possibly naive. Well, I just need to act close to what she was. The reason? I didn't want anyone to be shocked by the sudden change. They might become suspicious of me. That would complicate things. Therefore, I would slowly do things. But bear in mind that I have no intention of acting like how this girl was supposed to be forever. I can't pretend for the rest of my life. There will be no freedom in that regard. I at least want to act the way I wanted, while only acting like Estilia a little. But at this time, I was going to do it slowly. Judging from how everything went, I was still close to how Estilia was, so I wasn't that worried. I'll be gentle. Like sex for the first time, okay, I shouldn't say something like that with this pure face. I let go of her hand and continued onward, although slowing down my steps. As I reached a certain point, I halted. I glared down with hostility, but adorably. Ah, my murderer. What laid before me was the one who killed Estilia. In other words, the stairs. I'm sorry, you're not taking my life. As I was about to step forward, Mera abruptly moved in front of me. Milady. Her somewhat loud voice startled me. There was fear in her eyes. Please, let me hold your hand as you go down. She offered me her hand. Oh. Is she perhaps scared for my safety? I could see her concerns were genuine, though. Seeing this, a smile emerged on my pretty face. Then I will take your offer. I took her hand, like a princess accepting the offer of her prince. Or was it a knight? She slowly led me down the stairs. She was extremely careful, so our speed was terribly slow. But I was quite entertained watching her. Mera, you don't have to be this concerned. Milady, I can't let the same thing happen again. Were you scared? She looked at me with surprised eyes. Were you scared for me? I was referring to the moment Estilia fell down the stairs. Mera wasn't there when it happened. No other maids were there during the fall, based on memory. So I was curious if Mera was truly scared as Estilia almost died. Well, technically she did die, but for Mera, she didn't. Mera averted her eyes away. Why yes. Yes, I was. I was a bit surprised by her answer. It sounded like it came from the heart. Her eyes even shared that feeling. I couldn't tell if the other maids would also think and feel this way, but Mera was truly concerned. She isn't concerned about me, but about Estelia. That was what I felt. But I was Estelia now. Still, I didn't know how to take in all this. Therefore, I threw away the needless thoughts. What they think mattered little to me. Thank you, Mera. Mera stared at me, seemingly lost in what to say in response for a moment. Not at all, milady. We reached the second floor. It was then I became wary. What was I wary of? It was my family. I currently don't have the time to entertain them. I wanted to entertain myself. I wonder where Brother Estevan is. Lord Estevan is currently in the courtyard, training. Oh, I see. Ain't that nice? And mother? I recall she went to the studies, perhaps to read books. She must be reading some novels. Melia loved reading stories, so that must be it. If I recall correctly, she loves reading romance stories. Well, at least they won't be disturbing me. Let's go to the garden. I recalled from the memories that it was a wonderful place. So, I wanted to go there first. My eyes widened and my mouth left agape as I stared at the garden before me. Many flowers sprouted on the ground, blooming in various colors: pink, yellow, red, blue, purple, and white. There were also bushes decorated with tiny flowers. Not only that, but this place was huge. I couldn't believe that they actually made a garden this large. But that was not the main attraction here. The most eye-catching were the wisteria. And they stole my breath the first time I saw them. A lot of them were scattered around. Their purple color beautified the scene, somehow making it magical to behold. I excitedly entered the garden and crouched down before a pink flower. Gently, I plucked one and moved it closer to my nose to smell it. People often smell flowers, also on TV shows. I tried smelling some flowers once, but they didn't smell that good. I just copied what people did when there were flowers, also curious what flowers would smell like since people seem to enjoy sniffing them. Well, I can't say I was satisfied with the smell the first times I smelled flowers. In any case, not that great. But, when I smelled this flower, I was awestruck. A pleasant fragrance came to my nose. This almost smelled like perfume. Were all flowers in this world smell this good? Milady, you shouldn't pluck flowers in the garden. I suddenly heard Mera's panicked voice beside me. I seemed to have been caught in the moment and picked up a flower without thinking. I looked at the flower in my hand. It was too late now. I stood up and looked at Mera with a concerned face. I already plucked it off. Mera appeared to feel troubled. I couldn't just throw it around here. Someone would still discover it. It may become one of those wasted and thrown away flowers. The gardener might get angry. Well, I was not that worried about that person. I was more worried about my parents. They might scold me. That would be bothersome. I had an idea. I pushed back my hair and placed the pink flower on my ear. With the flower on the side of my head, I smiled and waved my hand. What do you think, Mera? I said so as I spun around. The skirt of my dress fluttered in the air. I displayed myself to Mera with a beautiful flower decorating my hair. Judging from her stunned expression, I must have looked good. How amusing. Mera, yes. You look wonderful, milady. That's great. I giggled as I turned around to look around the garden once more. Since I can't just pull off another flower, I could only lower myself to smell them. To my surprise again, these flowers smelled wonderful. Each different colored flower even had distinct aromas. I reached a wisteria cluster. I could smell them too. Does every flower here smell this good? I touched a wisteria. Which reminded me, my surname was Witteria. It was clearly based on the flower. I recalled the origin of this kingdom from Estelia's memories. There were basically two lovers. They loved flowers heartily. Thus, they planted different kinds of flowers around their home. But the most that caught their attention were the wisteria. Captivated by their beauty as every flower illuminated under the moonlight, they fell in love with the flowers. And therefore, they had their family name after the majestic flower. In the flow of time, people gathered, and the kingdom gradually formed. Quite a sweet story, I think. But that was legit the origin of this kingdom named Wisteria. By the way, the wisteria here glows during the night. It was quite the beautiful sight in the memories. I should definitely see that during the night. I stared at the wisteria. How wonderful. The smell and the beauty. The peace and serenity. I began to adore this place and this scene. These flowers. How could the world keep something hidden from me for such a long time? I felt something strange within my heart. Something that came from the realization that there were things like this that I had never experienced my entire life. It was a heavy realization. But, somehow, it made me happy to experience a glimpse. "Milady," Mera called out to me from behind in a somewhat concerned tone. I turned around and saw her worried eyes. Did she sense my emotion somehow? Not good. I can't just openly expose my emotions like that. That was a mistake. "Yes. This place is indeed wonderful, like always. Don't you think so?" I smiled, erasing the emotions I just felt. "Yes, it's wonderful." She looked baffled. But I didn't think much of it. I am just going to move on. "Say, let's take a look around." I continued walking amidst the beautiful garden. Petals of flowers fell and flew in the air in the gentle wind. A serene moment for me. It was like the flowers were celebrating the day my freedom was finally granted to me. Mera and I went back to the entrance of the garden, being done with my errand. "That was a great trip," I said cheerfully as I thought of what I should do next. "Ah, let's go to my brother." If they were training, then there would certainly be weapons. Yes, weapons. "You still have plenty of energy left, it seems, milady, considering what happened earlier in the morning." She must be referring to the time I fell down the stairs earlier this morning. "If you have energy to spare, might as well use it." I stepped forward. "Let's go to my brother." We went around the palace towards our destination. The place was big, of course, with tall walls right by the outside. There were quite a lot of guards walking around, wearing their armor. Perhaps that was supposed to be expected. But it seems they were only plain soldiers. I have yet to encounter a knight. Maybe there were a lot of places where my brother was having his training. I expect there should be a lot of men there. I smiled playfully internally. Should I play with their hearts? I think I'll do it. If the knights were of good character, and if they were to see me as an innocent and defenseless girl, they would protect me with all their heart if we had a friendly relationship. They will be useful meat shields. Yes, I'll be a sheltered princess worthy of protecting. Some young soldiers passed by and halted in their tracks, their eyes wide and mouth agape as they stared at me, captivation evident in their eyes. There was even a delay of their bow when I walked past them. I guess the flower by my ear boosted my attractiveness. But of course being super attractive had its downsides. However, if I could at least train this body a bit and have a weapon, I should be fine. I'll cut their Excaliburs if I have to. But to be honest, this beauty of mine was terrifying, wasn't it? I mean, this level of beauty that puts other utterly beautiful women to shame should be illegal. My old appearance could only level about more than half of it. But oh well, at least this appearance was mine now. Not for long, we arrived at the courtyard. I could hear the shouts of men as they delivered their strikes to the strawmen, and some to their sparring partner. Some men wore their knight's armor, which had the color set of dark bluish and white. I should say, the design of their armor was cool. It has style. Then, amidst all that, I saw my brother, Estevan, having a spar with a young knight. They were not wearing their armor, but rather plain clothing. Sweat beaded their brows and wet their hair. They breathed heavily as they grew tired from their activities. I glanced at Mera, whose eyes were uneasy as she looked all around. A playful smile crept up on my face, of course masked in a sweet smile. "If I may ask, Mera, milady, there are quite a lot of good-looking young lads around, isn't it? So, which one do you think you prefer?" She looked shocked by my question. Milady, what are you talking about?" What do you say to the young man sparring with my brother?" She looked towards what I was pointing at. What is the matter? Come on, this is our little secret conversation. I recall in my past life that girls always do this kind of thing in their youth, talking about crushes and such. So, I sort of wanted to try that. How would that feel? What would it be like? Though I doubt I could feel attracted to anyone, perhaps the conversation would be interesting. Mera looked like she was hesitating, but then began to speak. "I think he looks handsome. Yes, he looks quite charming. Oh, does the mere sight of him send your heart a flutter? Mera frantically looked at me. Ah, no, he may look charming, but it wouldn't make me feel love immediately. It would only be something that is attracting to the eyes. And I do not know him, so I don't feel anything special. Is that so? Is he your type? I don't think so. Think so? You don't sound sure. Well, I don't know what I would like. I see. I was a bit disappointed. This didn't end up like I imagined. You know, girls yelping, blushing, something like that. Mera did not seem to be one of those types of girls. Oh well. What about you, milady? I was taken aback for a bit when Mera asked me. I didn't expect this. Oh, finally striking a conversation back. Well, that's good. I had a delighted smile as I answered her. Let's see. A lot of them are quite good looking, but nothing that would stroke my maiden's heart. I peered around. Wait. Wouldn't one be so lucky if a princess like me looked favorably at them? Oh, I think they would be so happy that their life would be fulfilled if they realized that, she confidently said with a proud smile. I can imagine that. But, I guess my dear brother is the most handsome of them all. Then I think the type of man I like would be someone like my brother. Milady, Mera blinked in surprise. Is that allowed? I mean in this type of conversation, those from the family wouldn't do. Is that how it is? Yes. Oh, okay. Then, I have nothing. There are a lot of handsome men there, but I doubt my heart would react to any of them, or anyone in that matter. But then again, my brother had intense beauty as a man, so that was great. But that was just the preference of looks. To be honest, this reminded me of that guy who killed me. These damn pretty boys. Of course, only those worthy of you can win your heart, milady. I blankly looked at Mera after hearing that strange remark. No one can win my heart, Mera. Why, your highness? Mera's guard broke down when she heard my straight reply, her eyes wide. I smiled and took a step forward, ignoring her puzzlement. Let's go greet my brother. I said so, like a cute young girl eager to speak with her dearest brother. We entered the courtyard as I pulled Mera by the hand. Several gazes immediately shifted to focus on us, causing Mera to become uneasy. They were all the eyes of men, and we were the only two women here, so I suppose it was to be expected she would be this way. There were supposed to be a few female knights here. Where were they? Not here it seems. The knights who saw me immediately stood up straight. Her Highness, the Princess. One of the knights shouted, instantly catching the attention of the others that hadn't yet realized I was here. They all halted their activities and kneeled on one knee with their heads bowed. I was taken aback by this, to be honest. I acted all flustered as I held out my hands with a little wave. Please rise. You can ignore me and continue with your work. Don't let me bother you. The knights complied and stood up. They returned to their work, back to training and swinging their swords, using their spears, and so on, or that was what was supposed to happen. But they seemed unable to focus. What could the reason be? Yes. It was me. But something like this should be expected. Aside from my beauty, I was also the princess. Estilia, my dear sister. I heard my brother's happy voice, then I saw him walking towards me. A bright smile beamed on his face, his eyes seemed to sparkle as he beheld me. Brother, my loud sweet voice echoed in the courtyard. Aren't you supposed to be resting? I feel fine already. Besides, I have Mera by my side. It's all right. Estevan furrowed his brows. But even so, is it not difficult to walk around after you just literally fell from the stairs? Gasps of surprise escaped from the lips of the knights the moment they heard what happened to me. I smiled internally. Dear sweet brother of mine, you might have unintentionally helped me. Yes, I was hurt at first. It was painful. It hurt the most when I fell, blood coming out. I shook my head. No, it's already over. There is no need to think about it. I averted my eyes away, seemingly about to break into tears as I remember the pain I went through. I caught glimpses of worried and concerned gazes directed at me from the knights. When I met some of their gazes as I looked at them, I flinched and looked down, avoiding their eyes. I appeared so vulnerable and weak that they were looking at me with sympathy, just the reaction I desired from them. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you immediately. I'm such a useless brother. I should have kept my sister from any harm. Estevan had a pained expression on his face. He must have felt truly guilty. And no. Don't blame yourself, brother. I took a step forward. My ever so pure eyes were wide open as the corners were becoming damp. It's my own fault. It's because I'm clumsy. Estelle, but don't worry, brother. I'll work hard to become a clumsy girl no more. Estelle, you don't have to do that. You're perfect the way you are. He gazed at me with eyes filled with passion, which shocked me because of the amount of intensity it had. How could such a brother feel this much towards his sister? This perhaps goes to show just how much he cared. I don't want to be a nuisance. You're not a nuisance. I stayed silent for a while, seemingly unconvinced by his words, but then shortly resigned and responded to him. Okay, but I'll make an effort towards self-improvement, so, let me borrow your sword. What? He was dumbfounded by my request. Perhaps you were wondering why I asked such a thing. Well, I require a weapon. I am not quite fond of swords since daggers were much better, but a sword was still a weapon. I want to try such a weapon. Might consider using it. My sword? Wait, why? He asked. I want to try holding one. But you're a lady, dear sister. There is no need to use one. I only want to try holding one, not swing it. I'm curious to how it feels, please. He looked at me, then to the sword as he contemplated. He seemed to make up his mind, and with the support of my insistence, he presented the hilt to me. Be careful, okay? Also, it's heavy, so watch out for that. With a nod, I reached out for the hilt. It was a bit exciting to try it out. The sword was on the longer side, a long sword, perhaps it was called. As I saw earlier, this was indeed a two-handed sword, so I held it with both my hands. Of course, not that I didn't know that long swords were to be held with two hands. The moment he let go, my muscles tensed up as my arms received the weight of the sword. I kept lifting the sword. Damn, it was heavy, not to my taste, and not the preferred weight that I would like to use as a weapon. I adjusted my posture so I could carry it more properly. I also adjusted my grip. It had become better. The sword in my hand was pointed forward, so I raised it up. Careful now. I heard my brother's voice. I only nodded as I focused on the sword. Can I swing it? I asked. But, just swing it forward, right? It's not harmful. I guess. I tightened my grip, then I swung forward, slashing the empty air. However, with the amount of strength I have, the force of the swing with the motion of the sword carried me with it as the sword struck the ground. Damn it. This was not good at all. With muscle training I could do it better. That said, I don't like swords, they're too long and slow. Daggers would be much better, lighter, and faster. Well, this was all based on what I was used to. I raised the sword again. This was a bit tiring already. Since I disliked it, it would be pointless to force myself to go on. But I'll think about using the sword in the future. It might become useful. However, can I swing it again? Brother would allow it, right? Without asking him for permission, I swung again with a better stance and better footing. I stopped the blade before it touched the ground. It was a struggle in the arms. This body was not built for this. You're doing great, Estelle. Really? That's great. I chuckled. But, this is enough for me. I can't properly use it. This was a failed attempt to obtain a weapon. Well, not like they would allow me to train with the sword. But, I really need to increase my muscles. Brother, you can have your sword back. I offered the sword to him as I let the blade touch the ground. He, how does it feel to lift a sword? He asked as he received the sword. It was a good experience. I massaged the muscles on my arms. My poor precious feeble muscles. They must be shocked. I feel a bit numb though. You all right? Yes, I'm completely fine. As I looked at my brother, I noticed a young man behind him. He flinched when he met my gaze. He was the young man I pointed to Mera earlier, and my brother's sparring partner. He had brown hair and black eyes, with his skin a bit tanned due to being bathed in sunlight most of the time during training. He must be around my age. Hello. I called out to him with a wave of my hand and a precious smile. He was stuttering around as he tried to respond. My brother saw this and grinned. He pulled him forward and introduced him. This guy is Alan Welford, fourth son of Count Welford. Come on, say hi to my sister or something. Gee, good afternoon, Your Highness. I giggled inside, how amusing his bashfulness was. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Alan, I said as I curtsied. With the elegant curtsy and the flower by my ear which boosted my beauty, it had quite the impact on the young man. Is training going pretty well? I asked him. Why yes, Your Highness. Splendid. I'm sure with hard work, you can become incredibly strong in the future. Let's do our best to improve ourselves, Sir Alan. His eyes went wide. Not only was he captivated by my beauty, but was also entranced by my words. I lump us together, I said to him. My words meant that we would improve together. As young as this man was, I imagined this would have a considerable effect on his impression towards me. Why yes, certainly. Perfect. I have interrupted your sparring session. Please brother, you can return to your work, pay me no heed. I ought to not keep disturbing them and the other knights. Talking or interacting too much while they were working would only bring me the opposite of what I was intending to do. I must not become annoying. Therefore, I must take it slowly. These people looked serious in their job, so I must be careful not to overdo it or do anything unnecessary that would bother them too much. I have planted the seeds, thus I only need to cultivate them. If Estelia wasn't somewhat antisocial and introverted in the first plaque and interacted with the knights even for just a little, I might have gotten to expend less effort and use less time. However, that was not the case, thus, I have no choice but to act. But sister, brother, I pouted a little as I stared forcefully at him. Fine, let's go Alan. I waved at them goodbye. Of course, I also waved at Alan as he glanced back at me a couple of times. When they left me, I looked around. They were working hard. This reminded me of the early times in the organization. The training of the knights here were incomparable to what I've been through. It was hell and painful, if I might say. They trained me hard when I was still a little girl, along with others. We would be often ordered to fight to the death. Not a day went by that I didn't have any wounds or bruises. I even had plenty of broken bones. But, thanks to my excellent performances, I was not disposed of. Nevertheless, it was a painful experience. And how I was glad when I was freed from the training facility. Doing missions was much better compared to that. As I scouted the area, a knight caught my eyes. He was a middle-aged man, black-haired, brown eyes and brown complexion. He was muscular and a long scar by the side of his face, showing the long years of servitude as a knight and hinting what he went through. But that wasn't what attracted my eyes. It was the dagger in his hand. When I looked closer, there were also a few more daggers by the table next to him. I became excited. Daggers. Mera, come. I beckoned Mera to follow me. M'lady, where are we going? There. I approached, and the middle-aged knight turned to me with surprised eyes. When I got closer, he genuflected before me. Your Highness. You may rise, knight. Yes, Your Highness, he said as she stood back up. What is your name? Elson Betrayal, Your Highness. Sir Elson, what an honor it is to make your acquaintance. He looked quite confused as to why I approached him. Likewise, Your Highness. I walked towards the table where the beautiful daggers were placed. Okay, not exactly beautiful since they were somewhat plain, but they were daggers nonetheless. You're training with daggers. Yes, but I also use a sword. I smiled broadly. Of course, it is always better to have a secondary weapon, isn't that right, Sir Elson? His eyes went wide for a moment, surprised by my words. Then he spoke again with a smile. He must be delighted by what I said. Indeed, Your Highness. If I lose the sword, I can use my daggers. Not only daggers can be used on melee, you can also throw them at your enemies. Yes indeed. Can I touch one? I asked him for permission to take a hold of one. I shouldn't just take one. It was his weapons after all. Plus, this fits well with my character. Isn't it dangerous, Your Highness? You might wound your fingers. I will be careful. He shifted his eyes towards my brother. He must be worried about what would happen if I got hurt. And my brother had a big role in that worry of his. You have no need to worry about my brother. So may I. Very well. But please be careful. Of course. I took a dagger by the handle. A sense of relief and comfort instantly came surging into me. I touched the blade with my other hand, gently stroking it. Ah, daggers. I felt much better than before the moment I got hold of the dagger. I felt safer, you might say. We were taught how to handle daggers, and I loved using them. The hardness of the blade was wonderful. The weight was satisfying. The deadliness was amazing. Now at the moment I was holding a dagger, I couldn't be more comfortable. However, it was heavier than what I was used to. The muscles of this body were too low. However, something like this was still manageable. I have experienced several weights in my lifetime. I could still execute someone with it. I could also throw it, but I expect accuracy will leave more to be desired. But I only need to adjust myself. But how wonderful it was to hold a dagger. I was in bliss. I raised my eyes and saw a few knights also practicing their daggers, and some were throwing them at some target. But they were way off the bullseye. How disappointing, they must still be novices in this department. I returned my eyes to the dagger in my hand. I sort of wanted to throw it. Throwing it at a living corpse would be more satisfying, but of course I couldn't do that. A target practice would suffice. I held the blade of the dagger with my slender fingers on one hand. The weight was more than what I was used to, but it was fine. This was indeed manageable. Your Highness, it's dangerous to hold it there. I heard the concerned voice of Elson, which I paid no heed to. I had a desire, longing, blood. My whole life I have spilled blood. I may have wanted freedom, but executing was engraved deep into me. Taking the life of my enemies was what made my life. Execution, assassination, murder, I lived for that. It was my purpose. I embraced it. As I was lost in thought of my life, I tossed and flipped the dagger. It spun in the air, and as it descended, I caught it between my fingers by the flats. My fingers were unwounded, the blade was back to where they were. Milady, Your Highness, their calls brought me back to my senses. I turned my eyes towards them with wide eyes. Then I frantically returned my eyes to the dagger in my hand. Of course these were just acts of mine. Oh, would you look at that, Sir Elson? I did it. What a lucky one. I said energetically towards him. He saw how I spun the dagger in the air along with Mera, but I just said it was a lucky shot. Milady, that was dangerous. Mera approached me as she took the dagger away from my hand and placed it back on the table. She checked my fingers for any damages. Are you hurt somewhere? No, I'm fine. Thank goodness. Seeing how concerned everyone was for me, I'm terrified to think if I bled. You worry too much, Mera. Getting wounded is bad, milady. I smiled. She looked quite adorable. Yes, wounds are bad to have. I turned to Elson. Can I keep one? Elson froze, being unprepared hearing my question. Why would a princess like me want a dagger? Such a question might have appeared in his head. Your Highness, he looked hesitant to answer. Given it was a blade, it would be bad for a princess to keep one. But I also asked him, a princess, so his mind must be in a mess as to what and how to respond. It's dangerous, milady. Not allowed. But it was Mera who firmly turned down my request. I pouted with puffed cheeks. It was regretful that I wouldn't be able to bring one. I guess that was to be expected. Should I ask help from my brother? No, from the way he treated me, he wouldn't let me have one. Everyone here was too protective towards me. I was troubled on how to do this. I was more comfortable to have a weapon beside me. What a headache. I groaned inside. I was dispirited. Fine, the plan of stealing one sneakily came to mind, but I immediately dismissed it. I can't trick anyone with this many people around, plus they were knights, fighters. I'll be an idiot if I try to snatch one. At least let me try. Nope. Bad idea. Never mind. I was about to try throwing one at a target, but no, I might get a bullseye or closer. It would be weird they see me do that. I could try missing miserably on purpose. But where's the satisfaction in that? I'll just come back to my room. Then, keep up the good work, dear knights. I'll be cheering you on as you strive for greatness and strength. I said like a sweet young girl before walking away. I'll be going. Let's return, Mera. On the way, I noticed the eyes of the knights lit up after hearing my words, seemingly more motivated than before. But it appears that it was more effective towards the younger knights who were just about my age. Even so, that was fine. I imagine I still had some effect towards the older ones. I collapsed on the bed. The softness instantly brought comfort to me. What a tragedy. I need a plan to obtain a dagger. For the sake of my sanity. Should I get a knife in the kitchen? No. Kitchen knives sucks. They're fit for slicing meat and vegetables, NT for killing. Should I sneak in the knight's armory or something? There should be weapons there and of course definitely daggers. But there will definitely be guards. They may even be knights. And I can't exactly sneak around with this dress, and I don't have any other decent clothes for mobility. Therefore, complete stealth was a no. There was the option of knocking out guards, but that would be foolish to do in the palace grounds. They might think there was an enemy, and worse if they discover me. Not only that, I'm not confident I could take out any guard with no fatal weapon. I'm weak after all. Might as well put a label of fragile on my forehead. I sighed. I'm thinking a lot on my first day here, huh? Well, thinking was better than not. In any situation, you must think, especially when in a predicament. It was strictly taught to us and engraved into our mind. If in a dire situation, find a way to make amends. At any rate, the only option here was to obtain a dagger somehow without anyone knowing. Then bring him to my room and train here slowly. It doesn't have to be intensive since I would only be increasing my muscles a little bit, and I'm already skilled in using daggers. Then, if I can't obtain daggers here, I'll get it from the outside. Therefore, I just need to get outside the palace. Perhaps if this was the medieval age, I would need to find a blacksmith. Wait, this was the palace. Perhaps there was a palace smith or something. Ah, but they wouldn't let me have a weapon. So that was already in the drain. I need to find a way out. Although, one problem. I have no idea about the exact layout of the capital. I didn't even know where one place was, let alone a blacksmith shop. Therefore, I will need a guide. Who could be the guide? Mera? Nope, no way. She would not let me leave the palace. And they wouldn't assign a maid with me outside without any combat experience. My brother could be an option. I'm sure he would protect me. Oh, Alan should do it. I mean, I did him good. I have remarkable skills to express my charms after all. I can see from his eyes that he was captivated by me, so I imagine he would guard me. But, sneaking out of the palace was a no-go. So, going through the front gates was the only option. Even if I bring Alan with me, they would check my identity no doubt, so I must go out officially with permission. I'll ask Mother. I wonder if my father would be there later this dinner. Where was he anyway? He wasn't in my room after I fell down the stairs. I heaved a sigh again in exasperation. Come on, I'm troubled since I couldn't obtain a precious weapon. I grabbed a pillow and hugged it within my arms as I lay on the bed. It's soft. I hugged it tighter. It was calming. I didn't have a lot of chances to experience something like this in my past life. Should I eat cookies? I raised my body from the bed with the pillow in my arms. My hair was already messy, so I fixed it. Then, I had an idea. A playful grin appeared on my face. Should I tease Mera? Playing the heart of men was one thing, but playing the heart of women was very entertaining. Although, I don't expect him to fall in love, but rather be flustered. I returned laying down on my bed. I turned to the side facing the door while hugging the pillow. I fixed my posture and the position of my legs. I have confidence this would work, especially considering my beauty. I rung the handbell loudly. Then shortly, Mera came into my room. "Milady, you," she called. She stopped in her tracks as she stared at me dumbfounded. I slowly shifted to my soft facial expression, like a vulnerable maiden. She quietly stared at me with wide eyes. I could see a slight flush on her cheeks before she regained her composure. "Mera." "Why yes, milady. I request cookies. Please have the chef make them and please bring the cookies to me. I'm hungry." I moved my gaze downwards as though embarrassed to admit that. Truth be told, I'm curious about what I looked like at the moment. I wish I had a mirror in front of me. "Understood. I will bring the sweets. Thank you." Then she left the room. When time passed, I was already sitting on the bed when a knock came from the door. "Milady, I'm entering," bringing the cookies you requested. Why yes. Enter. She entered, and with her was a steel tray with a large plate of cookies. My eyes shone upon seeing the amount of sweets about to be presented to me. Hey, not every day you can eat sweets, okay? She placed the plates on the round table by the corner of my room. I approached and sat on the chair. Many thanks, Mera. Not at all, milady. Excuse me. I nodded to her, then she left the room. I immediately grabbed a cookie and bit into it. It was delicious. Although not as great as back in my old world, since the ones I tasted were exceedingly delicious. I'll give this 7 out of 10. But there sure was a lot. I won't be able to eat all of this in one sitting, but oh well, I'll just cover it if I can't eat it all and eat them later. But damn, eating sweets sure was nice. But not too much. Diabetes is a bitch. It was late in the afternoon, almost sunset. I sat by the window, admiring the view. Too bad I won't be able to see the sunset from here. With my elbow on the side of the chair, I placed my palm on the cheek. Ah, this is the life. Everything was great as time went on. Peaceful, no one to bother me. I didn't have to obey any command. They can't just go, hey you're going to England. Kill this guy. Or something like that. I expect now that nothing would interrupt me during my sleep. Oh, and I might no longer need to be traumatized by my alarm. I can sleep all I want. I'm a delicate princess after all. But it sure would be nice to go out. I can't just stay here for the rest of my life. That couldn't be called life if I stay here like a prisoner. But this sure was nice. I can just laze out in this room. To be honest, I already feel like I'm getting lazy. I can already imagine my future days. With servants, I can just ring the bell, and they'll come serve me and give me what I want. Plus, I'm royalty. So basically I'm rich, I can buy many things. But, what was the point in being rich if I can't even go out spending it? I really should find a way to go out. The only option I have was to openly say it to my family. Then hope they would agree. If needed, I'll just drag Estevan into it. Daughter, I heard a loud voice from the other side of the wall, somewhere in the hallway. It was a manly voice. Then I heard loud stomps hitting the floor on the other side. Daughter. Then the door slammed open. I can't believe I uttered such a disgraceful sound. Who could blame me? A large man just slammed the door open without any warning. My door no less. What a surprising violence, goodness. Daughter. I recognized the man as he rushed forward towards me. His steps were loud as ever as his face was flustered. Father. He held my shoulders with his large hands. I heard what happened. Yes, this was my father. Leodule Eristro Wisteria. He was a man in his 30s. Large, because of him being a fighter himself, using the sword. He had rough blonde short hair, short beard, and violet eyes. Currently, he was wearing formal clothes, a coat with an ascot on his neck, clean trousers and boots. Are you okay now? Tell me. I am fine. Really? Really? And please don't grip on my shoulders too hard, father, it hurts. Yes, my apologies. He removed his hand on my slender shoulders. Come now, I'm a fragile being, no one should touch me roughly like that. I might break like a piece of glass. Dearie. I heard my mother's voice from the door. She was breathing heavily a bit. She must have been chasing father. I already told you she's all right. You don't have to lash out like that. But still, I can't just calm down knowing my daughter was hurt. Mother Melia sighed as though giving up. Yes, by the way, my piece just went up in smoke. Mother, I called out to my mother. Father is just worried about me, so it's fine. My daughter, father looked at me as though I was a saint. Yes, might as well call me a saint. By the way, father, where have you been? I was checking the defense of the capital. A king ought to check it out himself to make sure people don't slack off. People tend to be when there is nothing to do. Yes, like me for instance. Amazing, how incredible my father is, truly. You think so? I'm glad to hear that. Come give Daddy a great big hug. I turned stiff as he suddenly brought me into a hug. His body was a big rough and hard compared to Mother Melia. But why was it that I can feel the same thing I felt when I was first hugged? The warmth of, what kind of warmth was this? I have no idea. I couldn't recognize what I never had in the first place, but I could feel my heart turning soft. No, no, no. No. I will not be swayed. Attachment only creates shackles, a hindrance. I felt irritation deep into my heart as I tried to reject the feelings coming into me. I don't want this to go on. Thus, I spoke to Leodule. Father, too tight, can't breathe. Father gasped as he frantically backed away. Sorry. You're fine, right? I am fine, father. Good, good. Let's have dinner later, okay? I nodded my head. Yes. Oh, I have a request, but I'll tell later during dinner. My father and mother blinked in astonishment after they heard what I just said. This in turn only made me all confused. I recalled all of Estelia's memories. There was no inconsistency in what I just said. Strange. Was I missing something? What? Why are you surprised? I asked innocently. Well, this is the first time you have something to request, during dinner where we all are present at that. Really? I slightly panicked. Indeed, Estelia always has what she needed, therefore, she barely had any need to request something. However, there was always a first time for everything. Then what could they be so surprised about? Well, it seems they were surprised because it was the first. Or was it because it was rare for Estelia to ask for something? Well, it doesn't matter that much. Oh, I see, but will you listen? I looked at my father with pleading eyes, like a puppy waiting to be petted. His eyes wavered as he looked at me. Of course, we'll listen. Thank you, thank you. Now here's hoping it will end well. A faint clink resounded from my porcelain plate as I used a table knife to slice a part of juicy meat. I pierced my fork through it and put the meat in my mouth. The juicy meat clouded my tongue. It was good. I also scooped some vegetables. It was also good. The food was surprisingly well seasoned. I guess that was to be expected in the palace where royals live. I thought food from the Middle Ages was bleak, but I guess the same thing doesn't apply here. I'm just thankful that the food here was delicious. Otherwise I would go insane. Part of a good life was eating delicious cuisines, after all. The room I was currently in was quite luxurious. This dining room was clean, the utensils were fine, the plates were shining, and the cloth covering the table was fixed and designed well. Bright giant chandeliers hung high on the ceiling. Maids and manservants were positioned at the corners. I felt like some kind of a big shot now. I like it. Mother was sitting beside me, my brother Estevan on my opposite side, and my father on the honorable seat. They saw my smile as I ate the food, and it also influenced their mood. I was genuinely happy to eat good food. Well, the food from my past life was great, but here, it was good enough for me. I was not one to complain. That's right, dear, my mother called out to father. How is the situation outside the walls? My father drank a bit of wine from his goblet before speaking. I assigned more soldiers to watch over the forest by the north. A few monsters emerged recently and caused some casualties. Oh dear. My leisure movement stopped when I heard the word monster. I wondered if they truly meant monster as in a monster that looks horrid. Estelia never saw one, of course, only heard it. But judging from that, they were very dangerous. Well, good thing I won't be facing those creatures, whatever they were. Don't worry, I'm sending knights tomorrow to cull some monsters. Will you be coming with them? Mother asked with concern. Yes, but dear, as king, you're risking your life too much. A king must lead, my love. Father spoke sternly and unwavering. He was quite brave, wasn't he? But if he perishes, that would be troublesome for me. I heard he was very strong, according to the memories, that is. Plus, he had been doing it for years, so it should be fine, I hope. But still, Mother couldn't help but feel worried for her husband. The knights will be more than enough to handle them. Melia, do not worry too much, I'll be stronger than those monsters. I can take care of them myself. I don't know about that, father. Complacency and carelessness kill. And sometimes, things just go wrong. But hey, who was I to stop him? Mother even couldn't. I could try, though, but I'm not going to. It would be very difficult. But, well, he had been doing it for a long time, so, I think it was fine. Again, I hope. But if he perishes, well, nothing I can do. Just have the eldest brother have the throne then. There may come some problems, but I expect it wouldn't be that hard to fix. And I wouldn't be the one fixing most of it, so. The kingdom's decline should be taken into consideration. But whatever, we'll cross that bridge when it comes. I have confidence he'll come back anyways. Mother heaved a long sigh. I don't know what to do with you. Estevan, tell the knight's order to ensure the king's safety above all else. Of course, Mother. I wonder if my brother will come with them this time. If he would, I would be greatly troubled. He could prove to be extremely useful, after all. If father dies, and then the eldest dies since he was currently out of the country, then Estevan will inherit the throne. But if he dies too, shit. Becoming queen was cool and all, but I have no idea about anything like that. I groaned inside. Best to be optimistic. Brother, I called out to him with eyes full of fear and worry. Are you coming with them? Estevan's mouth was agape when he received my question. Could it be, is my dear sister worried about me? Why wouldn't I be? I'm always worried about you, you know, and of course to the rest of our family. Of course, he smiled. It always surprises me when you directly tell me that you are worried about my well-being. And it's just wonderful, as always. He sat back down. Worry not, my dear sister. I am not coming along. Can't have two royals in danger. That is a relief, daughter. What about Daddy? Aren't you worried about me? I turned to look at my father, whose eyes were pleading for my worry. Of course I am worried, father. But even if I express it, you wouldn't change your mind. But I would like to at least hear it. Only if you change your decision, I think I might have. No. He hung his head as though his spirit had left him. To be honest, he looked pitiful right now. So, I decided to be a bit kinder. But don't worry, father. I will pray for your safe return. You will never leave my mind. His head jolted up as he stared at me with a wide smile. Really? Really? In that case, I will come back as fast as I can. Thank you, father. Mother nodded several times beside me as I returned to my meal. This was a bizarre experience for me. This was the first time dining with a family. But it wasn't all that bad. So far, it was entertaining. By the way, any news from Eladon? Father asked. Eladon Venzura Wisteria, he was my eldest brother. For a while now, nothing yet, Estevan answered. I see. I hope the endeavor of establishing a friendly and cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Myra is going well. I imagine it is going flawlessly. We don't have any feud with them. Myra Kingdom. I heard it was a kingdom somewhere in the northeast. It has been 4 weeks since Eladon left, so it had been a while. Next they talked about a few trivial things to each oath until the topic came back to me when my brother mentioned I went to the knight's training grounds. Father looked at me in surprise. Why did you think of doing that? Well, I was only curious. And I barely even met or saw those who serve to protect us and the kingdom, so I decided to see them. I smiled brightly as I answered. Did someone look weirdly at you? Father narrowed his eyes and wrinkled his brows, waiting for an answer. He looked a bit strict right there. And I knew what he meant by weird, but I'm going to act like I had no idea. Like a clueless girl that I should be. Why? What do you mean by weirdly? I mean, there are knights, so I don't think there was anything weird the way they looked at me. I tilted my head with bafflement evident in my facial expression. Yes, there are soldiers, forget I asked. Father looked away, seemingly still bothered. Estevan had an amused smile on his face as he watched him. That's right. Estelle also tried to hold a sword. What? Really? Why? Mother and father were surprised, both stared at me. I felt like I was going to receive a scolding here. Brother, you're not helping. She said she was curious. Of course, she couldn't lift it properly. He chuckled. To be honest, she looked adorable. Brother. I blushed as I puffed my cheeks. Sorry. Even though he said that, chuckles still escaped his lips. I wasn't bashful about this in contrast to my expression. I was only a bit bothered by it. It was unnecessary to tell Father Leodule what happened. Now I was worried that he would prohibit me from holding a weapon again. Good thing there wasn't any accident. Yes. From the things that happened earlier, was your request had something to do with that? Father asked. Good, he brought it up. Well, he must be precisely thinking that my request had to do with weapons or perhaps swords. Funnily enough, it was about obtaining a weapon. But of course I'm not going to mention that. From my experience today, and the memories, they wouldn't let me have a weapon, so I would just request something that had nothing to do with it and still get precious daggers. And no, it has nothing to do with that. I see. Then, what is your request, my daughter? I hesitated as I looked at their eyes full of anticipation. I request that you let me out of the palace walls. My words were met with silence. I was genuinely confused. I mean, I'm 16, for crying out loud. I'm old enough to at least go around on my own. Well, I suppose I couldn't casually walk around since I'm royalty, but still, having a guard would suffice. It's dangerous for you, dear, my mother said. Not all people are kind out there. I know what they were trying to say. My intense beauty that would charm all men was the problem. It would only bring danger. I might even get kidnapped. And you're a royal, and a princess, Father added. I expected I would face opposition, so I already thought up some propositions. If it helps, then have my brother Estevan guard me. Me, he looked confused, but for some reason a smile crept on his face. However, my father still seemed hesitant, so I continued. And I will be hiding my identity, so me going around the city will be a secret. That could work. Yes, it will work. Now I just need a little push. Pure and innocent princess time. My pleading eyes aimed at father, my hand clasped together, I spoke like a proper gentle and naive girl. Please, father, let me. I want to see the outside. Father looked worriedly at me, then to my mother, who only sighed as though giving up. He pondered as he went silent for a moment. Fine. I could feel my smile creeping up as I heard those words. However, it can't be tomorrow. You have tutor lessons tomorrow, then the next day, then the day after that. Ha! I recalled the contents of Estelia's memories, and my heart sank. That's right, ever since she turned 16, both parents had tutors teach her things again. I said again because this had already happened when she was around 9 years old. So in other words, the lessons will be some sort of refreshers and a level up. These sessions happen 3 days a week. Damn it, and it has to be the next 3 days. Still, I couldn't escape this. I have no choice. These learning sessions might prove entertaining, I hope. I understand, father. Then, after 3 days, is the only time I can go on with my request. That's right. Good. I hope nothing goes wrong. Shortly after, we finished our dinner. I was about to leave the room when my brother walked up beside me. Allow me to take you to your room. I have no reason to refuse, so I agreed. As we were about to climb up the stairs, he begged me to be careful and offered his hand. Everyone here looked like they were utterly traumatized by what happened to me. Look what you've done, Mr. Stairs. Since it was night, the halls were silent. Barely any servants were around. When we reached the door of my room, Estevan called out to me. Estelle. When I looked at him, there was the lack of his usual smile. You seem to be doing perfectly fine. That's great. I tilted my head in puzzlement as to why he was talking about this. But he continued on, and now with his usual bright smile. Don't worry. He reached out for my hands and squeezed them. I will protect you when we go out in the city. I won't let any harm come to you. He was looking passionately at me with his beautiful eyes. I sensed deep sincerity from him. Yes, thank you. He softly stroked my cheek, which surprised me a bit. He moved closer. No, we can't, we're siblings. I'm your sister, I jokingly thought. I wasn't flustered or anything, I felt nothing inside. However, what happened next was beyond my expectations. I was really scared. He hugged me tight, with both arms wrapped around me. My eyes widened, my body turned loose. His embrace was comfortable. I felt safe. How many times has this happened just today alone? This warmth I always feel from them. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I had nothing to say. Was this always what normal people felt? Was this how Estelia always felt? From the bottom of my heart, there was a faint sense of envy. What a wonderful life you led, Estelia. Yes, it truly was. I felt myself resigning to these feelings. But, this feeling was still foreign to me. All my life, I never felt anything special. It was not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't. My life differed completely from the norm. And this sudden change, I find difficult to accept and adapt to. Not only that, I was also wary of these feelings. But, I bit my lip. I couldn't bring myself to hug him back. I can't understand myself. I forced myself to speak. Brother, sorry I scared you. Don't worry, no harm will come to me. Harm will definitely come eventually. It always comes. And in any form. I only said it to ease him up. He slowly moved back as he removed his arms from me. Okay, but still be careful. Of course, brother. I don't like getting hurt. All right. You know, I feel like you changed a bit. I became alarmed. Did I mess up? But that change I felt today wasn't that bad. He extended his hand forward and tapped on my forehead twice. Maybe the bump on the head did something. Ha 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 ha. Brother. He was laughing loud, tears dammed the corner of his eyes. Sorry. Anyways, have a good night, dear sister. He waved his hand as he walked away. I touched the doorknob, but before turning it, I heaved a long sigh. Mera Silvares, the second oldest child, and one of the two daughters of Baron Silvares, currently serving as a maid in the royal palace and had been for 4 years. She was still fairly young when she was sent here. But it didn't matter. If it was for her family, she would go so far as the royal capital and serve as a maid. Her household was declining, and her father's status as a baron was under threat. They were becoming poorer, and the territory was declining. They didn't even have any decent connections. Thus, she took it upon herself to become a maid in the palace. Training was not easy, but she still went through it. With now that she was a royal maid, her family now had the backing of the crown. It somehow made their position secure. There were trying times being a maid, especially when there were guests around to serve. But being a maid, hard work was only to be expected. At least she was lucky that her superiors were kind. In fact, the entire royal family was, unlike a lot of nobles. Then, it was during her time as a maid did she meet the princess, Estilia Vernizia Wisteria, a girl with beautiful hair of platinum and eyes of hypnotizing crimson, skin pale as snow, and smile bright as the sun. She was quite worried and a bit scared the first time she was assigned as her attendant for a short time. She was a princess after all, but that was not all there was to it. The princess was delicate, timid, and gentle. She was a fragile being, and her family was very protective of her. Mera was worried that she might cause a mess and accidentally do something bad towards the princess. But her worries were unfounded. The princess was surprisingly well behaved. She did not have much to request. In fact, Mera had less work compared to other maids every time she attended the princess. As time went on, Mera began to think that Princess Estilia was the purest of all existence, a treasure that must be protected, kept away from all danger, and whose purity must be preserved at all costs. Then, eventually, they became close. They were able to talk normally, almost like friends. However, there was always that distance between them. Mera wasn't the cause of that, but the princess herself. Mera couldn't understand why. But she still served the princess proudly. Then, the accident happened. She didn't know what happened at first, but when she saw it, the princess was already on the bottom of the stairs. Bruises, head wounded, blood began to stain the floor. Her heart sank as she saw that terrible and terrifying scene. She could feel her tears flowing down her cheeks as the princess was quickly being treated. But she couldn't be more overjoyed when the princess once again opened her eyes. At the moment, Mera was leading the princess to the baths. It was early in the morning. Princess Estelia's eyes were still half closed. That was understandable since it was still early in the morning. She must still be sleepy. However, she had to wake and clean up. Today was her etiquette lesson. She had heard that the princess had already gone through that, but she was to take it again. The princess was already graceful though. Mera couldn't understand why they have to make her go through it again. Mera had also gone through the same thing since she was to serve as a palace maid. Therefore, learning proper etiquette was crucial. And the instructor was somewhat strict. She was a fellow maid. She would rather not go through that again. she still couldn't forget how many times she was scolded. Perhaps that's just how it is with royalty, must perfect etiquette. The way one presents and delivers themselves was important in aristocracy. And the king's family must be the top of the hierarchy, thus, the way they move must be of the highest class. They have arrived at the bath. It was a wide pool within a luxurious large chamber. Faint steam emitting from it. It was warmed up by heat stones. Because it was early morning, it was expected to be cold. And the princess shouldn't endure something like that. She must have a leisurely time. Mera untied Princess Estelia's clothes and carefully undressed her. In the process, she was greeted by the princess' skin as white as snow, incredibly smooth-looking and flawless. Every time she saw this, her heart would always beat fast. Her movement stopped for a moment. She was often a bit flustered by this. The princess had the form of any woman could dream of. Mera jolted up as the princess softly called her name when she stopped. She had her sweet and innocent smile, which only made Mera more flustered. Why yes, milady. My apologies, she didn't expect she would act this way. She was more flustered than usual. She realized the reason for that. It was because of what happened yesterday, the time when they were together. The princess was the same as she always was, perfectly as she was. But there was a bit of change. It felt like the princess was more open than before. Her words when she told her that she wanted to go out, with Mera by her side, it somehow stayed in her mind. Then, while going down the stairs, it felt like the distance between them that always existed had shortened. Mera saw a satisfied smile from the princess as she walked towards the bath and slowly lowered down. Mera could feel a sense of peace from her as she closed her eyes with a wide smile on her face. It was like she was so relaxed, like she had been relieved of something heavy. Mera had also noticed the same thing the day before. It was when they went to visit the garden. The princess just suddenly plucked a flower and sniffed it, as though she was curious. Not only that, the moment she saw the garden, it was like it was the first time she saw it. The princess looked extremely happy, happier than before. Mera was baffled and astonished the moment she saw that moment. But then when the princess began touching the wisteria, Mera felt some sort of melancholy emanating from her. Mera couldn't understand it. But she wanted to. Mera left the bath and stood at the door. She was to wait until the princess was finished. Princess, she murmured. She won't be serving the princess tomorrow. What a shame, she somewhat wanted some more time with her. Especially with all the small changes she noticed. After the princess fell from the stairs, there had been indeed some changes, though only slightly. It was like the princess became more open. Was it because she nearly experienced death? Near-death experiences often change people because they realize something. Maybe that was what happened to Princess Estelia. Mera placed a hand on her chest, then inhaled sharply. She was happy that the princess was still with her. Maybe someday, they could become true friends. I heaved a long exhale as I savored the satisfaction when I submerged myself in the warm bath. I couldn't be more satisfied. There was also a pleasant fragrance from the water which was almost reminiscent of soap. Perhaps this water had some cleansing stuff mixed in. Also, did I mention how big this pool is? I mean, damn, I feel like a true big-time boss of a mafia or something. No, wait, I am royalty, so it was only to be expected to have this kind of thing. That being said, I already knew this existed from Estelia's memories, but it was different when experiencing it personally. I wet my hair carefully. I am starting to love my hair more. They looked more valuable than jewels, to be honest. Again, my treasurable existence itself felt like it was illegal. I scooped some water and washed my shoulders, then caressing my snow-pale skin. It was smooth as always. Every part of my body was flawless, without any kind of scratches or scars. I was surprised since this body fell off the stairs, but I guess this healing spell did some wonders. I looked down at my bosom. I was satisfied with this, truth be told. Just average. Not too big, not too small. This was perfect enough. Too big, and it will be terribly and undesirably troublesome. Too small, well, if that happened, I would have to wish my seduction skills good luck and hope my target doesn't mind flat. Don't get me wrong, being small is not a bad thing. What matters is the person. And there are just others out there that don't mind such things, I think. I just heard some people say something like that, okay. It's just that, during assassination missions, a decent figure was crucial. At any rate, I was very satisfied with this body. I thought about yesterday, and I agonized about the fact that I missed the glow of the wisteria under the moonlight. It somehow slipped my mind. Last night, my mind was occupied and was processing everything that happened. There were just too many things that occurred which I was not used to, which came as a shock and confusion to me. It just further supported that this palace just like Estelia so much. I scooped water and washed my face gently. The warmth of the water touched my face. I deemed it would not burn my skin, so I was not worried. The events of yesterday came into my mind again. Why am I bothered by this? Ridiculous. My innocent persona melted away as I stared at my reflection on the water. My usual curled smile became straight. My eyes that were once pure turned cold. My crimson eyes seemed to turn deadly yet indifferent. I was glaring at myself. I have begun to realize that this palace, everything that was happening, and that was just a single day, was affecting me already. Ridiculous, unacceptable. Ever since I was conscious of everything, even the beginning of my memories, when I was but a very young child, we have been raised and taught not to feel, not to be clouded by emotions and attachments, for the sake of efficiency, so that the weapons were to be sharp as always, unhindering, unthinking. And I agree, I only longed for freedom, not the nuisance called emotions and attachments, happiness, sadness, anger, fury. Yes, such emotions were acceptable, but emotions towards others were not. I stood up and surveyed the room. Whatever. I left the pool and reached out for the towel, wiping the water off my body. I returned to the act of a pure princess. A smile formed on my face, and my cold eyes turned warm. Mera, I called out to my maid. She entered, seemingly surprised a little. Well, maybe that was because I finished earlier than expected. I was not the type to linger long in a bath anyway. She led me to the dressing room. There my dress, undergarments, and boots were already prepared. She must have brought them here before I went to bathe. She helped me dress up. I was still weirded up by this, being helped with dressing and undressing. But I'll adapt in time. It was not like I was embarrassed to begin with. I have complete confidence in my body. I could feel that Mera would even pass out if I tried to play around and seduce her, even though she was a woman. Want to try? That would have been fun, but alas, I have matters to attend to. I sat down on a chair and Mera neatly fixed and stylized my hair. She was somewhat enthusiastic about it, it seems. There, milady. All done. I stood up elegantly after she said it was done. After leaving the bath, I went straight to the dining room to have dinner. When I arrived, there was only my mother and brother there. I recalled that my father was supposed to go to the forest where monsters were. He must have assembled the knights early in the morning then set out. I hope everything will go well, for the purpose of me not being troubled. Good morning, dear mother and brother. I greeted him as I walked towards a seat and sat down beside my mother. Good morning. Great morning, sister. A servant served me breakfast and I delicately ate. Your instructor should be arriving in 2 hours. Mother spoke to me. My first lesson in the 3-day weekly classes was etiquette. Even though I believe I was elegant and regal enough, thanks to my experience in the organization, I figured that learning proper etiquette here will be crucial for the future, so I didn't mind it that much. Not like I have any much of a choice. Even so, I was still annoyed that my tour of the outside was delayed because of such things. At any rate, etiquette lessons shouldn't be too hard. Just then, I remembered something from Estelia's memories. The things that I will be practicing. Dancing, I groaned internally. Yes, formal dancing. Based on the memories, the dance was somewhat different from my old life that I knew of that was used in formal events. But that was not all that problem there was. I was more into music. As for dancing, not so much. Damn it. I can't believe I even thought that etiquette lessons were going to be easy. And my worries couldn't be more founded. Before that, let me tell you what happened. My instructor was a woman around her 30s. She was seemingly kind when we greeted each other. However, judging from the memories, this one was quite strict. And the memories were not wrong at all. Even the slightest mistake, she was able to spot it, like a sharp sniper. She even scolded me that during our greetings, I didn't use the traditional formal noble greeting. My memories did have that, but that wasn't mine and I didn't experience it, and since I didn't think it would be that important, I well greeted her formally in my own way. Plus, she didn't even say to greet that way last time she taught Estilia. By the way, the instructor was also an aristocrat, bearing the status of a marquis. She was the lady of their household, and was asked by father to teach me. Their family was apparently close with ours. Actually, this instructor of mine was quite scary. Well, for others it would be, but not really that scary for me. Compared to the organization on which you make a small mistake they would slap you on the face hard, this was on a much brighter side. Then when we were working about the way I walked, I was confident in that regard. Oh boy, I was perfect, though that was what I expected. You have improved compared the last time we met. However, you have yet to reach perfection. Yup, that's what she said. Years of assassination training wasted. I was quite hurt, to be honest. She placed a book on top of my head and had me walk around the hall several times. I would start again if it fell. Well, as it was expected of me, it did not fall. But she was not yet satisfied, so I walked straighter than a straight pole. My hips swayed hypnotizingly. I delicately clasped my hands before my belly, movement so graceful, and a facial expression so regal. We were at it for who knows how long, I think around an hour or more. Although I didn't think much of how long it would take, so I didn't count. It took a long time since she had me repeat it several times even though I was already doing fine. She must have wanted my performance to be impeccable. She was surprised, though, that I was able to do well in that short time frame. Estilia was not that enthusiastic about improvement here, and only provided a small effort for development. Therefore, progress took a lot of time. However, I was used to learning and practice. Therefore, I was able to follow and improve in a short time. That was even though it was my first time being taught here. The only thing I had were memories, and memories alone. They were not muscle memories or something like that, but only akin to images, you could say. So I could only remember how the movement goes. That being said, I did have my regal skills from assassinations which helped a lot. Gracefulness was useful in some missions after all. In short, I was already familiar with this type of thing, so I did not need much improvement. Then, after that, we had a short break. After that break, we had language lessons. Manner of speaking, formalities, like that. Not that much noteworthy or hard. Then dining etiquette. Be graceful and neat. There were a lot of restrictions. But I guess that was to be expected during formal events, or banquets, or something similar in nature. She had me show her how to dine like a proper royal. The memories of Estilia were a lot of help. Thankfully, she gave me a passing remark. Everything was going swimmingly well. Then after a short break, it was time for dancing. I groaned painfully. First let me explain, okay. I know how to dance from my past life. However, that was not entirely applicable here. Sure, I do have Estelia's memories, but then again, I didn't have any muscle memories here. I can only remember images of the dance. How the movement goes, something like that. And recalling it was not the same as memorizing it. Thus, well, I guess you might have expected it, I suck. Princess. Do it properly. I was being shouted at by my instructor. What has happened to you, Estilia? I had my head lowered as I visibly flinched. I was that bad to the point that she was making her frustration show. It appeared like we had returned to the beginning. Care to give an explanation? Why have we returned to square one? How cruel. It was not back to square one, at least. I have no excuse, Madam Eleanor. It's not that I wasn't fond of dancing, that I was bad at it. Okay, maybe that was one of the reasons. But come on. I glanced up at Marquis Eleanor Moira Evino, my instructor. She had golden hair and beautiful peach eyes. She had 3 words in her name, like us in the royal family. Because they were a high-ranking aristocrat family, they were granted a name between the first and surname, and the title of Marquis or Marquess was just below the king. Oh yes, the royal family are the ones to grant the name in the middle. In addition, after marriage, the former surname of the woman would be erased and changed into her husband's. Which means, unlike the world where I came from, they don't have such things as middle names in the form of the old surname of the wife. Therefore, the children also wouldn't inherit the former surname of their mother. Eleanor massaged her temples. Why have I been teaching you for a long time? I pursed my lips as I gripped my arm. You should have been familiar with it in the first place since it was taught to you when you were still a young child. Then why are you struggling with having a partner? Okay. How long are you gonna keep beating me up? Sorry, okay. Sorry I suck. Mother, maybe we can take it slow for the time being. I directed a grateful and hopeful superficial look to the young man beside me. He was 2 years older than me. He had a charming face, golden hair and bluish eyes. He beamed a smile which would captivate ladies who were easily fallen or fooled. Eleanor let out an exasperated sigh. Jalen, she uttered his name as she contemplated. Very well, to your poses. I should also mention the other why I was failing other than the fact that I suck at dancing and not quite fond of it. You see, last dancing sessions were solo, meaning I didn't, or rather Estelia, didn't have a partner. This was the first session to have a partner, and what Eleanor brought was none other than his son, Jalen Moira Evino. We faced each other. Eleanor picked up a string instrument, a violin. It resembles a violin, strings and bow, while the musician would play it by their shoulder, basically a violin. She had only brought it twice, so this was my first time seeing it personally. I shall be playing the music slowly, she said as a slow and gentle music spread throughout the hall. I looked at Jalen with concerned expressions. I also had a thought, he was smiling all while, ever since this began. I was sure it wasn't because he was amused by me. I bet this guy was happy she had to dance with me, and have a chance to touch me. I am confident about that conjecture. Good thing Estelia wasn't here doing this now. I imagine she would be uneasy. I extended my hand as he extended his. With our palm touching, we revolved, and stepped back. The footwork was a bit complicated since we have to be in sync, or else we would step on each other. But since it was slowed down, I was barely managing. But I would almost trip occasionally, which I imagine prompted Eleanor to grimace. Of course my brain was at its full speed, trying to recall what was next. And it was the footwork was what I was having fucking difficulties with. In addition, syncing with my partner was also the part one was struggling hard. He pulled me towards him, his hand behind my waist as his body pressed into me, while my hand was by the side of his shoulder. Our other hand raised just about shoulder level as they clasped each other. Our face was completely close so that I could hear his breathing. I sort of wanted to play him around, but Estelia must be silent for the time being. With a turn, he let go of me. I was delayed for a bit since I momentarily forgot this was what was next. This was the part where the lady would dance solo on the dance floor. My hands waved with magnificent grace as I beautifully spun around slowly. Of course I was not to focus only on the gracefulness of the hands, but also the movements of my feet and legs. I was exceedingly graceful overall, or that was what's supposed to be if I knew this dance very well. I know I must be around just a little above average. I could catch the disappointed glare of Eleanor from the corner of my eye. Then after the solo, the gentleman, Jalen, returned to me and I catched his offered hand. After some movements, while holding each other's hand, our arms extended, distancing ourselves. Then with a quick pull, I returned to him with a spin as let my body fall and let him catch me. I looked up at his eyes as he looked at mine. My breathing was rough since this body didn't have much stamina. After a short stare down, he carefully carried me up. We faced Eleanor, he bowed deeply and I curtsied. Eleanor sighed, apparently not satisfied, but Jalen was still all smiles as he turned to look at me. That was a better performance compared before, Your Highness. I timidly stepped back as my eyes went around, as though trying to come up with a response. This was only possible due to your suggestion of slowing the dance. You have my thanks, Jalen. Please think nothing of it. We improve in due time. I am sure you will perfect the dance Fluttering Petals. Fluttering Petals, it was apparently the name of the dance. I grinned widely within my heart, impressed by what this man was trying to do. He's trying to get on my good sides, it seems. I see. He wanted to win this maiden's heart. Good luck on that. I could see through his motives, and I could also get a grasp on what he was thinking about me. Since I was a meek lady, he must be thinking that I was an easy target. If he complimented me, and tried to give the impression that I could rely on him, He must have thought that I would fall for him. It may not be for an instant, but at least it would happen slowly. I stole a glance at Eleanor with my innocent gaze. Was this perhaps also a scheme of that woman? Having your family enter into the royal family circle, that would be quite an achievement. It would undoubtedly reap incredible benefits for their family. It was comical actually, that they were targeting me because I was the one who appeared so vulnerable. That being said, I didn't have that impression from Eleanor. So I must be wrong that she was scheming something like it. For all I know, this could be Jalen's personal plans. Perhaps driven by the merits he would receive, or by his manly instinct. But then again, it could be both. But I shouldn't be thinking much about this. I would do very well to prioritize my dancing skills. Shit. Screw dancing. After a short break, we shall be returning to practice at once. Do you understand, Estilia? You yes madam. I understand. Then we have our short break, with Jalen offering me a towel to wipe away my sweat. Of course, Jalen was striking conversations with me, which I was obliged to respond to. I wasn't annoyed by this, but rather it was quite entertaining, the way he was trying. He also seemed to be showing his handsome appearance as he often fixed his hair. But of course, this didn't cause any change within me. Then we spent another round of practice. Once it was done, it was time to say goodbye. Estilia, please remember to practice if you have free time to do so. I expect some improvement next week. Eleanor said as she went for the door. Jalen looked at me. I enjoyed the time I spent with you, Your Highness. I am looking forward to next week for the time we may meet again. I as well, Jalen. Take care on your way back home. With that, they left. Mera then came to me. She had already prepared the bath, so I immediately went there to wash myself clean. ****, I had dinner then with my family with the exception of my father. He has yet to come home, but this often happened whenever he was out of a mission to exterminate monsters in the forest. Of course, with my father gone for the time being, Mother was visibly tired. She must have handled the jobs that were supposed to be feathers. You can do it, Mother. I cheered her on from the inside. My brother on the other hand was incredibly chatty as he asked me about how I was during the tutor of Eleanor. I told him honestly what happened, then he encouraged me as I appeared to have lost motivation and upset. I sort of wanted to go out to take a look at the wisteria since it was now nighttime. However, this overprotective family of mine adamantly compelled me to go back to my room to rest. Thus, I have no choice but to comply. I was planning to do something anyways. When I returned to my room, I stood up as I stared out from the window. I waited for the food in my stomach to digest. Otherwise, a full stomach would complicate what I was going to do later. Around more than half an hour, I began stretching. I was to exercise this body. Yes, in my personal room, I did stationary jogging. I began to sweat profusely as I breathed rapidly. Once I was no longer able to keep jogging, I rested for a while. Of course I didn't sit down. I rested with trained breathing. I sort of wanted to shout, but that was a no-go. Then after a while of rest, I exercised my arms, carrying what was heavy in the room and stressed my arms. Did a few sit-ups, curl-ups, and a couple of push-ups. A short time passed. I deemed it was time to stop. Wiping off the sweat in my body and resting for about an hour while waiting for my evening clothes to dry up. Then after that, I went to bed. I will have to do this routine for several days. The next day, it was time for academics. The instructor was just a normal woman, a commoner would be the more accurate word. That being said, she had quite a high standing in society and was popular. Due to her excellence, she was chosen as my tutor. Furthermore, it would seem that she was also the one who was teaching the children of other nobles. She was also the one who taught Estilia in the past when she was still young. Although, Estilia had forgotten most of that and the refresh lessons did help a lot. This time though, I was taught geography. She showed me a map which had several countries laid out while introducing those countries to me. She didn't teach this subject before I became Estilia. That time she was more focused about our own kingdom, Wisteria, teaching Estilia about traditions, regions, and also had her memorize the names of nobles. Since the memory had become hazy because Estilia forgot a few of them, I will have to review. That aside, as my instructor introduced to me the other countries surrounding, I took a mental note of the 4 kingdoms which I found interesting. Myra Kingdom was due northeast. It was where my oldest brother currently was. A country who values chivalry, honor and dignity. They were seen as well along the lines of proper human beings. Then the bizarre one, the Torn Ridge Empire to the east, a city of barbarians. They were seen as here. It was mainly because of their history of being aggressive, violent and so on. In the establishment of their nation, they invaded other countries through brute force, plundering and raiding anything that came their way. It now became a fairly large nation. Due west lies the Valai's Holy Kingdom, a country where the church was the top of the hierarchy and ruled by religious groups. It was a place where they worshipped the 6 gods, the god of light, the goddess of darkness, the deity of the stars, the god of inferno, the goddess of water, and the god of nature. That was a lot of gods, I tell you. Basically, the Valais was a religious nation. To the south was the Aventan Republic, which lied by the ocean, where ocean traffic was profound, and businesses filled the streets. Might as well describe it as a country of merchants. Then, what about our own kingdom? Well, it was sort of a mix of them. You see, we were at the center of those countries, therefore, foreigners in the past would constantly visit Wisteria. Then because of their influences, we became a kingdom where the characteristics of those aforementioned countries mixed in with us, although, with the exception of the Torn Ridge Empire, there were times in history when they tried to conquer us, but ended in failure. For our religion, the Church of the 6 Gods also exists here. However, our main religion was to worship the deities of serenity and compassion. 2 gods, the former being female and the latter was a male. It was quite a romantic religion if you ask me. Is everything in this country all about romance? I mean, the origin of this country were also couples. Whatever, after that, it was time for arithmetics. The math I was taught were only basics, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, although the values I had to solve were not that simple. Even so, I managed to ace them all. My teacher nodded in satisfaction as she saw my results. I expected there to be more complex topics in mathematics, but it seems such things like algebra, geometry, something like that, wasn't part of the curriculum, or this world just didn't have such complicated things just yet. Perhaps there was indeed high-level mathematics I have yet to know that people do. But I didn't delve into it more since it wasn't important. Then after that, lessons were done for the day. When I stood up and strode forward, I held back a groan that threatened to escape from my throat. The reason? My body was sore. I had muscle pains all around my body. This was the aftermath of my exercise last night. That being said, I expected to experience this. I just need to hide the fact that I was feeling pain. Something trivial as this was easy to bear. When I approached the door, my attendant for today opened the door for me. The maid was a woman in her 30s, light brown hair and brown eyes. Her skin had a fair complexion. This person was no fun. I enjoyed it more when Mera was with me. I like her more. Perhaps because she was a youngster like me. In any case, it was hard to get along amiably with older women. Therefore, I didn't get any chance to tease my maid. I shall be having a walk, I said as I headed for the first floor. I had no plan actually, I just wanted to walk around to exercise my legs. Then, a thought came into me. The Knights, since I was going for a walk anyway, I decided to visit the training grounds of the Knights. There must be something I could do that would be worthwhile. I headed straight towards my destination. My maid quietly followed behind me. As I was getting closer to my destination, I could hear loud shouts and cheering. A faint sound of metal clashing metal rang out. I was curious as to what was going on. When I reached my destination, I hadn't approached the people yet since I decided to take a peek first. There, in the open ground, 2 knights were clashing. Their swords clanged with every hit. Knights, men and a few women, watched the fight from the sides, cheering on which side they think would win or which they were rooting for. I even saw my brother amidst all of them. When I looked closely, I recognized one man that was fighting. It was a young man named Alan. He was fighting someone who appears to be a few years older than him. Also, they sort of resembled each other. Alan appeared tense, but the other man had a mocking smile. The latter was easily intercepting and blocking Alan's attacks. Just then, something odd happened. Alan's blade shone, He took a step back and swung his sword in the air. An arc of light emerged from the swing of his sword, headed towards his opponent. However, the latter's blade also shone and quickly swung it down, forming an arc of light. Both their attacks clashed. However, Alan's arc of light was instantly overwhelmed and his opponent's attack kept on charging forward. Alan quickly held out his left hand, and a translucent barrier of sorts emerged from his hand and spread out to cover his front. His opponent's arc of light crashed into his barrier. It didn't take several seconds for Alan's barrier to break and sent him flying. He had a pained expression as he flew in the air, losing his sword, then he hit the ground. It was a defeat. His opponent walked closer to him, scoffing. He sheathed his sword. "Little brother, you're weak. When I was your age, I was way stronger than you are now. Pathetic." Alan slowly sat up and lowered his head, avoiding his gaze, his hands clenched. "Why did you even join the Night Order? If you are this weak, you might as well be called a disappointment." Alan lowered his head even more. I approached closer. Now, Alzin, he's still young, and you're older. Is it not to be expected that you would be stronger?" My brother, Estevan, walked towards Alzin as he spoke, waving his hand around. I held back, "Your Highness. And the strength I used was when I was the same age as him. That was why I could tell that he is weak. His swordsmanship wasn't that impressive, his sword magic was feeble. Was his training wasted all this time?" "Surely it is not. I saw some improvements from him, so don't be too cold." My brother was still smiling as he spoke, but I could tell that he was a bit bothered by this situation. Right about then, the knights began to notice me, the princess. I held out my hand instantly before they could genuflect. I didn't need that now. Alan flinched when he heard that I was here. However, it seems he couldn't bring himself to turn to look at me. How cute. Was he worried that I was disappointed? He must have realized that I saw everything and was afraid to look me in the eye. I smiled internally. This kind of moment was useful. I rushed on my steps and stood in front of Alan, who was still lowering his head from shame. "Hello, Alan." I saw his hand tremble when I called out to him. "Please don't ignore me," I said with concern. He hesitated for a short while before slowly looking up at me. I shifted my eyes towards his hand. "Oh no, your hand is bleeding." I kneeled to even our level. The palm where the barrier emerged from was bleeding. I held out my hand towards it, but froze, seemingly unknowing of what I should do. I frantically looked around, and saw the stunned knights as they watched me. Healer. We need a healer, he is bleeding." I frightenedly said as I looked around. Only then a female knight rushed towards us. "Pardon me, princess." I stood up and moved back, giving space to the healer. She held out her hand, a glow of green came from her hand. The wound on Alan's hand began to close. "Interesting, it's just a small wound, shut it, Alan. Don't complain." The female knight immediately shut him down. After that, the wound was completely sealed. The knight stood up and straightened herself. "It is done, your highness." I sighed in relief. "Thank the Lord of Compassion and Lady of Serenity that you are here to help. I am grateful." "You not at all, your highness. It is my duty to help and protect after all." "I see, but I'm still glad someone like you is here." I immediately approached the sad-looking young man sitting on the ground. "Everything better? Let me help you up." I extended my hand. His eyes went wide as he looked into my eyes, then to the hand I was offering to him. He was reluctant. "Come on," I urged him with a bright and innocent smile. He averted his eyes a couple of times before accepting my hand. I pulled him up, but it was mostly his own strength that helped him go up. I was willing to use my own strength, but it seemed he didn't want me to exert any strength since I was the princess. Thank you for your help, your highness. You have my utmost gratitude." He stammered around. He must be flustered due to what I did for him. "Do not worry about it. What matters is that you are all right. That is enough for me." "Princess," he looked like he was in disbelief. Meanwhile, I only looked compassionately at him with a gentle smile, like a saint helping her fellows. But I smiled differently in my heart. "Estelle," my brother called out to me, so I turned around to greet him with a smile.
What a surprise you came back here again.
Well, I had nothing else to do, so I thought of visiting here. Is your class now finished? Of course, brother. By the way, brother, judging from how I saw things are you having mock battles? Indeed, it's a good way to enhance one's skills and abilities. Having an actual opponent is often better than fighting dummies. I have witnessed a glimpse of their magic. However, that was only it. I required more information. If the knights here can use such bizarre abilities, then it could mean that there were also others out there who can do the same. I need to watch more and analyze. Are you already finished? I said as I tilted my head while clasping my hands. If not, then, may I please watch? Brother pondered for a moment before speaking. That is fine. You have nothing else to do, right? Yes. Then, you can watch. There are still 4 more pairs left, so there are plenty you can watch. Come. He brought me to the sidelines, and there a chair was offered to me. I gracefully took my seat, my maid behind me while my brother stood beside me. I will be the one guarding you, dear sister. We have to be careful of any stray attacks. I nodded my head. They called a pair of knights, then they stood several meters away from each other. They drew their swords and waited for brother to declare the start of the match. I focused my eyes. Their stance, the way they gripped their two-handed swords, I observed them. Begin. Then with that, the match began. The knights charged towards each other. However, I was taken off guard. What the fuck? Their steps, the speed of their legs were abnormal. They were fast, abnormally, and bullshitty fast. It only took them about a second to have each other in the reaches of their blades. In an instant, their blades clashed. Their normal attack only lasted for a couple more attacks before their blades began to glow. I squinted my eyes to keep up what was happening. Their swords clashed again, and a gust of wind blew from them towards all directions, even reaching me. I grew cold as I watched. One knight was being pushed, so he backed away, giving themselves some space. But immediately after that, he slashed his sword in the air, and violent flames came forth, heading towards his opponent. What the fuck? I was bewildered and stunned. This was different from the plain light that I saw just before. I was becoming more worried. The knight on the receiving end of those flames thrust his left hand forward, and a blast of frost crashed into the flames, spreading it away. I could feel the faint coldness from where I was. Just as the flames were dissipating away, the knight who casted the frost rushed forward with quick steps. The blades of the two knights once again crashed into each other, but this time, both sending a strong gust of cold wind as they both emanated cold magic. Then at the same time, they let go of one hand from their swords and thrust forward. This time a plain light spread from their hands and crashed into them, sending the both of them flying away from each other. But in mid-air, they regained their footing. I bit my lip. Bullshit. Is this the standard of this world? Ridiculous. If I fight someone who can cast magic head-on, I'll die. I have no chance of winning. Fighting would only be suicide. In other words, my fighting skills in this world would be worthless in the face of those who use magic. If I were to face someone capable of using the damn thing, then I need to take them by surprise. They must not anticipate my attack at all. I must take them out silently, or make them lower their guard, then launch my surprise strike. And that strike must be an absolutely decisive one. The one that will surely kill them. Otherwise, they would be able to take me out like a puppy barking against a lion. Furthermore, I must not remain stagnant. I must also learn this so-called magic. I have to be able to use it so I can stand up against anyone who could use it as well. That way, if I had no choice but to face them head-on, I can at least give some resistance and defend myself, or defeat the enemy. The two knights clashed again, their magic going wild. I recalled what I learned from my academic lessons, or rather, lessons of Estelia before I came. Nobility had greater magic affinity than commoners. In addition, they also had greater amounts of mana. I was ignorant about how great magic was, but now its power was slapped into my precious face. In any case, having nobles becoming knights was an important factor for the country. Normal commoners or soldiers couldn't match up against monsters. Therefore, the knights must be dispatched to handle those monsters. The nobles were the ones who protected the people from dangerous elements beyond their capabilities. If that was the case, then how strong were monsters? At the same time, two large waves of flames intercepted each other. The waves were as high as a house, and as large that could swallow someone whole. It could burn someone to crisps. Are flames and ice only they could do? I hesitantly asked myself. Just then, the match was decided as one already had a blade on his neck. The one who won was the knight who first used ice magic. They shook hands with a smile on their face before walking away. What do you think, sister? My brother asked me. It's breathtaking and mind-boggling.
Is that so? A broad grin emerged on his face. Then, this next fight will be a blast. One contender will be the strongest spearman, and the other will be our fastest dual wielder of swords.
I swallowed. So that was not the strongest, damn it. If only Estilia was a bit familiar with such things, I wouldn't be this surprised. If I were to compare myself now, I would be an ant. I was an amazing fighter in my old life. I could take on 10 skilled mercenaries in a melee fight for crying out loud and emerge victorious. I was one of the greatest assassins in the organization. But here, nope, I was nothing. If that was the case, then I will only have to work for it. Two knights stepped forth into the open. One was a fit knight holding a spear. His light brown hair was tied into a short ponytail. His brown wide eyes hinted at his carefree nature. He wore a broad grin as he stood in preparation. The other was a bigger man, short dark hair, dark eyes showing his grumpy personality as he glared at his opponent. In each of his hands were swords that were shorter than what the knights usually had.
Begin. The two charged at each other, then I immediately noticed what happened to their weapons. Electric currents engulfed the upper half of the knight's spear as he thrust it forward. His target easily evaded it, but he immediately swept it sideways.
The dual wielder blocked it with his face turning into a grimace. Light engulfed the edges of his blades, fighting against the sparks of electricity from the spear. He stepped back before immediately rushing again to the side of his opponent. His sword clashed against the spear. However, he kept swinging at great speed, launching a strong attack every time there was an opening. But it was not easy. The spearman would often use the bottom part of his spear to block the other sword, spinning the entire spear to defend if he had to. The fight was so intense that I had to hold off my jaw from falling. Gust of wind burst out at every strike, sending dust into the air. The spearman, seemingly being pinned down for the enemy being close to him, he leaped back after a vigorous counter-attack. At that moment, greater sparks of electricity formed into his spear. Then with a single thrust forward, lightning struck out. A literal lightning. It was quick and it only took a short moment to reach its target. But before it could do it, the dual wielder had already crossed his swords together. With a simultaneous swing, plain lights followed in an X shape, larger and brighter than the ones I saw previously. The two deadly elements crashed into each other. A tremendous energy burst out and caused a strong wind to go wild all around, sending my hair fluttering and prompting me to cover my face from the dusts. Before even anything else, they fought once again. TCH. This is magic, ha. Manipulating flames and ice were ridiculous enough, but lightning? Bullshit. And there was something that even went up against that lightning. Damn. But I did notice something. It was the element I was familiar with. That lightning. The lightning was not as fast as I thought it would be. A true lightning would come in a flash. But the one that Spearman did was not as fast as that. It did not happen in a flash. Therefore, I surmised there must be limitations. What could those be? With the memories of Estilia, and the fact about nobles, I had a guess. That limitation could be their overall magical power, or to be precise, the amount of mana. Nobles were strong because of the amount of their mana. Therefore, that could also mean that was the amount of their power. And that spearman wasn't able to conjure the full power of a true lightning because he was not at a strength that gives him the ability to do so. But this is interesting. It was great to learn something that was vital about this world. Even though I was annoyed that such powers exist. But if I were to learn that, I would not be annoyed anymore. If only Estilia learned even the basics, it was regretful, but there was nothing I could do. I still had determined some weakness. They can't attack if they didn't know they were already dead. Okay, that wasn't clear. They can't attack if I already attacked a decisive strike before they could even react. I turned to my brother. What are those magic on weapons called? Armament magic. Using your mana, you can enhance and do plenty more things with your weapon. Oh, I thought it would be called along the lines of sword magic, or something. I see. As I thought, mana. Teach me that, brother. Huh. He looked at me in confusion. He blinked at me several times as he was processing what he just heard. What did you say, dear sister? Please teach me. But there's no need for you to learn that, Estelle. You are a princess, not a warrior.
The other knights also looked at me with bewilderment. They must not have expected that I would ask for such a thing. I looked around as though embarrassed. At that moment I was assured that there was someone indeed missing. It was Elson, the one with those daggers. He must have been with father.
I directed my eyes to my brother. Why not? At least I can defend myself. It's not that easy. You had no experience in magic. Plus, you're a princess. You have no time with learning such things. Leave these kinds of things to soldiers and knights. Why are they so strict towards me? In that case then, please at least teach me anything that is magic. Anything will do. I had guessed that the magic the knights used here were not for beginners or those who have never been a warrior. I am a princess. This body does not have the experience of being a fighter. However, there must be something that could be useful. Something that they would allow me to learn. If you say that, I'm not sure if mother and father would allow it. Then please convince them. I leaned towards him with my fingers intertwined with each other. My pure eyes pleadingly gazed at my brother with my lips pursed. My brother looked away as though in thought. Then at that moment, the victor had been decided. The one who won was the jewel wielder. My brother sighed as he made up his mind. Fine, I will go ask father if that is allowed. Thank you, my brother. I love you so much. His eyes brightened. I just gave him a little motivation. I'll do my best. For my dear sister. Ha ha. I will learn and use anything that could be used as a weapon. For the sake of self-preservation, and for my beauty. I guess old habits die hard. I heard faint murmurs from the knights around me as they whispered to each other while glancing at me. There were statements from the female knights such as the princess looks so adorable. Then some she's so sweet, along with she's so beautiful, I'm jealous. As for the men, I heard awed words like the princess is an angel, and she's also kind. When I heard those, I had to hold myself from smiling delightedly on my face. I had to be clueless after all. After all that, 2 more pairs fought before it finally ended. During the matches, I observed awfully, since there might be something to note of. Then, as for there was nothing else to do now, I excused myself and left, returning to my room. I had to do a bit of thinking. Alan Welford's eyes were focused only at one being. A girl. Her hair was white as platinum, eyes red as blood yet dazzling, her skin as white as snow, and beauty that one could never dream of ever laying their eyes on. Yet, that was not all there was to her. The princess was already leaving after the mock battles of the knights. And yet, Alan felt like his heart was leaping forward, wanting to follow after her. But that was a ridiculous endeavor to do. At first, he was only captivated at the first time he ever saw her. However, now, why was it that his heart was pounding every time he lay his eyes on her? Even her presence alone would make his heart jump. Alan had realized what this feeling was. Perhaps this was love. Which was strange since he just recently met her. But, such things do happen. The princess was pure and kind. She might as well be the purest of all the people Alan had ever known. She was even kind enough to help him even though he only had a small wound on his hand. But when he looked at her eyes at that moment, he saw true concern in her eyes, which made his heart warm only by remembering it. How wonderful it was to receive the concern of such a beautiful person. Her compassion was something to be valued, and if ever received, one must treasure it for the rest of their life. The princess is gone. Alan heard the disappointed voice of one of his fellow knights. He held a spear in his hand. He approached Alan and smacked his back.
Rogan, stop that, Alan said to him. What, am I interrupting your mesmerization? Rogan chuckled as he slapped his back a few more times again.
Truth be told, it hurt quite a bit. Alan frowned as he responded to Rogan, who had his carefree smile as always. What are you talking about? Come now, I'm also a man, you know. I know that kind of look anywhere. Rogan pointed a finger at his face. Alan couldn't deny it. He stepped back, removing Rogan's hand from him. Stop it before anyone gets the wrong idea. Rogan had an amused smile as he heard that. Oh, you afraid someone else might find out? Rogan placed his hand on Alan's shoulder before whispering. Fine, a secret among men. So how was it? How was what? Alan had no idea what he was referring to. You know, it's rare for us to see the princess, no less touching her. So how was her hand? What? Rogan ignored his confusion then continued. Was it soft? Was it smooth? Come on, let's spark the wonders of youth here, you follow me? Yes, it was soft and smooth. It was indeed. It was incredibly pleasant to the touch. Alan somewhat wished he could hold him a little while longer. But he shouldn't talk about something like this to the princess. Let's not talk about the princess when it involves such a thing as this. What? He sounded disappointed. And you had just responded. But whatever, it is kinda blasphemous. Rogan chuckled as he stepped away. But isn't it wonderful? To be helped by the princess herself. Alan furrowed his brows as he realized that Rogan was still teasing him. As he was about to respond, another voice intervened. That's right, and he even had the audacity to refuse the help asked by Her Highness. A woman joined them. She was the female knight who healed Alan earlier. Ayana, Alan called her out. Well, it was just a small wound. Ayana merely scoffed. Didn't you see how worried she looked? There's no way I could just ignore her request when we can just heal you on the spot. Yes, my bad, aren't you the lucky one to be noticed by Her Highness? I'm sure Rogan over there is jealous. Ayana said with a wince as she pointed at the spearman. Of course, what man wouldn't? I expected so. Alan smiled as he watched the two. But then, a knight suddenly joined them. His voice was stern and with a mocking tone. Don't get ahead of yourself, Alan. Alan froze when he heard his brother's voice. Brother, don't think highly of yourself that the princess noticed you. You are still weak. Our father couldn't be more disappointed when he hears you barely improved. Alan averted his eyes away and bit his lip. He was always compared to his big brother who was one of the strongest within the Knight Order. Perhaps because he was the strongest that Alan was always compared to him. And their father had some high expectations for Alan to follow in his brother's footsteps. It was not pleasant at all to be compared, and always being called weak. Would he be able to catch up to his brother? Such questions would often pop up into his mind. You should stop it, Alzin. Another voice joined it. Alan turned his eyes towards that person with hope. It was the princess's brother, Estevan. He must have joined them because he was done tidying things up. Stop demotivating those who had the chance to improve. HMPH. Whatever you say, Your Highness. If you'll excuse me. It was rude to act that way to a royalty. However, Estevan let it pass and watched Alzin walk away. Ain't that guy cocky? Rogan said with a grin on his face. He didn't seem to be afraid of giving that remark. Men always act that way when they have power. Estevan smiled when he heard that statement from Ayana. But I'm not like that at all, Ayana. It would appear so, Your Highness. Estevan nodded with satisfaction before turning to face Alan. Alan, don't let his words get into your head. Keep training, and you will undoubtedly improve. Why yes. Don't worry. Rogan wrapped his arm to Alan's shoulders tightly. He got the princess as motivation, that would suffice. Huh? My sister, what do you mean by that? Rogan. A shiver ran down Alan's spine as Estevan said those words. He had his usual smile, however, what he sensed from him was completely different from warm. Well you see, Rogan also seemed to be having difficulty finding the proper words to say. And the one to save him was Ayana. Anyway, Your Highness, it's rare to see the princess go out of the palace than to hear. No, it would be more accurate to say it is more than rare. Oh yes, indeed, it is as you say. But this is the second time she visited us. I heard, and unfortunately we weren't here. To be honest, ever since the incident, there had been slight changes to her. But I guess something might have crossed her mind after that terrible thing happened. But it sure is nice to have the princess visit us often. Keeps you going, you know, Rogan said. Indeed, and it was of great pleasure that Her Highness watched the knights' mock battles, Ayana added. Rogan nodded, then he raised his spear a little. And I even gave my all, seeing that the princess was watching. Hell, even the dual-wielding maniac didn't even hold back. Alan did notice that the battle between the two was oddly intense, considering it was only a mock battle. However, it would seem that the knights wanted to show off to the princess. Alan felt bitter that he only looked pathetic in front of her. Indeed, it would appear that with the appearance of my dear sister, it boosted the troops' morale, as expected of my sister. The knight order has fallen for her, the pure princess, so innocent and lovable. An angel so fragile that must be protected at all cost, Rogan declared loudly, and all the knights heard him. Indeed, my sister is the best there is. Ha 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 ha. Alan smiled wryly as he watched the two of them. Ayana sighed, then quietly spoke to Alan. Better keep your distance from those weirdos. He. Not that I can avoid them. That being said, the look of the other knights seems to agree with those two's words. Alan thought about the princess, whose beauty surpasses all, and a person full of compassion. He hoped he would have a chance to speak with her more, have a proper conversation. The princess would not easily go out of his mind. He would always recall her, her smile, her eyes, her kindness, her whole being. Alan would keep thinking about. That was what he expected. But that was fine. It was completely fine. Then, Alan, A's go train you hard. Estevan called out to him. Alan smiled as he nodded. He felt motivated. Can I help? Ayana pulled Rogan by the arm after his question. Yes, you can help clean. Wait, what? No, don't wanna. You can't resist. Damn it, Ayana, this is why you could never get a man. The next Alan heard was someone being punched on the face hard. In an undisclosed location, a man with dark hair, sky blue eyes, and brown complexion walked through the chamber. The ceiling was high above, several lamps and a couple of chandeliers hanging from above. The room was shaped like a dome, with tall pillars serving as its foundations. The man had requested an urgent meeting with his colleagues, therefore, everyone should already be there when he makes the call. His steps were quick as they echoed in the chamber, his face tense. In the center of this chamber were 5 hooded figures waiting for him. These were his servants in the human realm. The man checked and fixed his appearance before giving orders. Make the call. His servants complied and they held out their hands. They shone, and the next moment, everything in their surroundings changed completely. Several figures of shadow now surrounded them, hiding their true identity if they so wished it to add security in their person. They were not actually transported to a different place. In fact, they were still in the chamber where they originally were. This was only something akin to an illusion, and the people on the other end of their call could also see them as well as hear. What is the purpose of the urgent call? The one who spoke first walked forward, choosing to reveal its identity. It was a humanoid covered in fur, 2 horns sprouting from its head. Its legs and appearance somewhat resemble a goat. The color of its fur was dark purple, and its fierce eyes were of the color of gold, a satyr. The man straightened his posture. We have a problem. It was the greatest of problems that they had thought and expected would fix itself. However, everything that had happened was something out of their expectations, since they had already expected what should happen. And yet it did not. What would that be? Spoke a female voice before showing herself. She had a curvy figure with gray complexion which could captivate men with the least of effort. She wore a fit dark clothing with the hood lowered down, her long legs covered in fit and stretchable fabric, and dark boots. Her long silver hair fell down, her dark eyes glared at the man, a dark elf. The man inhaled sharply. He was sure that these fellows of his would not believe him at first. However, he must deliver this invaluable information. The princess still lives. There was a moment of silence as they processed his words. That's absurd. That's impossible. How could that be? No one can escape fate. There must be a mistake. Words of denial came into the man's ears. It is true, there is no mistake. He had to explain. First, there was no commotion to the palace nor the capital. Could it be that they were hiding it? The satyr said. I'm not yet done. Second, well, the princess was walking around the palace and the courtyards, alive and well. I saw it myself. It can't be. How could, Liren? Did you not also intervene with fate? Intruded and further supported it? Another figure showed himself in anger. He had dark hair and light brown skin. He had the ears of a wolf evident on his head, and a dark tail on the back of his waist. He was an averagely large man. He was in a robe-like clothes, mostly white, red embroidery at the seams, and the large sleeves reached to his hand. A beastman. Wah, yes. You saw it. The one they asked and responded was a girl having an appearance of someone in their mid-teens. She had silky light brown hair, green eyes like jade, and light brown skin. She should be slender as any of her race, but currently she was wearing a green robe which covered her figure. This girl was an elf. I was sure it was successful. I felt it. I am sure. Perfectly sure. She frantically defended herself. Maybe there was a mistake. Impossible. I even sacrificed half my powers to intervene with fate itself to help support the prophecy. And it was permanent. I sacrificed my power just for our people, so don't even try to question me. Right, I apologize. Yes, they even went this far just to make sure what was foretold to happen. What was the prophecy again? The one who spoke had half the body of a horse, and half of a human. He had long brown hair and brown eyes, a centaur. The one who responded was the satyr, the one with hair as white as the winter snow, eyes as crimson as blood, and beauty which encompasses all, will cull and spill the blood of the race of mystic, bringing an end to the golden era, and the genesis of slaughter. The blood of magic that is to be drawn shall purify the river of life of its impurities. And yet, 30 days after the one's 16th year of birth, thy one shall perish. The centaur nodded. Then, isn't it already past the 30th day? It's already 2 days past, the man answered. Then, what happened? The centaur roared. Could it be the prophecy was wrong? The prophecies are absolute. They have proven themselves many years ago and several times. And I even supported it with my fate-altering abilities, Liren said. So, it was utterly absolute. It should have happened. She was supposed to die. Don't you think she was the wrong person? No, with the description from the prophecy, that princess fits it, and the foreteller saw it in her vision. And it matches up with the princess. She saw that Princess Estilia Vernizia Wisteria. Then, this changes a lot. The mystic race will be in danger at this rate. We will be in danger. Fear was evident from the elf's voice. There was also fear all over the faces of the others. Of course, the man also couldn't hold back his own anxiety. Who wouldn't be when you know that extinction was a possibility? What do you suggest we do? Should we have her killed directly? The beastman asked. We could try that. However, the cursed children are getting in our way, the man said. Them? Damn those horrid creatures. In that case, focus for the time being on slaying the royal family. We can't let their future go on. Indeed, we must stop the lineage of that being. What about the princess? The man asked. Tread carefully. Something changed the prophecy. That's right, this changes everything. Therefore, I suggest finding information for the time being. By the way, has the princess shown any remarkable skills? None whatsoever. She was normal as ever. Clueless, naive, innocent. A completely normal girl. I see. Then, focus on assassinating the king for the time being. We'll start with him. Remember, we must be subtle with this. Otherwise, the church will involve themselves. If they do not eliminate the royal family, in the far future, someone the same as the current princess might be born again. And the mystic race will once again fall into crisis. Therefore, the ideal way was to purge the royal family. And the highest priority was the king. That being said, the current queen was someone also to be wary of, which must also be eliminated thereafter. The queen bore some resemblance to the princess. However, her silver hair was not exactly white as the princess, and the eyes differed. In any case, she was still to be executed. Then we shall endeavor to make it appear that a human did the deed. Very good. The man looked around, to his other colleagues. Some others decided to not reveal themselves while a hidden couple remained silent all this time, not letting their emotions show. Then he turned to look at the elf who had a terrified expression. Something wrong, Liren? The elf grimaced in anger, her beautiful face crumpled. Something wrong? Are you seriously asking me that? Of course there's something wrong. The prophecy failed, and my sacrificed powers were wasted. How could there be nothing wrong? How could there be nothing wrong knowing that we are to be slaughtered? That is why we are doing something about it. We will stop that from happening. Yes, their destiny must be changed. Even if prophecies were absolute, they will change it. And to do that, they had to take that princess out of the picture. They must rid this world of her. Asterisk, asterisk, in a mountainous region where trees were tall and foliages were thick. Numerous wildlife scattered around the forest of tall trees, a myriad of birds flapped their wings as they ascended into the sky. A dangerous region where not only wild animals walk, but also powerful monsters. A young man traversed the forest, his long bronze glimmering hair sway with his every step, his golden eyes gazed brightly at his path. He had pale skin and a tall stature. He wore a coat of dark green which appeared luxurious. A relaxed smile radiated from his face as he hummed nonchalantly in the dangerous forest. However, every animal or beast kept their distance, growling as they observed him. However, one couldn't deny the fear in their eyes as they watched him nonchalantly walk. Even the most powerful monsters in his vicinity didn't even try to attack him. They must avoid this man, their instincts begging at them. The young man swept away any plants that went his way. He smiled broadly when he had reached a wide clearing. "Hello, old friend," the young man said to the creature lying at the center of the clearing. It was a large being with scales as dark as onyx and glimmered under the sunlight. It had giant dark wings folded on its back, and large 4 legs. It opened its closed eyes and it revealed vertical irises which resembled those of a serpent's. Sharp teeth revealed themselves when it spoke in a growly voice. "Taniva, you have come." The young man, Taniva, crossed his arms with a grin. "Of course, not often I get to visit you. Well, you were the one to call, my dear dragon friend," which was a moment of the century. The dragon's lips moved. It was smiling. The man continued as he approached closer. "But, aren't you never bored hanging around this place? I mean, it appears to me that all you do is sleep." The dragon lifted its head. "If I move around places, Taniva, the humans will fall into discord, even if they only see me fly in the distance. Humans are such cowards. In their cowardice, they would attack you even though you were doing nothing." He referred to the humans as though they were of different species. "They are afraid because they are weaker than me. And because they are afraid, they will endeavor to erase the personification of their fear. Which causes you to isolate yourself here. I don't know about you, but this is unreasonable. I am fine with it. At least it is peaceful here." Taniva sighed. "Whatever you say, so what did you call me for? Could it be that you miss me? I'm fine with that. I'm free to stay here for a few decades if you want." "Is that so? Then I appreciate it. However, that is not the reason. Can't say I'm not disappointed. So, tell me." The dragon glanced at the far sky before looking seriously at Taniva. "The river of life still breathes." The relaxed expression Taniva had turned into surprise before once again returning to a proud smirk, as though he found the thing amusing. "Interesting. There's no mistake. There is no mistake. Ha 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 ha. Then, this means, the prophecy got duped or something. Ha ha ha. Prophecies are meant to be absolute. However, for some reason, it did not. Then this could only mean one thing. The river of life will cleanse this world of the mystic race. Isn't this something? They must be shaking in their boots at this moment." Taniva had heard of the prophecy. Though he found it weird that it foretold the doom of the mystic race, yet states the death of the river of life. Indeed. Also, the cursed children must be celebrating. I can imagine that. But, now that it turned out this way, will the gods involve themselves? Taniva was carefree speaking when it crumbled apart when the dragon began speaking seriously. No, the never-ending observer is attempting to cut the gods' influence in this world. The never-ending observer, he himself. What? Taniva covered his mouth as he tried to comprehend what the dragon just said. The never-ending observer. The all-seeing watcher. This was a shock for Taniva because that deity was only an observer, who watches only and to never intervene. His heart began to beat wildly, a little bit of anxiety creeping in. Why? The gods incurred his wrath. The order of the gods must be in turmoil right now. It was basically one god against many. Yes, the observer was a god himself. But, the way Taniva saw him when he met him, he was not like any other gods. He was normal. Like a normal person. It would seem the gods went overboard in this playground of theirs. Taniva said as he spread out his arms, implicating that this playground was this world. If he emerges victorious remains to be seen. Of course, but telling all this isn't all there is to it, right? What do you want me to do? Protect the river of life, or kill it? We are not a part of their battle. That being said, the prophecy has changed, and we have no idea how it will end. So we're not to intervene then. Watch how things unfold first. Do not let yourself be discovered. Someday, we might have to act. If the river of life is in danger, if she dies, then that means that fate just corrected itself. But if she lives far longer, then, things have changed completely. This is interesting. What could change fate, I wonder? Could it be the never-ending observer? We do not know that. I don't think he would do something like that though. Well, this might be a special case of something unexplainable. But if she were put in danger, I imagine that the cursed children will protect her from the mystic race or others that want her. So, will you go do it? Of course I will. Should I act now? It would be best, yes. I want to hang out here a little longer. But fine, see you. The man turned around and started heading back to the forest. Your anti-teleportation barrier is a pain, you know, Taniva complained. The dragon chuckled. Bear with it, there is nothing of threat to you here anyways. Yeah, Taniva pondered as he traversed the forest. The Princess of Blood survived, who would have expected? I wonder what kind of person she is now. He smiled. Yes. Music class. My expertise. Yes, compared to when I knew there was going to be dancing. This time I was more excited. Well, not that I was ever excited about dancing. Today was the day for music lessons, and I believe this was where I was to shine. Although that was not entirely why I was excited. It's because I'll get to use an instrument that didn't exist back in my old world. I knew this because of Estelia's memories, but that being said, I regret that I wasn't a master of it yet. However, I expect it wouldn't be much of a problem compared to dancing. With this instrument, I only had to do some chords, meaning I was only to use my hand and fingers. It was easier to recall the position of the hands and fingers from Estelia's memories to form chords. Although I expect I would have some difficulties switching between them, I will adjust in time. I might be able to get through this without having to be scolded due to me being inept or something like that. Even so, as long as I know the sound of every chord, I should be fine. The chords and notes used from my old world will be applicable here. A tune is a tune. A melody is a melody. Music was the language of the universe. Unlike verbal or written language, music could be understood by all things which had the ability to hear. If the song was endearing, it would be endearing. If a song was calming, it would be calming. That said, people had music which they preferred. In other words, music was a matter of perspective, whether they liked something or not. But music was music, and it could be understood by all. All right, perhaps it was just me overhyping music. But that was the truth of my universe. Music was what brought a great sense of calm to me. Even if I agonize and despair due to the pain I felt during when I was young, every time a music play, I was at peace. Therefore, when the organization taught a bit of music, I was happy. Although they didn't teach much, I learned most myself. After finishing my breakfast, I went back to my room to take my instruments. Behind me followed the maid who attended me yesterday, again, not Mera. I had some sort of urge to ask my parents to make Mera my personal attendant. I entered my room, and the maid excused herself in. By the corner of the room, she grabbed the wooden case that had the instrument inside. The case was shaped precisely like the instrument, so it was perfectly fit. The instrument was a rondalla of some sort, longer and bigger than a normal guitar. It was roughly half as tall as me. The maid was able to lift it with no problem. As a royalty and the pure and fragile princess, I did not need to do such a menial task like carrying the instrument. Hey, how nice. We headed towards the training room, with me having a bright Estelia-esque smile on my face. It was genuine this time. It didn't take long before we arrived at the room. Inside, my instructor greeted me. Greetings, Princess Estelia. May our hallowed Lord and Lady bless the moment of our delightful meeting. The beautiful woman in her late 20s placed her palm on her left chest, while the other hand lifted her skirt a little, like a curtsy. Having her one foot about behind the other, she bowed elegantly. Her peach hair gracefully followed her motion. Afterwards her emerald eyes gazed at me. My instructor today was a noble. And this was the traditional noble greeting. It is of greatest pleasure to meet you, Madame Lanivia. May we receive the resplendent blessing from our illustrious lord and lady. I did the same greeting and Beau Lanivia did, but the movement was so elegant and graceful. My hair, as beautiful as an invaluable platinum, almost seemed like it floated as I lowered my head and upper body. My charming smile inspired purity and innocence, my face filled with captivating beauty, and eyes as the most beautiful of crimson gazed up to greet Lanivia's eyes. Her eyes widened for a moment before the corners of her lips curled up into a warm smile. She seemed to be impressed by my greeting, because I did a better job than Estilia ever did. Are you ready for your practice, milady? This woman was way different from Eleanor. This one was more gentle and kind, so easier to deal with. To that, I was thankful. Less stress I have to go through, the better. Believe me, madam, I am profoundly looking forward to our session. It is more accurate to say I am wholeheartedly excited. How glad I am to hear that. That being said, I apologize in advance if I were to make a mistake. I'm afraid I have become rusty. We only had our last session last week. Indeed. However, I had a lot of things on my mind. But, please do not worry. I assure you, it will come back to me not for long. She smiled as she heard my firm words. I looked softly at her. Which came to mind, this world had people who had colorful hair. Which came as bizarre to me as someone who came from a world which didn't have anyone that has a natural hair color such as her. I am taking you up on your words. This may sound hard, but, please do not disappoint me. Of course, madam, I didn't have a lot of worry or the lack of confidence like when I was practicing to dance. I have more love for music after all. My maid took out the instrument from its case. A 12-stringed instrument, it was about half as tall as me. At the center of the body there bore a circular hole. I firstly received it by holding the neck, then the body. I sat down on a chair and laid its body on my lap. A smile escaped my lips when I held it in my arms. The headstock closely resembled a guitar, also with tuning keys on which the strings were tied upon. And of course, the strings vary in size, yeah, like a guitar. That being said, I was not familiar with what string this was. It was different from the strings of a guitar or a classical one. My instructor also now had her instrument laid on her lap. For the record, both our instruments were lavish-looking, no less to be expected from aristocrats. Well then, Your Highness. Before we begin, we shall determine whether our instruments are properly tuned. Oh yes, of course. I will play each string. Please familiarize the sound of each one. It would appear she had already tuned her instrument. I listened to each sound of every string of the instrument called a lythra. The sound of it closely resembled a classical guitar. Then finally she hit the last string. Did you catch what they sounded like? I believe so. With someone that loves music, and skillful at it due to my hard work, I was now familiar with the notes of each string. I plucked each one of the strings on my lythra. Slowly and quietly listened to each one. I reacted when I heard it was out of tune, even for just a little. I adjusted it until it was to my satisfaction. While doing so, however, I found myself doing it carefully. Come on, I didn't want to make the string snap whatsoever. Shortly after, I reached the last string, and with that, my tuning ended. I looked at Lanivia, who nodded in satisfaction. She seemed impressed by my work. Then, we should begin once again to the basic tune. I watched as she raised her guitar, the instrument's neck supported by her shoulder, the bottom on her lap. She plucked a string and proceeded to another one. She did slowly and gracefully, her fingers smoothly moving across each string. Her left hand pressed on strings, and her right hand plucked. I was familiar with it. I should have known from the memories of Estilia, however, they were not as clear as hearing it personally. As I thought, music is the language of the universe. She was playing do re mi fa sol la ti do. While I listened, I intently observed the fingers of her left hand. Then, she was done. There, if you will. All right. With the neck of the instrument also supported by my shoulder, I placed my finger by the strings. With the memories of Estelia and my observation, I should do good for a little. Back in my world, even though I love music, I didn't get to play any 12-string instruments. Therefore, this was my first. I quickly pressed the string with the do, and plucked. Then next was re, then next and next and next. I was a bit slow, but I supposed that was to be expected. When I hit the final one, I didn't stop and did a reverse, trying to get used to the motions. Moments passed, and I stopped. I smiled in delight. You're slower than usual. Ah, my apologies. I regretfully looked at my instructor. That is all right. Surely it will come back. Thank you. May I try out the chords for a moment? Go ahead. I recalled the chords Estelia learned. They were the basics, but that was fine. I formed my fingers into one that I recalled, plucking a few strings at the same time, although almost like a wave to be soft in the ears. Sometimes when plucking I like it better to not pluck at once but having the fingers pluck subsequently after the other. Like a wave. For me, it sounded more beautiful. My ears perked up after I heard the first chord. It truly is the C chord. I switched to a new chord. It was a D major. Then I did the A major and minor. I also did other basics. After hearing those, I became intrigued. I wonder what C sharp is. Estelia had yet to learn the form of the chord. However, with my experience from my previous life, and some, well, you could say instincts, I tried to find the correct form. I plucked the strings. Oops, that's not it. I tried again for about 3 more times before I smiled in glee when I heard the right sound. Oh, you found the chord Kalia highs. Truly? Yes, I'm impressed. I have yet to even teach you that. Apparently, the chords had literal names instead of the letters that I was familiar with. I was in luck, it seems. Ah, can you help me remember some of the chords? Of course. Estelia had forgotten some chords, so I had to learn them from the instructor. I had some difficulty at first, but as time passed, I was getting used to it. You are a great help, madam. You have my thanks. Not at all, I am your teacher after all. ISM led widely at her. Then after that, I asked for specific notes. Madam, how do I make a sound like this? Since I didn't know the form on this instrument, I had to use my voice to replicate that note. By the way, this body had a good voice. Lanivia and my maid, who was sitting in a chair at a corner, were surprised when I did that. I suppose they didn't expect that from Estelia. However, I am very eager to learn this instrument. There was no harm in being determined to learn something that I was supposed to learn. In any case, despite being taken off guard, Lanivia still answered my questions. After that, I thanked and positioned my fingers into the chords I required. Though I have yet to pluck anything, I was just getting used to the chords. Lanivia observed me intently, but I ignored her. As moments passed, I was becoming a bit smoother in my transitions between chords. Then I did some quiet plucking for each chord, trying to get the feeling to it. After that was done, I nodded in satisfaction. I shall try this. I began playing a song. As I was still getting used to it, it was slow and simple. However, the way I played it was beautiful, nonetheless, extremely endearing to the ears. A beautiful song which would refuse to leave your mind even after several hours. The song made the hearts of those who heard it flutter as warmth flushed all over their chest. The notes going through their ears made them remember those that they loved. The song was beautiful and romantic. Lanivia and my maid gazed at me with intense bewilderment and awe as they watched with their eyes and listened with their ears. They had never expected me to play like this. Even though I was playing a slow and simple version of this song, it was still a pretty song. This was the song Für Elise by Beethoven. This was one of my favorite pieces. Currently, I am only playing a short version, not the complete. Eventually, the song ended. There was silence. Acting confused, I stared at my instructor who had a dumbfounded look on her face, then to my maid who was crying. Weird. Yuri's. Why are you crying? Ah, she frantically rubbed her eyes and cheek with her sleeve. My apologies. I was just reminded of someone I dearly knew. She forced a smile. I see. I'm sorry if what I did reminded you of something sad. No, you do not need to be sorry, milady. It was a beautiful song, and it touched my heart. If you say so. Where did you learn that? No, when did you learn that song? Lanivia asked. I played a song not known by anyone here. I couldn't hold myself, okay. That said, I believe it was not a foolish thing to do, okay, maybe a bit foolish, but not gravely foolish. It was just a mere song. Nothing was dangerous in doing that. It wouldn't kill me. I just wanted to do something that I love. Only on rare occasions could I relaxedly play music, and I always take such opportunities to heart. And I wanted to do what I wanted to do. Besides, if I couldn't even do something like this, what was the point of this new life? When freedom was finally at hand, would you keep yourself from doing what you love? If I restrained myself here, it would be no different to reassembling the already shattered shackles which used to bind me. I want to do what I want, play music if I want. Why should I stop myself from doing so? Well, the song came once in a dream. I don't know why though, it has been on my mind lately. Amazing. It was splendid, Your Highness. I had never heard such a song before, and it was incredibly beautiful at that. It could be a masterpiece. No, it may already be one. She was full of excitement. How delightful. Seeing that someone loved music so much, like me, made me glad, and brought to me some respect for Lanivia. It was a great thing to have someone that shares your passion. Ah, really? But it was not good. It felt like it still needed some work. Indeed, that song was not at its fullest potential since I played it on a new instrument. But I imagine, if I practice for a whole day, I would drastically improve. Then how about we work on it? I shall make you obtain the mastery to use the lythra. That way, I believe you can fully develop that piece you have made. Although I did not make it, if this song was ever made public, I have to include Beethoven's name somewhere, in honor of a great musician. Why yes, I think if I can practice more, I can perfect the song I played. Lanivia and I looked at each other with bright eyes. Immediately, we began practicing. I wonder if there is a piano in this world, but I shouldn't expect it. Having a piano would be wonderful. Around early afternoon, after having lunch together, my music instructor and I returned to our room to continue practice. She was supposed to leave around noon. However, she asked that we practice for a little while. Well, who was I to refuse that? So, along with a permission from Mother, we were back here. I was actually getting better. I have familiarized a lot of chords and memorized a few. As for the plucking, come on, I played guitar, so not much of an issue for that. As for my instructor, she had also learned some chords used in the song I played earlier. However, she still needed to practice on the song itself. But I should say, I was impressed. As expected from a professional musician, she was learning fast. Later on, a servant came to the room bearing the message that my father had arrived and was now at the gates. Excuse me, Madame Lanivia, I have to greet father for his return. I was planning to go out by myself, but Lanivia also rose from her seat and gently placed her instrument down. I will also be going. It would be impudent of me if I do not greet the king. She was a noble, so as one, she must greet the king of this country if she was in the palace. I guess it would be informal and inappropriate to not greet him. Lanivia, Uris, and I headed straight to the front of the palace where father's convoy was expected to come. Upon reaching the front doors and stepping outside, I saw several carriages pulled by horses coming in. Some were open and had knights riding upon them, while some were closed, which I imagine were occupied by other knights. At the center was a more impressively designed carriage, colored in gold and red, with an emblem in the shape of a wisteria emblazoned on its doors. My mother and brother were already waiting and standing. I could see my mother rubbing her thumb. She seemed to be uneasy and impatient. While my brother turned around to face me, as though sensing my presence, he smiled. Brother, mother. Hey, dear sister. Estilia, I stood with them. I had an expression of utter concern and fright as I waited for my father. Everything's fine, right? I asked with a slightly trembling voice. Estevan chuckled for a moment. You see how the knights look? He asked. I looked at the knights closely from where I was standing as they headed towards us. I returned my gaze to my brother and nodded. Those expressions are not entirely grim, so it is safe to assume that father is alive. Really? I smiled brightly, with joy lighting up my eyes. Thank goodness. I sighed in relief. Before long, the convoys stopped, and the king's carriage stopped in front of us. In that instant, the door charged open. A man in purple, white, and golden armor emerged from the carriage. His smile widened as he approached us with rushed steps. Greetings, my family. I am all right, as you can see. I smiled with happiness when I saw how energetic father was. I stepped forward as though to make sure that my eyes didn't deceive me. Father, are you sure you're fine? Well, to be honest, that didn't look to be the complete case. I looked at every part of his armor. The plate by the breast was scratched, and the trace was as large as two of my fingers stuck together. Then his left shoulder armor was torn apart, as though something clawed it off. Just how much strength did a creature have to cause that? Daughter, I'm not bleeding, am I? Healing magic has its charms, so any injuries are treated. Are you scared for me? Ow, come, give me a hug. He spread his arms, but before all else, I held out my hands. Please don't, father, your armor will hurt me. I suppose. He sounded disappointed. Welcome back, dear, said my mother with a relieved smile. Yes, I'm back. They smiled at each other, followed by a moment of silence when they just stared at each other quietly. Their eyes seemed to be full of fondness and happiness that they saw each other once again. I could imagine countless flowers in the background, blossoming for the sake of these two lovebirds. Ain't that sweet? Seeing people act like this was a bit entertaining. Father, Estevan chimed in, breaking their moment. It is truly a great thing that you have returned alive and well. Indeed, but I don't know if the same could be said for those who had severe injuries that may as well be called permanent. We turned our eyes towards the soldiers hopping off the carriages. Armors damaged and torn, some by the shoulders, and some by their waist, and some others. Others carried their damaged helms in their hands. I saw one knight had a bandage covering half his face, blood at the part of his eye. I think he lost his eye. However, I could still see him smile as he conversed with the other knights. In contrast, I saw one knight that had lost two of his fingers on his right hand, the pinky and the ring fingers. But he didn't seem to think a lot about it. Then there was one who had lost his hand from the wrist. He was not like the other aforementioned knights. He looked like he was in despair. His face was completely devoid of any form of joy or relief. It sucks to lose a hand. Healing spells were a thing. However, seeing this scene, I was convinced that healing spells can't heal everything. If the wound was fatally severe, like those injuries, they couldn't be healed. That being said, all I have seen for the moment were some body parts that were cut off. That means that healing spells couldn't regrow those body parts. But what if you were cut severely in the guts, organs threatening to come out and blood spilling out? Can that be healed? After all, there was no need to regrow but only sealing the wound or something. I had no definite answer yet, but I was sure that healing spells couldn't regrow limbs or such. I wonder if there were other kinds of healing spells or magic that can help with those. Now why was I pondering about this too much? Of course it's for me. What if in the future my precious fingers were cut, or my delicate hands, or what if my eyes were gouged out? I don't want to be like that permanently. I want to at least ensure that I could regrow those just in case something bad as that happens to me. I love my body, thank you very much. How terrible, I said quietly, my hands trembling as I did. Estelle, should we enter? Estevan said. There's no need to rush. There's no need to force yourself if you can't bear to watch. But there are soldiers, aren't they? I couldn't just simply walk out knowing that they fought for the nation and were injured in the process. My family looked at me with wide eyes. A few knights in close proximity were also able to hear me and looked at me with surprised expressions. Receiving their gazes, I flinched and lowered my head while avoiding their eyes. My words also seemed to move my father's heart as he looked around at his knights. My Estilia is so kind. And no, is there something we can do for them? At least treat him to an elaborate feast or anything. I quietly said that only my family could hear. Well, we can do a feast. I was planning to give them some expensive alcohol at first to serve as a celebration for our success and survival. But since you suggested it, we can maybe do it tomorrow, around mid-morning. And no one died, so that's a plus and cause for celebration. No one died. Truly, Estevan asked. Indeed, even if the battle was hard, we suffered no deaths. That's amazing. Well, I ordered him to prioritize their lives and don't foolishly charge in. I recalled the mock battles of the knights I witnessed. They were stupidly strong. Now I dread to imagine just what kind of creatures gave trouble to these knights, and especially father. I wouldn't want to face those kinds of creatures. Those so-called monsters. I looked again at the knights who battled those creatures. I tried to imagine those monsters' strengths. I wouldn't be able to win if I faced such things. Amidst my observation, I saw Elson. He appeared to be completely fine, though some torn armor in a few spots. There was a holster strapped across his waist, hung upon them were daggers, and some were already empty. Daggers worked on those things. I doubt plain daggers could cause a light of damage. Elson must have used some armament magic or something to those daggers. Let's talk inside for the time being, my mother suggested. We, of course, agreed. On the way, father encountered Lanivia. Greetings, my king. It is a pleasure to meet you again. May our hallowed lord and lady bless the moment of our delightful meeting. Lanivia performed the traditional noble greeting and curtsied formally. Lanivia, a surprise to meet you here. May we receive the resplendent blessing from our illustrious lord and lady. My father placed his palm on the left side of his chest and bowed a little. I thought you would have left by now. Lanivia smiled. I was supposed to. But I was awed by your daughter. I was tremendously surprised and amazed. Therefore, I wanted to take this opportunity to spend a little more time with Her Highness. You mean that involves music, right? It is as you say, Your Majesty. This is the first. What happened? I imagine you will be surprised if you learned of it. Really now? Father looked at me in puzzlement, but also a bit of curiosity and interest. Well, I would be glad to show off the skills I was so proud of. But I was not completely confident with the current instrument just yet. I acted all embarrassed and avoided his gaze. I wonder what that could be. I'm interested. I also am, mother and brother added. I looked at Lanivia as though asking for help. She answered my plea. It is not ready yet. It is far from perfection since Princess Estilia is still practicing the lythra. Is that so? Then I will look forward to the fruits of your labor, dear daughter, father said. Why yes. Let's return inside. I still need to change out of this armor. We agreed, and all of us entered. You can return to your practice for the time being, we'll meet again later in dinner, father said. And also, your suggestion of a feast for the knights, we'll talk about that. Oh okay. This was a big day. All right. Yes, I am finally going out of this place and touring around the all-unknown city. Last night there was a bit of a challenge, but I managed, as you can notice from my excitement. So during dinner, father brought the topic of the feast for the knights. And for goodness sake, he wanted me to be the host. Like, come on, no way. I ain't doing that. Of course I reminded him that I would be going out into the city the next day. However, he went and said I can postpone it. Obviously I refused. I waited 3 days for this. There was absolutely no way I was about to delay it again. What if it was to be delayed again? And again? And again? But of course father just had to insist and even promised to let me go out the day after the feast. After hearing that, I pleaded brother for help, but he just shrugged. It was vexing. It would seem that Estevan was in favor of it. Seeing that my brother was no help, I asked help from mother. But she also agreed with the others. I was being pushed into a corner. But I did not falter. I gave a reason. I said to them that I was a lady, a girl. The knights were mostly men, so I said that it wouldn't be appropriate for a lady to attend such a party. But they rebutted that there were also female knights that were to surely attend. Yes, there were indeed a few female knights. But I didn't back down yet. I added that I was princess, a royalty. If I were in their presence, they wouldn't be able to let loose since they had to act appropriately in front of the princess. So, I recommended that I should have no presence in their parties so they can enjoy the event to their heart's content. It was certain that their actions would be restrained and reserved, and they wouldn't fully enjoy the feast if I was there. Father contemplated at first, then later concurred. What a great relief that was. If everything went down otherwise, the wait would cause me agony. Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration since I am a patient girl. Anyways, now that was out of the way, it was a cause to be happy about. In contrast, about me learning some magic, well, I decided to leave it to my brother. However, before dinner, he said that we shouldn't bring out such a topic yet. His reason was that father had just arrived from a battle with monsters, so it was best to ask father when he had already rested and was in a rightfully good mood. I sort of agreed. People find it hard to refuse about something when they were in a good mood, with nothing to worry and be agitated about. When stressed, well, some would just reject something outright without giving it much thought. In any case, I can wait on that part. I was going out of the palace for the time being anyways, so I am to focus on my freedom. I can worry about learning magic after that. Which brought us at this very moment. I wore a light dress which the skirt reached right below the knees. Not too long, so I should be able to move around more freely compared to some dresses a princess like me should wear most of the time. Furthermore, I was wearing a pair of brown boots, which was finely made, I should say. It was definitely expensive. Please tie my hair properly, Mera, so that they won't tangle around when I wear my cloak and cover my head. I spoke to my new assigned personal maid. During dinner, I asked my parents to have Mera become my personal attendant, and I was met with no resistance. Cool. Mera was informed quickly about it, and the morning I woke up, she was there to greet me. How nice. She was smiling brightly, so brightly that it baffled me for a moment. I suppose she was just happy to be the personal maid of the princess. I was glad to have her back, of course. She was much more entertaining to tease and to have company. Understood, milady. Her flowery voice reached my delicate ears as I gracefully sat down on the chair. I should say, my gracefulness has improved a lot compared to my time in the organization. Maybe it was because I was being a real princess. Oh well. Ah, don't tie it into a bun. A bun? You don't like your hair tied that way, milady? Indeed. I like my hair being flourished, something along those lines. In my previous life, I was not quite fond of tying my hair into a bun, even though it keeps my hair from obstructing my view. Thus, I always tie it into a ponytail if I needed to. I like my hair to wave freely. Especially now that I have hair as precious as gemstones, yet more polished than any jewels. I don't want it to be tied like a bun. Not at all. I see. Then as you wish. She then went to work on my hair. She enthusiastically styled my hair into a braid. Well, this was nice. The room was silent. I decided to have a little chat for the moment. Mera, me requesting for you to be my personal maid was sudden, so I suppose you were surprised. Yes, I was surprised when I was told last night. I didn't believe it at first. After all, you never had someone become your personal attendant. Well, yes, Estilia was like that. She never had requested someone to be her personal attendant. Estilia was after all satisfied by how things work. I suppose, but I was not expecting for you to make up your mind so fast. The servants had the capability to accept or refuse such a request. This place had no tyrannical superiors that would forcefully assign a servant to be a personal attendant. I turned my head slightly to look at her from the corner of my eyes. I expected you would make your decision after a few days. She paused as she greeted my eyes. I did give it a lot of thought. She flashed me a bright smile. But I was happy to hear the request, so I immediately agreed. You were happy? I couldn't comprehend her. Why would someone be happy serving someone? It was no different to being chained to a boulder. Movements restrained, reaches limited, never to escape, and following someone's bidding. What joy is to be found in such things? Yes, serving you, milady, brings me joy. Standing by your side, following you, aiding you, I am happy. Such people were hard to understand. As it was pointless to think hard about it, I didn't ponder about it for long and gave a short remark. Is that so? I appreciate it, Mera, and I am glad you accepted my request. I turned my head and faced forward, urging for her to continue styling my hair. There was a moment of pause from Mera before I heard her faint voice. Thank you, princess. Somehow her voice sounded sincere, but I didn't think much of it. After fixing my hair, Mera and I headed to the palace's entrance door where my brother was waiting. A bit behind me, I could sense Mera gawking directly at me as she held the folded brown cloak in her arms. I occasionally turned my head to look at her, with a bit of curiosity as to why she was looking oddly at me. Often my movement was swift, so I always caught her, and she would jolt a little whenever that happened. She was quite amusing to watch, to be honest, and this was one of the reasons why I had her become my personal maid. A few moments later, we had reached our destination. By the door, there my brother, Estevan, was standing in wait. A servant by his side holding the same kind of cloak I had. He was also royalty, so it was to be expected that he should also hide his identity. If they were worried about such an issue, then why have him as my guard? Well, I did suggest that, but they were the ones that agreed. They could have assigned someone else. That said, my brother was one of the strongest knights, so perhaps my parents wanted someone strong by my side and someone absolutely trustworthy. Whatever, as long as everything goes well, I'm fine with it. Estelle. Finally. Looking good. Thank you very much, brother. And you look dashing as always. Hearing that from my dear sister is incredibly wonderful. So, are you ready? I smiled. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? Mera. I called Mera and indicated the cloak. She spread it open and slid the clothing unto me. I pulled the hood and covered my head, hiding my platinum hair of pure white, and concealing my beautiful face halfway. I pulled the cloak to further cover my body. The cloak was plain. The sewing and the fabric was not as fine as my dress, but that was completely fine. It can help blend in with the crowd and not to attract attention. By the way, brother, does everyone in the city know your face? I asked him. Of course. As a prince, I often have to show my face, especially on special occasions and festivals. I see, but they don't know how I look, don't they? He nodded as he wore his cloak. Furthermore, he also strapped a sword which was sheathed by his left waist, then covered it from view. Of course, you never went out of the palace, so no one has seen you beside other nobles. Then this means I am safer than you, brother, I giggled. The people would swarm you first before they even realize I am the princess. Well, that's good. At least I would serve as a good distraction. You'll be safer that way. He patted my head. Why, yes. I acted embarrassed as a faint flush came into my cheeks while I nodded. But if there's danger, brother, you better escape. Now, there's no need to be so concerned. He gave me a confident smile, as though saying he would be perfectly fine. I nodded at him with a relieved smile on my face. Just then, we heard footsteps coming our way. We turned towards the hallways to see both our parents coming our way. Oh, my dear daughter appears so ready, Father said with a smile. When he approached closer, he squeezed both my cheeks with his hand. I was startled since it was out of the blue. Father, I exclaimed to show my genuine surprise. My daughter is OING out for the first time. This is an important event. It's quite unfortunate we can't come with you. Indeed, what a shame. We can't let the whole royal family tour around the city after all. It's dangerous. Be very careful, okay? My mother said as she held my hand tightly. The air around me felt so friendly and warm, family. A strange feeling this was, receiving the care of others. It was pleasant, but I must not be swayed by such feelings. These feelings offer me nothing good. Was that really the case? I don't know. Perhaps, no, I reject these feelings. I shook my head to shake off those bothersome thoughts. Don't worry too much, I have brother on my side. But, we'll be careful. Good. Have fun. Tell us what you encountered later, okay, dear daughter? Certainly. After saying our goodbyes, my brother led me to the palace gates which leads to the outside. The guards saw us, as I already had the hood of my cloak cover my head, and my brother showing his face. Most of their attention came to him first. But as we approached closer, a lot of their attention had been aimed at me. I lowered my head as I hid behind my brother. Your Highness, the Prince. All the soldiers surrounding us went down on one knee, greeting my brother. It would seem they did not know that it was me. But I suppose that was for the best. Estevan didn't seem to care that they did not recognize that accompanying him was the princess. Rise, he gave the command and the soldiers all stood up. We will be leaving the palace for a while. Understood. I shall prepare the guards. No need. We will be fine. As you wish. None of the soldiers were informed that I would be going out. It would be better if a few only knew after all. They opened the gates. As they did so, Estevan spoke to the guards. "Speak no one of this." The soldiers all responded in affirmative. They often stole glances at me. It appears they already had some suspicions as to who I was under the cloak. Well, as long as they know it was me, they'll know that they had to keep their mouth shut. Unless some of them were two-faced pricks. Of course, as the princess as I was, I avoided their gazes. As the large gates made of both metal and thick wood opened, the sunlight from the other side leaked through the gaps. The portcullis raised up, the gates opened, I saw a long expanse of the paved pathway, and beyond I saw different kinds of buildings. I smiled in glee as I saw the scene before me, and what awaited me to traverse it. The pretty bird had finally left the nest. I wanted to yell that out of my mouth, but regrettably I couldn't do that. But oh well. At the moment we were walking down the pathway from the palace gates. My steps were energetic and springing ever so slightly as Estevan followed behind me, a gleeful smile radiating on my face. I walked to the edge and saw a clear river stream going down under the bridge we were walking on. The water sparkled under the gentle light of the morning sun, tiny fishes swam and jumped above the surface, shiny pebbles laying under the water stream only made the scene before me more eye-catching. Too late did I realize that I had stopped in my tracks to admire the beauty. The river, the fishes, the trees rustling in the gentle breeze. I didn't have a lot of leisurely time to enjoy such sceneries in my former life. I could only barely have the chance to do so. That only made me appreciate more what was happening now. I took in a long, sharp breath, inhaling the refreshing air. "Estelle." Estevan suddenly called out to me amidst my adoration. I jolted to the side to face him. "Be brother, we only went outside the gates and you're already this happy," he said with a chuckle, an amused smile blooming on his face. "Why yes." I couldn't contain myself. "I'm sorry." "What are you sorry about?" "There's nothing to apologize for." "Yes." Brother gazed at the river before peering all around. "What say we go by the river bank for a while before going to the city?" I beamed up. "Really? We can. Let's do it. Let's go." I strode ahead first with quick steps. Brother followed and positioned beside me. We reached the end of the bridge and we turned to the side and walked over towards the river bank. When we got closer, the sound of the flowing water reached my ears more vividly, so calming and peaceful. I kneeled down with both knees beside the river and leaned forward. I saw my face being reflected on the water surface. There was a genuine happy smile upon it. Pretty lips curled broadly, eyes that looked so warm and joyful. Not the face I usually see when I see myself in a mirror. I spaced out for a short moment until I saw Estevan's face beside my reflection. I scooped some water, and a cold sensation came all over my hand. Amazing, the water is so clean. I was genuinely amazed. You seldom see rivers this serene and clean back in my old world. I raised my hand filled with water and tilted it slightly. I let the water slowly fall as I observed its clarity. I turned to Estevan, who was sitting on the grass with folded legs. I smiled at him, showing my happiness. He gave a satisfied smile, as though he himself was glad that I was feeling this way. I heard a faint splashing of water. In reflex I turned towards the source of the sound, curious. A tiny fish jumped up out of the water. In addition, a group of fishes swam around. Should I try catching a few? Thinking to myself, I dove my hand in the water in hopes to catch even just one. But the tiny fishes were swift and evaded my hand. I pouted. "As expected, they're quick. You're going to have a hard time catching the small ones," Estevan said as he glanced at the river. "I thought so. We should bring a net next time. We can go fishing. Plus, there should be a few big ones, so we might just come back home with a few catches." "Yes. We should go back next time." I looked at him with excitement. By the way, I sort of wanted to take a dip in the water, just my foot. But, the water is not so shallow that we can just step in nonchalantly. The water would wet my dress. It perhaps reached above my knee. There should be somewhere we can do that. Should we go find it? I shook my head. We plan on going to the city, so I think we should do that next time. If you say so. It sure is nice and quiet. Does no one live around here? We're still in the territory of the palace, so no commoners are around here. But if we go further, we'll start to encounter plenty of houses. Are commoners allowed to come here? As long as they don't get closer to the palace without permission, it should be fine. I see. I took one last glance at the river before standing up. Let's continue on, brother. He stood up as he patted his pants. Then we went on our way. All right. From here on out, please remain right by my side. Understood. With that, we strode onward. Yes, it's a promise that we'll come here fishing, right? Come now, I need a reason to get out, just in case they would be strict with me again. At least next time, I can get Estevan involved. Yeah, I promise. He smiled while looking at me as he promised. Don't break it, okay? Why would I break a promise I made with my dear sister? He chuckled. You better don't, else I'll ignore you for a year. He gasped as he stopped in his tracks. Now that's just cruel. Please have a heart, Estelle. That's why don't break your promise. All right, I gave him a charming smile before facing forward. At this moment, I began to see houses in the short distance. Some made of bricks, some made of stones, some made of wood. I was getting there. The moment I reach the city, I must definitely tour around. It's going to be an adventure. But there must be something I should find while doing so. Blacksmiths. Yes, I must find out at least where one was located. By the way, brother. The night's feast. Is it really happening now? Of course. When they were told about it yesterday, they were overjoyed and cheered loudly as they did so. Then, they were very grateful when they heard it was per your request. Was it necessary to tell them that? I think so. They think highly of you, you know. Is that so? That's embarrassing to hear. Good. The meat shields are ready. Well, I was not sure if that was indeed that case. But if brother said it, that should be what they think of me. Not all, but at least a lot of them. Even if I have yet to fully influence them to be my meat shields, at least this just goes to show I was making a decent amount of progress. As we got closer to the houses, I began to see many and many more people. Unlike the extravagant clothes nobles wear that I always see in the palace, the people here wore simple clothing, plain and unlavish, although I saw very few which wore clothes that appeared more expensive than normal. I pulled my hood even more and also pulled my cloak, covering my body even more. My beauty might attract a large amount of attention when people see it at its full glory, and that would be troublesome. Also, the most I should do was hide my hair. Apparently, my hair was very unique. I heard people in the palace said that, as well as my family, so I should do my best to hide them. And now, here begins my entrance to the city. I expect a lot of exciteful things to discover and encounter.
In a nation named after a beautiful flower, there was a city which bears the meaning of calm and peace. And yet, it was the center of undesirable eyes. In this city of Serene, Wisteria's royal capital, beings of power lurk within, hidden from the eyes of many. Beings that no ordinary creatures could hope to overpower, nor defeat.
One of these powerful beings was a man, young and handsome. In an alley, this young man with long bronze hair was wandering around. His golden eyes looked at the bottle of liquor in his hand. His smile beamed in delight. This is an expensive wine. I hope it's worth the time. Well, not that his time was strictly limited. He had only arrived in the city a couple of days ago, and he did take a leisurely time going around the city. It had been a while since he was here, more than a decade ago, when he heard of something interesting and kind of a big deal. He peered around the surrounding alleyway. It changed a little. One reason he went around the place was because he wanted to see what had changed. As a being such as himself, he appreciated even the tiny things that he deemed interesting. This included the changes in the passages of time. He gazed at the bottle in his hand once again. Fine, just a little sip. He was not slacking off amidst his task, just experiencing little things. And a bottle of liquor was one of those little things to enjoy. He opened the cork of the bottle and drank a handful of its content. Not bad. As he expected, the wine was good. Wisteria was one of those who made good quality wine, after all. It never disappoints. That aside, there sure are a lot of bothersome guys around here. Despite him appearing to be fooling around, he was taking in a lot of what was going on in the city. He had to be extra careful and must hide his presence to avoid being discovered. The princess is going to have her hands full. The princess of Wisteria, Estelia. Her hair of platinum was blindingly dazzling, and hypnotizing crimson eyes. He had only just started the observation, but found nothing of note so far. He expected a lot, considering the prophecy. It's starting to make me think that it was fake. But of course it was not, it was absolutely genuine. But he was still a bit confused. Maybe things turned out this way because the gods were in disarray. Or perhaps there were other factors at play. Thinking about the gods' turmoil, he cheered for the observer in his heart. He was never on the side of the gods, anyway. That was why he felt elated to hear that the never-ending observer was rebelling against them. But the observer was alone, so there was a high chance he could fail and fall from grace. But if he succeeds, good luck to the world then. He drank a little from the bottle again. All right, the princess is out in the city. Quite risky, very, in fact. But of course she didn't know that very risk. He could easily imagine what factions were around in the city. The mystic race. Then the cursed children. Those two were the first for the time being, but there would surely be others that would join late. Well, I may be the third faction. The mythics. He may be alone, but he believed he alone was enough to call himself as another faction. Well, for now, he was just watching. Whatever, at least this wine right here is good. I can relax for a bit. He furrowed his brows. Or not. He sighed as he sensed a few presents surrounding him. They're fast, as I expected. He was already completely outnumbered and surrounded, and the other party were no normal beings. Still, he didn't appear anxious or threatened. He was nonchalant as ever. Amidst the shadowy shades of the buildings surrounding him, several figures came into view. Humans, perfectly human in appearance. Men and women, young and old. However, they were entirely not what they appeared to be. A man in his early 20s showed himself in front of him. Eternal Wanderer, why have you come here? The man had black hair and amber eyes. The others also have the same features. The Eternal Wanderer raised both his hands, showing he was not intending to fight. These people were serious, openly showing their hostility. He would prefer not to have a fight with them. And here I thought we had an amicable relationship. Why can't I be here? The Wanderer asked. The man glared at him. Your presence alone is something to be cautious about. So, answer me, why are you here? The Wanderer smiled as he glanced at a dark corner. Well, as you can see, I am merely wandering, obviously. What else could I be doing here? The man narrowed his eyes. This isn't the time to be joking around. Seeing the man so agitated amused the Wanderer. Why do you have to be so cold towards me? You know the reason. Of course, he knew. He also anticipated that they would show themselves to him, eventually. After all, these guys have more eyes here than the mystic race. Ah, yes I do. He smirked. The only salvation of the cursed children. That is the reason you are here. Then you being here is no mere coincidence. But what if it is? I mean, I always go around places, so it's certain that I would end up here, at this place, at some point. As if, he scoffed. He didn't believe him at all, despite how honest he might look. Come now, young man, you were not that hostile to me in the past. What's your name again? He only met this person for a short while, so he had forgotten his name since he wasn't all that important at the time. I don't need to answer that. Now, why are you truly here? Have you come to intervene? What? No, of course not. The man gritted his teeth before speaking in a threatening tone. This is not your battle, Wanderer. You're right. I'm just here to drink the wine I just bought. The man walked closer to him, keeping his sharp glaring eyes pointed at him. Just as the princess survived from the absolute prophecy, you came here. There must be a reason. The Wanderer smiled, as though reminded of something. Ah yes. I should congratulate you on that. Good for you. And if I do have a reason to be here, it is surely not to intervene with you, or the mystic race. Really now? Ha! As if I will take your word for it. If you even dare try to harm her, we will hunt you down. The Wanderer chuckled at his absurd declaration. Really now? Kill me? That would never work. And, if my goal here was to slay the princess, I would have done so already. The Wanderer's power began to emanate just a little. A presence and aura that could drive away mild beasts and monsters in fear. You wouldn't have seen her, the hope you so cherished would have vanished from your grasp, you would have returned to your pitiful home, crying in agony and despair, praying that your torment would end. You bastard! If it comes to it, I will just destroy your entire being until there is nothing left of you. Then better ask the gods for a blessing if you wish to do that. Damn the gods! The man's anger and irritation was evident in his voice and eyes. The wanderer seat and turned towards a corner as his strong aura vanished. Old man, why don't you come out already? I already know you're there. There was indeed someone there. It seems I can't trick your senses. A faint fog which camouflaged with the shadows spoke and slowly formed into a man. He looked around his late early 40s, the same black hair and amber eyes. Nice try, though, the wanderer casually said. I should be the one calling you old man. But I look way younger. Anyway, you don't have to be so hostile towards me. Perhaps, we may have been acquaintances in the far past, but we still have different goals. And as you said, this is our salvation, our one and only. We can't tread lightly. I hope you understand, Taniva. Of course I understand. But if I am planning to do something, I would have been acting on it now, or have done it already. Taniva turned back to the young man with a grin. The man merely scoffed as he stepped back. The older man stepped forward, but still kept a distance from Taniva. Not everything is as it appears. True. However, I ask you, Henes, if I were to fight either of your factions, them and you, which one do you think I would slaughter first? Taniva and Henes stared at each other for a long moment. Henes nodded. Indeed, you're not a threat, for now. And, I couldn't think what motives could the mythics have to execute the princess. See, we are going. The older man was about to leave when Taniva called out to him. Before you go, may I suggest something? What could you suggest? Well, you wanted to keep the princess safe, right? Then I suggest you do not keep her in the dark. If she had even the slightest idea what is going on, or what she should be wary about, that could at least extend her life. We are planning just that. But not everything, I suppose. You need her for yourself, after all. Hell, she might even die in these people's hands. Eventually, they will need her out of the palace and this kingdom, and have her for themselves. Taniva, that is our business. No need to poke your nose in.
Tainva shrugged. Fine, fine. With that, all of them turned into black fogs as they ascended into the air, and they became faint to the point that the human eye could barely see them.
Taniva looked at the bottle in his hand as he pondered. It's fortunate that I didn't encounter them at night. That would be troublesome. He took a sip of his wine.
He thought about the princess. Tainva began to wonder why his old friends sent him to watch. There was no point in it. Maybe it was just him.
However, he found the situation interesting and so accepted his friend's request. And he rarely questions what reason could his friend have for requesting things. No harm will come to him anyways. Ultimately, he fully trusts that dragon friend of his. But he didn't know how everything would turn out. Good grief, the entire world feels like it's on the move. The streets were bustling with people. Several carriages traversed the paved road. The citizens of the city chatted with their friends and companions as they walked side by side. By the corner of the streets, there were a few street vendors beckoning for customers. On a small stand displayed assorted and colorful fruits. On a small cart were placed several objects for sale. Some seemed worn out, indicating that they were already used or were second-hand products. I watched over it all with my brother as we stood around a corner. I was feeling excited. There were a lot of people, living their ever-so-normal life. I saw middle-aged couples walking with arms clinging to each other as the wife carried baskets. Young men conversed with each other as they laughed with bright smiles on their faces. Young women carried their own baskets as they walked around. Young couples smiling delightfully at each other, the flower of romance beginning to bloom. Everything appears to be busy already. It was past mid-morning, and I was taken aback for a moment after seeing the amount of people already walking about. The capital city of the Wisteria Kingdom, serene. I was now standing amidst its grounds. In the far distance, I could glimpse the tall walls. Based on the map presented to Estilia, the wall stretched far and wide around the north up to roughly half of the city region. The north where a dangerous forest lies, where monsters lie. especially the forest in the northeast direction, not far from the city, called the Elgian Forest, had an abundant number of monsters lurking around. There were also monsters in other forests, but I think not much. Elgian was a special case. I heard the monsters there were more dangerous and deadly, and there seemed to be no end to them.
That aside, around the center of the capital region was the palace, which was a little close to the city. Although the palace itself had some wide personal space. In addition, around the south of the palace were the small territories of nobles from the capital city. Although they only had small domains, they were more influential and powerful than other nobles outside the capital. And one of those nobles that lived on the south side were Eleanor and Lenivia.
Yes, the people are already very lively indeed, my brother spoke from beside me. Well, this is much better than everything being quiet and boring. Yes, you're right. So what are we standing around for? Let's go. I pulled him by the hand in excitement as we dove through the crowd. It's a big city, so you better don't give out on me, dear sister. I giggled. Do not underestimate me, dear brother. As we traversed the street, I was intrigued by the buildings all around. Even though modern architecture was nice, the medieval structures still interested me as someone from a modern time. It brought a somewhat refreshing feeling. I watched my surroundings. I saw a group of grown men loudly chatting as a pair held bottles of what I take as liquors. Quite early for drinking, ain't it? You see, there was this one time a wimp was staring nastily at me. A drunkard spoke in a boasting tone. Of course, I'm annoyed by that shit, so I walked over to him and asked what the hell he was looking at. But the damn bastard just scoffed at me. Shit. Ain't that rude? Sure it was. It pissed me off, so I punched him in the face and sent him kissing the ground. Then a fight broke out. Nah, him was a wuss, he instantly fled like a rabbit. That guy was nothing. What a wimp. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Pathetic. Now, I wonder how much of that was true. But they sure were loud. The others sure look like they suck up to that guy. Oh well. A carriage was moving through the street, quite luxurious, I should say. It must be owned by a wealthy person. It was moving faster than others. Out of the way. The coachman yelled towards everything that was going in his way, whether it would be people or other carriages. But how would even carriages move faster than you demand? People are just unreasonable sometimes. In any case, it seems they were in a rush. But so far, there were no accidents, so everything was fine. I don't want to be bothered by such things. I saw a store under a two-floored building. Assorted fruits were displayed. It ranged from round red fruits, oblong yellow, peach tiny balls, to large dark green fruits. What a colorful set of fruits. Fresh fruits for sale, the cheapest around these parts. The vendor shouted, beckoning for customers. Beside him was a woman, must be someone related to him. From the way I saw it, they were currently having plenty of customers. So business might not be that bad. I saw a group of children running around. They were around 6 to 8 years old. Many were boys and some were girls. Each and every one of them had bright smiles on their faces as they enjoyed each other's company. They were having fun. All right, we'll only hide around here. Go too far, and you're out of the game, a boy said. What? But there's barely any place to hide here, complained a girl. And it will be too difficult for the seeker to find you. Like last time, one game lasted for 1 hour. Yeah, no way that's happening again. Fiend, then, should the count be only 60 seconds? Too short, make it 120. That's too long. What? How's that too long? You always complain about this sort of thing. The area is tiny, so the count should be a little shorter. What? Then we can't find a proper place to hide if time is too short. That's what makes it challenging. TCH. Fine. 80 seconds. That should be fine, right? That's fine. All right, the last that arrived at the gathering will be the seeker. Me? Already? That's unfair. It's your punishment, you were late. Grr, fine. The boy walked to the wall and covered his eyes as the other kids ran in all directions. Are they playing hide and seek? I never played that when I was a child. But it sure was intriguing to see others do it. And seeing them, it made me wonder, if I lived a different life, if I was not raised in the organization, would everything change? I think it would definitely be. Do I regret it? I think not. One of my earliest memories was when I was in that facility of the organization. Already being practiced and trained to become an excellent assassin. I couldn't regret something I never experienced in the first place. But was I envious? Yes. But not so much that I would go mad about it. It was just a sting in my heart. But, let's put that aside now. I don't want to think about it if I don't have to. I saw a store which appeared to be selling bread. A middle-aged woman kept watch. Then a girl about my age emerged from within. An average-looking girl, but should still please the eyes. In her hand was a basket. The way she carried it, and the way the basket swayed in her movement, it seemed to have some contents. As we walked by the store, I could hear their voices loud and clear. Everything ready? You didn't forget anything, right? The middle-aged woman asked the girl. Come on, Mama, what else should I be carrying other than bread? I'm only bringing old Tommy some bread because he has some trouble walking. Is that so? Well, it did seem that the old man's condition got bad lately. But he's not the only one there, you know. Mama, what are you talking about? The young lad I was talking about. Oh, shut up. There's nothing like that. I should be going. The girl hurried out of the store. Be sure to look good, okay? Whatever, Mama. I glanced at the girl for only an instant. Ah, yes. A wonder of youth. But of course I don't care for such things of similar nature as that. There was not much importance to it. We encountered a shop which had assorted types of flowers displayed at the front. Blooming petals adorned with different hues of red, yellow, blue, purple, and interestingly, some had multiple colors. Please have a look at our flowers. A little girl, a child perhaps about 5 years old, called out to me as we came across in front of them. She had large brown eyes and short brown hair. She looked at me with childlike innocence, pleading with me to check out their products. As I found such flowers interesting, I stopped in my tracks and peered over the flowers along with a couple of potential customers. A faint trace of gentle aroma graced my nose. Although I have no intention of buying anything. It would be difficult to buy now, but I'll think about buying later when we're about to go back home. What pretty flowers you have here, I said to the girl. Why yes, thank you. I gazed up and found an adult woman arranging and preparing other flowers. It must be her mother. You're helping your mother at such a young age, that's good. I looked at the little girl with my trademark pure eyes. I just wanted to commend this child for working. Of course, that doesn't mean I am fond of children. I care not for children as I care not for adults. Her eyes lit up as she stared back at mine. Beautiful, she quietly muttered. Of course, considering our closer distance, I heard her. I mean, you have beautiful eyes. I never saw eyes like you have. An amused smile emerged on my lips. Quite a flatterer, thank you. I was just being honest. From this short interaction, it seemed this girl was a quiet and shy child. It made me wonder if she even had any friends. Somehow, it reminded me a tiny bit of when I was first released from my training, the graduation, it was unofficially called. Well, I barely interacted with colleagues at the time. I was entirely focused on the task given to me. Kill, kill, kill. That was my entire being and purpose. Those thoughts filled me at the time. Not that I'm different now. I was basically the same. But, well, let's just say my disposition changed a bit. Maybe I'll pass by later to buy some. Really? Thank you. Now, you really shouldn't look so happy when customers say such things. Most of the time they say such a phrase, but in the end they never come back. That's what you call bullshit. But what do I expect? She was a kid, after all. So this reaction should be understandable. But I am considering passing by here later to buy some. See you, I said to her before walking away. How kind of you, Estelle. Estevan whispered to me from beside. It baffled me why he could say such a ridiculous thing. People often have a weird definition of kindness. Why do you say so? Well, I took it that you had no intention of buying, so instead of outright rejecting, you said you would return later. If you did otherwise, the girl might have felt sad. I looked at him with a smile. You think that's kindness? Yes. If you see such a little thing as kindness, dear brother, then I suggest you change your views. What I did, I don't see it as kindness. True kindness is more than that. He stared at me for a moment. Is that so? But I don't see you as anything but kind. Ah, Estelia's pure and innocent character really put some impression that she was a kind person. But I guess she was. She was not exactly rude, she was exceedingly polite, and she was also a well-behaved girl. So I guess it was to be expected that he thought of me as kind. Then my brother continued, "Your recent actions further prove that you are so." My actions? Me? I tilted my head adorably as I spoke to him. Which actions were being kind? First during the mock battles. Then the time you suggested a feast for the knights. Oh. Well shit, I was just playing with the character of being a pure and innocent Estelia. I guess that was being kind, so I can't exactly deny it. And now I suppose people think I was naturally kind. But this would perhaps lean to my advantage. With the way they perceive me, they'll likely lay down their life for me. And that's acceptable. I'm not kind, and don't tell me that personally. It's embarrassing, I said innocently while averting my eyes away from him. Ha ha ha. He merely laughed at the way I acted. Very well, very well. Just then, I smelled something in the air. I sniffed quietly, it had a nice smell. Someone was cooking. No, it seemed like someone was grilling. It was faint, but I could smell it nicely. It seems to come from the right turn in front of us. I turned to trace the source of the smell. I raised an eyebrow as I saw the source, which piqued my interest. By the side of the street, there was a spot where smoke was rising. A few people gathered in lines in front of a small store on the outside. "Brother," I called Estevan as I led us towards the store. It actually smelled good. There I saw that someone was indeed grilling. Now I grew more interested. I didn't expect grilling to exist now in a world that appeared to be in the medieval age. As I thought, I shouldn't always compare this world to the old one. There ought to be differences. But whatever. I was glad to find that barbecue exists here. I ate plenty of barbecues in my old life, and it was delicious. Not the ones you find in expensive restaurants. The ones I was talking about were those on the streets. I don't know what I ate made it so delicious, perhaps the sauce. Or some secret ingredient. It was so delicious that it would do well in an expensive restaurant. If memory serves, what I ate were pork and beef, which was stuck into wooden sticks. Oh, there was also the liver. Ah, how nice that was. While I tried grilled foods from restaurants, the barbecues from the streets had a unique appeal. Oh well, I just hope these are at least on par. Let's take a closer look, brother. Ah yes, that place. You know of it. I've been there a few times. Been a long time since the last one. I was with the other knights and soldiers. The soldiers actually recommended this place, and it was worth it. Then the food must be good. All right then. We reached the eatery. The sign above it said Meaty SATs. Interesting name. I looked with anticipation at the food they were grilling. I visibly winced at one of the things I saw. The hell? I pulled Estevan's cloak. Brother, what's the matter? He legit looked puzzled at me, as though there was nothing wrong about it at all. Well, are those worms? Yes, you heard that right. There were long and big worms on each stick. They were already turning brown from being cooked, but I could see some that were still raw, and I could see a dark greenish color from their skin. Don't tell me they eat that. Estevan chuckled in amusement. Yes indeed, dear sister. Those are worms. He even sounded enthusiastic as he answered my question. I grumpily stared at him. And it's being eaten? Yes. Why? Why was indeed the question. Come on. He chuckled again. Why so reluctant, sister? It's actually delicious. So you ate that? Trust me, when you try it, you'll crave for more. And it's not like those worms you see on the ground, so it's fine. Aha, then what kind of worms are those? Greleaf worms. Those worms are actually found on trees and plants. They only eat plants, the leaves to be precise. I don't see how that is different from other worms. They crawl on the ground, right? Well, yes. But they don't dig down. So that's a key difference. Believe me Estelle, it's delicious and completely edible. I frowned. That didn't make much of a difference to me. Come on, give it a try. You won't know you'll like it until you try. I was hesitant since it was a freaking worm. But there were other people eating it. and my brother had also tried it, so maybe it's fine to try. Well, the experience wouldn't be all that bad to have. Fine. But if I don't like it, you'll eat it. Fine by me. Come. We approached the front desk and Estevan took out some copper coins from his pocket. I also had some coins on me. Well, I have to ask to have some money since it would be required to buy daggers. That aside, my family really went on their way to also include some copper coins on our allowance. Copper coins are the lowest currency on the continent. Higher to that is silver, then the highest is gold. 100 copper coins equals 1 silver, and 100 silvers equals 1 gold coin. Estevan gave the man 8 copper coins. Then the man gave him 2 of those worms. He gave one to me. Again I winced as I had a grilled worm before my eyes. I could even smell its delicious aroma, but smell and appearance was different from flavor. My brother saw my face, so he took a bite on his own with a smile. See? All good. Seeing him chew the damn thing made me feel bewildered. Bad thing was, I was starting to be convinced that it was indeed not bad. However, the appearance of the food made me feel unpleasant. Fuck it. I slowly opened my mouth, then took a small bite. My face contorted, not negatively, but positively. It was actually not bad. There, I said it. The damn worm was not bad. There was sweetness as though it was dipped in sauce beforehand. The skin was a bit crunchy, and the insides were delicious. If not for its appearance as a worm, I could have eaten this with no hesitation at all. But come on, a girl has preferences, and presentation is essential. But despite its appearance, I took a few more bites. But I'll only eat this on rare occasions. I hate to admit it, but it's good. See? But I'm not having another one. He, whatever you say. So, what are the others? I pointed at the meat being grilled. Well, that one is grilled pork, and the other is grilled beef. Both are also delicious. Now we're talking. After I ate the whole grilled worm, I asked my brother to buy me the pork. He paid 14 copper coins and received 2. The pork was sliced in a number of pieces and was pierced through by a wooden stick. As for the taste, well, it was not that bad. I preferred it way more than the damn worm. However, the one from my old world was more delicious. Of course, I shouldn't expect such things. But I couldn't help it, you know. Sometimes you just couldn't control your expectations. After trying the pork, I tried the beef, which has the same price as the pork. Come now, it's rare to go out, so the least I could do was taste all of it. Plus, why would I deny such an experience? After eating all of them, I nodded my head with satisfaction. It's very good. But I'm not trying the worm again. Estevan chuckled in amusement upon hearing my words. I guess that's very ladylike of you. Of course, don't expect me to like something like that worm. If you say so. Then, let's go onward. Certainly, dear brother. We continued on, and as I walked, I recalled something from the memories of Estelia. To be exact, the map that she was shown in the past. With that thought in mind, I should really study the local map eventually. I only personally studied the continental map from my previous lesson. And not much was told from it. It lacked intricate details. I suppose it was to be expected in an age where there were no such things as satellites. That aside, I should have my hands on a local map for study. I couldn't just rely on Estelia's memories alone. By the way, brother, we can reach the Eastern Plaza through this route, right? Yes indeed. I guess we're heading there, then. Why not? I'm interested to see how it is. This city has a total of 3 plazas, the north, west, and east. As we're heading east, we might as well pass by the Eastern Plaza. Amidst our walk, I noticed a group of people ahead of us. Seeing how they looked, I instinctively raised my guard, becoming cautious. That was because they were carrying weapons. I observed them closely. A large man had a giant axe on his back. A slim and tall man had a sheathed sword on his waist. The other man had a spear in hand, the bottom tapping the ground as he walked. Then, a young woman wearing a light robe, however, she had no weapons whatsoever. But she could be hiding it. And lastly, another young woman in a white garb, also apparently with no weapons. They were suspicious. They were carrying weapons in a public place. Wasn't that dangerous? I pulled the sleeve of my brother. What's the matter? He asked. Them. I pointed at the group. Estevan shifted his eyes towards them. Oh, what about them? I was baffled. He didn't seem to think a lot about them, even though they were openly having weapons at their disposal. Estevan was different since he was concealing his weapon in his cloak. But those guys were flourishing their weapons to everyone. Aren't they dangerous? They're carrying weapons, I said timidly. Oh, I see. Actually, there's no problem with that. There's no problem with that? Are you serious? Was there no law that prohibits such things? Is this only in this country or also somewhere else? If that was the case for all, then this world needs to work on their policies and improve societal order. They're what you call adventurers. Adventurers. They belong to the Adventurers Guild, and through the guild, you can post commissions for adventurers to work with, of course with a price. What sort of work? I mean, they were carrying weapons, so maybe to kill people. You can have them as your escorts. Merchants commonly do that to guard their caravan as they go around other cities or countries. Also menial tasks like, well, building, cleaning, also you can task them to find something or people. I nodded as I took in the valuable information. Although they are mainly tasked to exterminate monsters. That's why they are armed. I thought knights deal with monsters. Only for grave or serious situations that will threaten the masses. Like the Elgian forest in the northeast, monsters there are incredibly strong. Therefore, knights would be the ones to handle the problem if it gets any worse, since knights are more powerful than adventurers. Of course not all monsters stay in that forest. Some make their home outside of it, and adventurers would be needed to handle them. They are also the ones to exterminate the stray ones. Well, to be clear, not all monsters exist in the Elgian forest. They also come from other forests nearby, so the adventurers are a great help since the knights wouldn't be able to secure all of those locations all the time. Oh, I see. So basically, they're mercenaries. Understood. They could even fight, so they were not people to be taken lightly. I remembered that there were also forests in the north, east, west and the south. Furthermore, not just the capital city Serene, but also the whole Wisteria kingdom was surrounded by a number of forests, a lot of hills and mountains. So I guess a lot of bad elements exist there, and they need to be balanced out, or in other words, to be eliminated. So they go use hired guns. That being said, I might also need to study about these so-called monsters. Damn, I have a lot to study. I feel like I am truly a student now. Only thing missing was going to school. Oh, there are no schools here, that sucks. There sure are a lot of things to learn. And it is nice to go out, don't you think? Estevan looked at me with tender eyes. He must have empathized with my words, knowing that I had never gone out of the palace. The world was unknown to me, and today was as if I was finally seeing the world for the first time. Yes, it is. I giggled. Let's go on, time is of the essence. Understood, dear sister. Moments passed as we strolled, and human traffic had begun to increase. Maybe because of the time or the location, or both. Even so, amidst the crowd, I was keeping an eye on every building. If they were to place a smith shop, there should be one in which crowds were likely to pass by. I was expecting to find one at any moment. But as we went on, I found nothing. I was slightly becoming restless. If I don't find a place that sells decent daggers, then coming here was a waste. Okay, although not exactly a waste, but I would still fail the true purpose as to why I came here in the first place. I took a deep breath as I pondered on what to do. TCH, if it comes down to it, I'll find a way to make Estevan talk. That was the last resort. Then we have reached the plaza. Numerous people walked around, some loudly conversing, others just quietly roaming around. I shifted my eyes towards the center of the plaza. A fountain was built upon there, water rising and flowing down. At the top were statues of two figures, a man and a woman, intertwining fingers as they gazed at each other. I assumed those were the two gods. I saw children playing, couples sitting on the grass outside the pavement, and some were just standing around as though enjoying their surroundings. Colorful flowers planted in different directions, the leaves of trees dancing in the gentle breeze as their shades underneath gave shielding from the warm sunlight. The peaceful and joyful atmosphere graced my presence. A faint smile emerged from my pretty lips. I went straight to the main attraction, the fountain. The clean water reflected my pretty face as I looked down. A wind blew past, sending tiny trickles of water from the fountain towards me. But I didn't mind, it wasn't a big deal compared to this moment. I felt a sense of freedom. Are the other plazas the same as this one? I asked Estevan. There are some differences. I see. I took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air and the serenity of the moment. I looked around, then by the street, I saw a lot of people gathering in a single place. It appeared to be some store. I saw one person emerging from the crowd carrying what appears to be wooden souvenirs. They were in the form of a knight, and one was in the form of a bird. I suppose they were called figurines. I should get one as a souvenir and remembrance. When I looked around some more, I noticed the group of adventurers again, taking a momentary rest to enjoy the view, I presume. They were not that far from me, so I could faintly hear them. Sure is nice to have some peace and relax, said the one in the light robe. I casually looked around, so I wouldn't be noticed as someone suspicious or anything. I'm already wearing a cloak, so that's a small suspicious sign. You're right, it's a pretty good place compared to dangerous forests where we could be suddenly attacked, a man's voice said. Their voices were a little rough to hear and blended with the surrounding noise, but I'll manage. By the way, said another man, you didn't forget we'll need to buy you a knife, right? Oh yeah, said the girl. Guess we'll go to the smith's then before leaving the city. I might also buy one for me, said another girl. Then shall we go? Asked a man. A moment. The smith's, finally. Someone that could lead me to one. Estelia, you all right? Oh yes, I was only admiring the view. The adventurers were about to leave. I needed to find a way to get rid of Estevan. I couldn't let him see me buy daggers after all. He'll just refuse. Worse, he might get confused and suspicious of me if I just desired and bought daggers out of the blue. I quickly thought hard and recalled my surroundings. There must be something that would be useful, then. I had an idea. Brother, let's go there. I pulled him by the sleeve and pointed towards the souvenir shop. That will be the place where I will lose him. Oh, there? Yes, I saw some wooden works. Is that what they sell there? I asked as we walked towards the store. I sneaked a glance to my back, and the adventurers were already leaving, heading towards due north. TCH. I conjured the map from my memories in my head, then added the direction the adventurers were heading. All of those, and I made predictions on which road they would be taking. However, this would only be good at the first moment. Any longer and I will lose them. I was not personally familiar with the city, so it was another variable that may result in my failure. Better hasten up. Indeed, figurines. Quite an impressive work, I should say. Locals and tourists commonly visit it, as you can see, my brother explained. With rushed steps, we now stood behind the crowd. I looked around, there was also a crowd that kept passing by us. This number of people will be required. I want some. They look interesting, I said to Estevan while looking him in the eyes. In that case, we'll grab some. Come on. I froze as I reluctantly glanced at the crowd. There's too many people, I said with a shaky voice and frightened eyes. I was a sheltered princess. Therefore, it should only be expected that I would be very anxious when surrounded by numerous strangers, and commoners at that. They were different from the people of the palace. Also, the amount of people here was not the same as the places we visited earlier. It wouldn't be strange that I would be reluctant now. I see. Then what about you buying some for me? I don't want the stocks to run out on me. But, I'll be fine. There's no need to worry. I can take care of myself if I just stay here. That's fine, right? He looked around with wary eyes. I suppose. Then please hurry, there's still more people coming. I pushed him forward, urging him to hurry up. All right, very well. Be careful here, okay? Certainly. I'll be back in a moment. What do you want precisely? I don't know really, just something that looks cute. He chucked. All right. I'll hurry. He separated from me and squeezed through the crowd. Slowly, many obstacles had begun to take him away from my view. I'm so sorry about this, dear brother. I'm sure my actions will put you in a tight spot. As he entered within a few more, I made my move. He was a knight, and I'm sure I had to be extra careful, I must leave no trace in my movement. I stepped back several times. My steps were completely silent, devoid of all sounds, gentle and agile as I disappeared into the crowd. I blended into the crowd as I went to follow the group of adventurers. I'm now getting farther away from my brother, and he didn't seem to notice my disappearance. Good. I rushed my steps as I headed to the direction the adventurers were heading. I wasn't able to find them immediately, so I frantically searched for them, scanning my surroundings, looking towards every turn. I was hoping that them being a group, walking through the crowds would slow them a bit. My targets should be around here somewhere. When I looked at the road to the left, I smirked. There the group of adventurers were. They were chatting happily as they walked together. I promptly tailed them from a distance, best not to get close. I walked along the street casually, as though taking a stroll. But I feel I was looking a bit suspicious because of me hidden by my cloak. But come on. There were literally people bearing weapons. What makes me more suspicious than them? That said, there were a pair of soldiers patrolling, but they didn't seem to mind me. Back in my world, in cities or places with securities, you would stand out, and standing out around authorities was never good. But here, nope. Maybe cloak-wearing people were common here against my initial thoughts. Oh well, works for me. There were a few spots that caught my eyes, but I have priorities at the moment. And once this was done, I had to return to my brother immediately. He could be freaking out at any moment. I don't want it to get worse. If it ends up that way, he might send the knights to find me, putting the palace into disarray. Better hurry. I was hoping we were getting closer to the smith shop. Shortly after, the group stopped in front of the building and entered. It was a fairly large shop. After waiting a minute, I approached closer and looked up to read the sign. On it was an illustration of a sword and shield, and the name written was Hat Smithings. This must be it. I found the place earlier than expected. Cool. I glanced through the window and saw swords, axes, and a variety of weapons displayed. I could wait until the adventurers go out of the store, but that would take long. I'm working on a time limit here. And thus I entered the shop. Swords were placed into several racks all over the place, long and short. By the walls were spears, axes, and simple knives. Then up the front, behind the counter, was what seemed to be the owner. Behind him were also weapons hung up on the wall. However, they appeared to be more finely made than the others. As I casually looked around the place, a couple of men from the adventurers, who I followed, glanced at me. I paid them no heed. May I suggest this then? A woman's voice said to the rest of the adventurers as she showed him a knife. Perhaps she was the wife of the one I presumed to be the owner/blacksmith. They were busy with their own shopping, it seems. This looks fine. Try it out. The adventurer's attention turned away from me. I walked towards the counter, and I saw plenty of decent daggers displayed up front. I gleefully smiled within my heart. Hello there, Missy. Yes, you look like you're a woman. The buff man called out to me in a friendly manner. He had short black hair and brown eyes. You're new here, aren't you? I furrowed my brows underneath my hood. You can tell. I spoke roughly and a bit strongly, entirely different from my innocent and pure voice. It would do me no good if I act all naive and submissive. They might take advantage of me and scam me. Of course, I can tell who my usual customers are, and the way you acted, looking around just screams, this is new. TCH, I was that easy to read. What a blunder. I was a bit frustrated. However, giving the impression of being a new customer might have its own advantage. This would make shopping a bit easier. I see. Yes, it's the first time I entered this establishment. All right. A new customer. So how may I help you? I stepped closer and glanced at the daggers. Daggers? May I touch them and have a closer look? Of course. He grabbed the daggers and placed them atop of the table, presenting them to me. There are a variety of sizes. Indeed, there were small daggers which you could pin between your fingers with ease. Then there was, what I call, medium-sized that would be fine to use in knife throwing for me, but can still be used in hand to stab and slash. Then there were larger ones with longer blades. It would be hard to throw those and it won't work for me. I want the ones who wouldn't obstruct my speed and attack motions, while being able to quickly throw. And ultimately, those that I was comfortable with. I sort of wanted a butterfly knife, but the way I saw it, there was none, so perhaps there were no such things here yet. As for the design, it was plain, but kinda decent. Still, it would be fine, the important thing was their function. That said, now that I was here, I sort of wanted to have one for the collection, an old habit of mine. I grabbed the medium-sized dagger, spun it adeptly into a reverse grip, then back. I slightly threw and spun it in the air, and caught it by the blade between my thumb and index finger. I threw it in the air again, letting it spin a couple of times, and caught it again by the blades as it descended. Then spun it and grabbed it on the hilt. Finely made. The weight was fine for me. The man nodded at me a few times with a proud smile. You're skillful at using the daggers, huh? You could say that. I waved the dagger in the air for a moment. Satisfied, I put it down and looked at the small daggers. They may be small, but they have their uses. Due to being light, they travel faster, depending on the strength I used to throw them, and less strain on my arm. Also, due to their size, you wouldn't easily catch them. But if I were to use one, I need to aim for a soft spot. In any case, it's useful for a quick draw and quick kill. I held one and tried it out. The handle was thin enough, fine for me. The blade and the hilt were balanced, in weight and size. The dagger was good. As for the largest ones, I wouldn't consider it. The weapons are good, but do you have darker shades? The daggers were in the color of steel, therefore, they were whitish, or grayish, and shiny, and would glimmer and glint in the presence of light. This color was too conspicuous. Darker colors would be preferable when hiding in the darkness. A darker color, sorry missy, don't have those. But you could put in a custom order. That was a disappointment. Is that so? Then how long will it finish? If one of the smallest, then about a day. For the medium-sized, more than a day. Actually, depends on the demand. But since I have no orders yet, I might finish yours faster. No can do. I was planning to buy several. But in that case, it will take a few days, I suppose. Yes, that is the case. That is problematic. I can't just go out of the palace again just after I went out. And it took opportunities to get here and lose my escort. They might get stricter with me in the future. No choice then. How much for the smallest? That will be 2 silvers each. The other one, the medium, is 8 silver coins each. It was affordable. I have a lot of gold coins in hand, after all. One of the perks of being a princess. I'm rich, baby. Perfect. One problem left. I need something to store these. I looked at the corner where I saw some products earlier. The owner realized what I was looking at. Yeah, you need something to store these, huh? I was looking at the sling bags hung in a corner. From the way I saw it, they were made of leather. Indeed. By the way, I will buy 10 small daggers and 5 mediums. Whoa, didn't expect you to buy that many. A lady has her needs. He laughed awkwardly. Then you're quite a unique lady then. I will take 1 sling bag. Furthermore, I'll have some sort of sheath for the daggers. You know, ones that are included in the belts or straps. If there were an easier way to obtain such things, I'd take it. And buying was one of the convenient methods. Plus, I don't know how to make them. Perhaps I can a little bit, but it would be crude and might as well be trash. And finding materials would be hard. Of course, I was about to bring that up. We have belts and straps. Wait a sec. He took a few belts and straps made up of leather from the drawers. It gave me the impression they were of premium quality since they were kept in a safe place. I did see some belts, but they were mostly designed for swords, and very few for daggers, and not that good looking. Perhaps not many buy things that I was to buy. Here ya go. It's fine made, if I do say so myself. And I also brought the darker colored ones. Indeed, some may be dark brown, but there were black as well. Of course, I immediately reached out for the black-colored belt and thigh straps. I nodded, content. Times may be rare that I would get to use the belt, but the thigh straps will be useful. Then I will be taking 4 straps and 2 belts. Won't hurt to have a bit of extras. He then totaled the amount of what I bought. Nothing problematic. I still have plenty to spare. Damn, being rich is nice. I took some gold coins from my pouch, but didn't take out the pouch though just to be safe. I could tell which one was the gold because it was a little larger than the rest and had a different design. At the same time, the adventurers seemed to have made their choice. I could hear them from the background. Finally, I can stab the bastards who get close to me. Good for you. Let's use that knife of yours for butchering some boars later. Of course, you'll be the one doing the butchering, ha 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 ha, a man teased. Ooh, no way. It's your job. Everyone either chuckled or laughed. There sure are a lot of good swords here. I'm buying when I save up some more, another man said. Oh, which ones you like the most? Asked a heavier voice. Well, and they went on talking about trivial things that I was not obligated to listen to, so I didn't and looked at the weapons in front of me. As the smith was giving me my change, I spoke to him. You have fine weapons displayed behind you, I'm impressed. Ha ha, of course, those are the things that I worked hard for the most. Indeed, I can see the hard work from the finished product alone. Hee, thanks. Ah, which reminds me, do you also have any premium quality daggers? He smirked for some reason. At this moment, he must really now have the impression that I was a wealthy customer. Well, I didn't mind. Of course. Oh, then can I take a look? Wait for a moment. From behind the desk, he grabbed a wooden box. It wasn't something you would call plain. It was all made up of wood, but it was carved beautifully. Various shapes that resembled vines and leaves were all around it. Here it is. It's one of my older works, but it's been untouched for a long time, so it should be completely fine. I guess he barely makes any daggers which were premium made. Mostly what I see were swords. Could be that swords were more in demand than daggers. He continued, as for the box, I also made it myself. You have a wide range of talents, I see. You flatter me, Missy. He placed the box on the table and presented the front to me. He opened the box slowly, a bit dramatic to be honest. But holy shit, it was actually building up my anticipation. Well, the age of my old world and here were different. Thus, I was actually looking forward to how this dagger was. And you rarely find any, you could say, custom-made daggers. Well, rare for me, that is. It was hard to scout, okay. Then when I saw the thing inside, both my eyebrows rose. I have never seen such a marvelously designed dagger before. The dagger of plain steel, but there were more. Along the hilt was a trace of gold, wrapping around all the way to the top. In addition to that, there was also something embedded along the steel, perhaps silver. Then at the upper side of the handle, the guard, there were carvings of flower petals, in the color of gold and silver. By the blade, at the center, there were lines and traces of gold, then shapes of flower petals and vines carved in, highlighted by a golden hue. The dagger was beautiful and neat. Not only that, it was around a medium-sized dagger. I'm impressed by just thinking of the intricacies. Incredible, I let out my words of awe. I want to have it. Right. I added silver and gold on the steel. Although, I only applied thinly the materials used for cosmetics so that it wouldn't weigh too much and to keep it balanced. I'm at a loss for words. It can be used for practical purposes. Personally, though, I think it fits best to just be a collection. No, that's wrong. What's the use of a dagger if not used for its true purpose? And this one should definitely be used. Just imagining as I cut down my foes with it elated me. Oh. He seemed to be taken aback by my words as he raised his eyebrow with smiling lips. May I touch it? Of course, go ahead. I slowly reached out. What I was about to hold was a sacred object. Beauty beyond realms that other people who didn't have the same interests as mine could understand. I carefully wrapped my hand around the handle, the coldness of the metal spread out through my senses. I lifted it and looked closely. Amazing. I flipped the dagger into a reversed grip and waved it in the air. It could be used perfectly. And, I could see it was still sharp. What fine craftsmanship. I'm definitely buying this. As I was admiring the beauty of the sacred object in my hand, all of a sudden, the door banged open. Yo! A loud man's voice echoed throughout the entire shop. The owner in front of me looked displeased. I decided not to look back, since I didn't want any attention. Plus, I bet the dagger in my hand was more pleasing to the eye than him. What's up? He sounded drunk. And the way the owner reacted, and the others were completely silent, It gave me the impression this wasn't the first time that this happened. Why so quiet? Whatever, man. I'm resting today, so I might as well have my sword repaired. It's getting dull. He walked towards the owner and stood beside me. Fuck. Of all places. But it was not that surprising since I was talking with the owner. Damn it, it reeks of alcohol. But that was not the problem at the moment. If someone like him caught interest in me, it would be troublesome. I pulled my hood, lowering it down some more. Here, Smithy, take care of it. With a frown, the smith glanced at the sword placed on the counter. Bertos, you better pay this time. Of course I'll pay you. You didn't pay last time. Huh? Don't ya have patience? I told ya I'll pay. And when would that be? I will. Then no. Don't even try to deny me your services, Nekero. Or else, I'll feel upset. The smith, Nekero, looked around his shop, the products and so on. Was this one of those? Do what I want you to do, otherwise I'll wreck this shop of yours. Yup, it seemed that way. No, not this time, the blacksmith said in defiance. Oh, resisting? What do you got, eh? Bertos looked at the other adventurers and snorted. You think those guys can even beat me? I stole a glance at the other adventurers amidst the racks. They appeared to be hesitant. The men at the front appeared to be covering the women behind them, hiding behind the bigger man. Almost looked like they were keeping them from view. Could be a battle formation or something else. Was this guy infamous? And if that group were reluctant to resist this guy, then he must be skilled. Well, senses and movements are dulled when drunk, so they should be able to beat him. But I suppose it's this guy's reputation that made them hesitate. I looked at what I assumed to be the smith's wife, and she was looking at her husband with utter worry. How troublesome. If I were to settle with this guy, I have to take in mind that he was drunk, so he wouldn't be at his full capacity. Still, this made me think of magic. However, if I had no choice but to strike him, I have to do it with utter swiftness. One issue, this was a public place. Bertos gave a confident smile towards the smith. You got no one. It felt like he glanced at me. I didn't see it as I was avoiding looking at him. Or don't tell me you have a chance if you have this girl. She has nothing to do with this. The smith defended me. I was thankful for that. I hope this will be over with that. But of course, it wasn't. He, Bertos ignored him. What a nice baby knife you got there, girl. TCH. This asshole just has to keep his mouth talking. Oi, why you not looking at me? Don't ignore me. I kept ignoring him. I would like to avoid trouble if I could. I said don't ignore me. And I'm curious what beauty you are. Come on, show us who you are. Bertos. Don't involve her. The smith shouted. Stop it, Bertos. I can't just keep watching. The adventurer with the sword walked towards us. Shut your mouth. He extended his hand towards my hood. No, now that's crossing the line. Gotta respect a lady's privacy. Now then, show me your face. I sighed as I made my move. The next moment, in a flash, a passing glint of a blade cleaved through the air. Too quick for the unguarded eyes to follow. After that, what everyone could only see was an extravagant blade held by a slender and pale hand, pressing against the bare throat of a crude man. His throat had a little shallow wound as the blade dug only just slightly, blood leaking through his skin. A voice then reached everyone's ears, emotionless and cold. Keep on going, and the next thing you'll see as your insignificant life snuffs out is your own blood spurting out of your throat, I said, with my head looking away from him. I didn't need to look at him to strike. Training wasn't a waste. He froze in surprise, he didn't see it coming. Oh, try moving a muscle, and you're dead. This is a new dagger, so I would like to try it out. But I don't know if your trashy blood should be what this blade tastes first. But blood is blood. It had been a while since I spilled some, since I was last killed. And this little shit, I am willing to put it in its rightful place. What this thing should be, a mere plain, unmoving corpse. If he even tries to move, which I deem threatening, my strike will be instant. His throat would have already been slitted before he could even tackle me. I waited as I anticipated the fountain of blood that was to come. His next action will decide his fate, and I was waiting. He seemed defiant, but he was reluctant. Of course he would be. The only thing missing from him would be his life flashing before his eyes. Good thing he didn't have his guard up at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to threaten him this way, and an upfront battle will be difficult. Even though I had an idea what reputation this guy has from the others' reaction, that didn't mean I would also cower before him. Fear. If I feel such a thing towards people, how pathetic I would be. What made this man different from other people who I faced that wanted to kill me? Please, no bloodshed in my shop, the smith yelled out of the blue. He sounded pretty desperate. Bertos, I beg you. Back down, he pleaded to the man. The asshole was silent as he deliberated on how to proceed. Fine. I'll step back. I glanced at him from the corner of my eyes, just a little bit. He opened his hand and showed his palm. One by one, he stepped back away. There, I'm away, satisfied. I slightly lowered my blade, as if I would lower my guard. I spoke to him. Walk to the door and stand there. What? He sounded puzzled. Do what I say. Huh, I'm surprised you didn't tell me to immediately leave. He walked towards the door and stood there. I then spoke to the adventurer that approached us. You with the sword, may I ask you to do something? Why yes, what is it? He sounded uneasy. Please give back his sword. What? Do it. If his sword wasn't returned, he might get annoyed and just come later, since the smith said he wouldn't repair it, so it would be good to give him back his sword. The reason I had him stand by the door and away from me was so that he wouldn't strike me the moment he had his sword back. If he decided to unsheath his sword, the heroic adventurer should be the one to face him first, not me. And I'll have plenty of time to respond. Very well. The swordsman took the sword from the smith and walked towards the man. Here, HMPH, at least you gave it back. He received the sword. Also, you girlie, you win this small round, you got me good. In honor of that, I'll leave you people be, for now. With that, with a loud slam of the door, he disappeared from the shop. How much for the dagger? And oh, please rub off the blood. I returned to how I spoke earlier as I presented the dagger to the smith. All right, sure. It's 2 gold coins. He took the blade from me and cleaned it with a piece of cloth. I then placed 2 gold coins on the table. The smith returned the dagger to its box. Good thing it was included in the package. Ah! He took a piece of fabric from the cabinets and spread it on the table. He took my daggers I bought and placed them on top of it, arranging it while doing so. He then carefully rolled the fabric. I grabbed the sling bag and wore the strap by the shoulder. Here you go. I received the rolled fabric and placed it inside the bag. How thoughtful of him to place the daggers inside it. I then placed the belts and strap in the bag, and took the wooden box, then pushed it down inside the bag before closing the lid. Thank you for the time. And no, I should be the one thanking you. It's a pleasure doing business with you. I nodded my head and left the shop without a regard for anyone else. Now how do I handle my dear brother? I could already imagine him panicking as he searched for me. He must be in despair realizing his failure to guard me and how he lost me. Perhaps he might even be confused as to why I vanished. What role should I take? Maybe I should take the role of being a stubborn and obstinate girl and leave the spot where I should be because I found something interesting. Should I begin to rebel a bit? Perhaps, but most importantly, I should be utterly apologetic. I touched the sling bag. I should hide it under the cloak. I took off the bag that was over my cloak and then hung it inside, on my right shoulder. The sling bag hung straight towards the ground from my shoulder. A bit inconvenient for me, but it will work. I pulled my cloak to conceal myself even more along with the bag. It was ideal not to reveal I had this bag, but if it was to end up being discovered, oh well, I'll manage somehow. All right, I hope you're still at the plaza, dear brother. He could be searching for me, so there was a chance that he was no longer at the plaza and was searching for me all around. But it would be troublesome to search for him, especially when I am personally unfamiliar with the city. Perhaps you were wondering if I could go home on my own. Of course I can. What am I? A 5-year-old. I've memorized every route I have taken, so I could just use the route I used earlier to return to where I was to begin with. And as long as I know the direction of where the palace was, I will be completely fine. I'm not gonna get lost. If I did, then I suck. With rushed steps, I went on to return to the plaza. I should not take long. Of course not too fast, since I don't want to attract any attention to myself. I already did something unplanned at the blacksmith shop. I don't want any more. Still need to think about how to handle my dear brother. I don't want him to go calling the knights now to find me. But I imagine he wouldn't do that immediately, considering it was his responsibility to watch over me. And failing that would be a disappointment, not just to everyone, but most importantly to our father and mother. If we were to meet father and mother later, I have to tell my brother to keep everything a secret before that. I just hope he agrees, which I was 75% sure about. Well, let's just see how everything goes. The most important thing was that I already have my precious daggers. Just then, I instinctively froze in my tracks. My heart beat fast as I immediately went on high alert. A chilling wind just went round me. This was no normal wind. I was surrounded by different buildings, and this type of cold wind was different, and its movements were circling me. Princess of Blood. I instantly sneaked my hand into my bag when I heard that voice. Damn it, it was out of the blue. The daggers were wrapped in cloth and at the bottom of the bag. It would be stupid to take him out now, so I just have to take the dagger from the box. I immediately turned to look at the source of that sound. There, in a small alley by the road, was a man in dark clothing covered in robes from head to toe, but I could see his face. It was a man in his 40s, his amber eyes stared at me, his dark hair blended with the faint dark fog that surrounded him. What does this person want with me? And Princess of Blood? I had no idea what he was talking about. He smiled when our eyes met. Indeed, you're alive. I doubt it no more now that I see you with my own eyes this closely. He spread his arms with a smile while he spoke, as though in celebration. I was puzzled as to why he was acting this way. It was then at this moment that I had realized that I could only hear his voice, and everyone else, and anywhere else, I couldn't hear them.
I still feel the chilling wind. It must be what was blocking the sound. This must be another kind of magic. It was irritating that an unknown power was being used on me. The prophecy told otherwise, and your survival changed the flow of the tides, or changed what we initially expected. Oh, I smirked inside. I'm sorry. Did I fuck up your prophecy or something? I wanted to chuckle in amusement. That said, I knew nothing about this so-called prophecy. But I did get that it seems the prophecy spoke of my death. Or, to be precise, Estelia's death. Well, she is dead, and I am here. Hilarious. In their eyes, Estelia was still alive. Please do not misunderstand, we are overjoyed to see you alive and well, O esteemed princess. He bowed his head deeply as though bowing down to a monarch. Who are you? I took on the Estelia facade as I spoke. Reason. It seems that this person was familiar with me. It would be best not to show who I truly was in front of him. But it made me wonder if he saw what I did in the shop. I hope not. We are not your enemy, princess. What? I processed his words, trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind it. What he could be doing, I had a faint idea, but it was uncertain. We have been watching you, your highness. We have been protecting you from others that threaten you, even more so now. From what he was saying, it seemed he had no intention of attacking me. But I still sneaked my hand to grab hold of the dagger from inside the box, which I opened during the exchange. It would be foolish to believe him. Even though he had magic, and I do not, that didn't mean I was not going to fight if there was no other choice. If I were to fall, it would be fighting to the end. But, this entire conversation gave me a bad feeling. Like, everything was going to change. What I was experiencing recently, all of it would slowly change in the future. A strange emotion began to creep into my heart. What do why you mean? Be careful, for various beings have their eyes on you. Be wary of your surroundings and those around you. Even to your allies and ranks, for your enemies will also be among them, that even we cannot determine which. A betrayer. Always be on guard. Don't easily trust anyone. Please live, Princess of Blood. He sounded like he was pleading, but I was not in the mood to be empathetic, nor did I have any intention of doing so. But what was this? I was holding the dagger tightly, so tight that my hand trembled. A violent emotion swirling in my heart. My facade threatened to break. I wanted to explode in anger. Farewell for now. But know that we are also here to watch over you. And oh, I suggest you keep our conversation a secret in order to keep everyone around you safer. He faintly smiled. Take care, Your Highness. He turned into a fog and ascended until he disappeared. The abnormal wind that covered me vanished as well. I took in a sharp, deep breath as my pure and innocent masquerade broke apart. I gritted my teeth as my burning eyes of anger peered around, looking for enemies. I was furious. So furious that my heart pounded heavily. They would ruin my peace. My face contorted into anger as I wanted to shout. The dagger held even more firmer as the raging emotion inside me wanted to blast out. I want to slam my fist into a wall. I want to kill. I want to slaughter. I want to execute those who wanted to obstruct my desired path. What did I ever do to them for me to end up in this situation? I knew nothing about them. I knew nothing about everything. Who they were, what was going on, what was about to happen. Everything. And now they dare threaten the peace that I have. My days of peace, the days ever since I became Estelia. It came to my mind. They were peaceful. Those were the things I so wanted to have. The freedom, the flowers, the cookies, the lessons, the dancing, the learning, the music, the plan to fish, eating grilled food, leisurely walks. A place to call home. But this was going to happen. It felt like everything would crumble apart. All the things I only experienced for a short time. Why? I took a deep breath. Losing my calm wouldn't help anything. I closed my eyes as I slowly regained my composure. Fine then. Anyone who wants to destroy my peace, come at me. I will face you down. I will take you all. No matter how many you are. Even if it's the entire world. I will eliminate all that dares to take what I longed for. What I wished for. I will have a life of peace. I have made my resolve. I arrived at the plaza as I contemplated on what I'll do from this moment forward. I searched for my brother, but he was nowhere to be found. I sighed. I felt tired. There was a spot outside of the pavement, a grassy spot. I wanted to sit down for a while, so I walked over and plopped down on the ground. I embraced my knees as I lowered my head. Damn interlopers. That stranger from before, he was speaking and saying as though he was my ally or some shit. Protect me. Bullshit. As if I would rely and trust them. His words implied he wanted to implant into my mind that he was my friend and was not a threat. But those kinds of people had their own motives. I would never rely on them. I only had myself to rely on, to handle everything, to make everything go well. What if my old allies, from my former world, could I have relied on them if they were also here? I don't know, perhaps. The man who killed me hesitated, he didn't want to do it. But I fucked up, I messed up, I failed. It was given that I would be disposed of, and not everyone would hesitate to fulfill the mission and put the rules above all else, even if it violates what they wanted inside their heart. In this world, I have no accomplices. What was this I was feeling? Melancholy. Hey, been a while since I felt something like this. But this is ridiculous. What a bothersome emotion. It's pointless to feel this way. I must first think of the future. First, I need to get stronger. I am weak, not in skills of course, I have confidence in that. But what I was wary of was magic. How annoying. I can imagine people with the weakest body could be the strongest with the help of magic. Talk about unfairness. As someone who in the past worked hard, went through hell, I can only say that about it. How unfair. No. What am I saying? I'm not like this. My mind was in disarray. I guess everything that happened is getting into me. TCH, snap out of it, me. Alright, damn it. Plan 1, get stronger. I must learn magic. Plan 2, information. I don't know how I could learn about what was happening around me, but I should learn first about the geography of this country at least. I must know the area I was operating. Plan 3, find out who could be of threat. One of the knights could be one of the traitors, should take that into consideration. But I wonder, if they wanted me dead, one of them could have already killed me. Was it one of the soldier? Perhaps. Among 'em, one could be a spy. Could be tasked to only watch over my movements for the time being. But it's possible they may be ordered to kill me at some point. The palace staff. They could have killed me already. But nothing was assured. Then, what about nobles? Highly possible. People of power always have motives, mostly for themselves. That said, what does everyone even want from me? I know completely nothing. Fuck. Was I the only one who was told about this predicament? It seems so. The man said not to tell anyone else if I want those close to me to remain safe. But, was I really the only target? The other royal family could be targets, too. I mean, executing them had more merits than killing a princess like me, who had no influence whatsoever. But, what if merits and benefits, financial, or anything tangible, were not the only motives to this? Personal grudges. Might be. But, why was it that who came to meet me seemed powerful? Was this not as simple as I first thought it would be? Something of a greater scale. It couldn't be. Why would that be? I don't get it. Perhaps I'm wrong. But still, I have no knowledge of anything. First, I must find a way to mend the situation even for just a little. I heard someone panting close to me, followed by a familiar voice. Estel. I instantly looked up and saw my brother. His eyes opened wide. He seemed like he was panicking just a moment ago, but now there was a bit of relief. He was also profusely sweating, indicating he was running all over the place. I smiled brightly as I jolted up. Brother. I already had one foot forward as though intending to hold him in joy. However, I stepped back with an apologetic expression. I am so sorry. I lowered my head with regretful eyes while often sneaking a glance at my dear brother. I'm sorry for what I did. I shouldn't have done that, I sincerely said to him with a slightly trembling voice. I averted my gaze instantly after speaking. Where were you? I looked at Esteban. He still had that somewhat stressed look. I'm sorry. I saw something which caught my attention. I was only to take a look for a moment, but I also went to another place close to it. I was so caught up that I didn't notice how long I was away. I lowered my head even more. I have to be careful of my movements. I have a bag full of daggers under my cloak. I decided to keep the reason simple so it wouldn't get worse or anything. I already have a lot of things on my mind. I kept searching all around for you, but I couldn't find you. Did we miss each other? I blinked my eyes, pretending to think about it. I don't know. I'm sorry for what I did, brother. I troubled you immensely. I had a face that was on the verge of crying. My eyes were a bit damp at the corners, and my lips pursed tightly. He sighed, and the next I felt was his hand patting my head. I formed a bewildered expression. The most important thing is that I found you, and you're safe. That's all that matters. His eyes were full of fondness, and his smile filled with warmth. Okay, but don't do that again, understand? Why, yes. He nodded. So, how was your lonesome touring? It was great. But that was a mistake. There are just too many new things that I saw. I see. By the way, you looked so melancholic when I found you. Are you all right? He must have seen me while I was contemplating. I may indeed have looked so sad. Perhaps I was. But that was not what I was intending to convey. It was just comfortable to be in that position. Could it be that you're scared because I wasn't there by your side? He had a teasing smile on his face. I furrowed my brows as a blush came to my cheeks. And no, it's not that at all, brother. I looked away with a pout. Ha ha ha. There, he patted my head again. Your big brother will always help you if you need help. If you need saving, I'll be there. He spoke as though talking to a child. I'm not a child, okay. I don't even look as young as a child. Brother, stop that. It's embarrassing. He chuckled. You look cute if you act that way. By the way, brother, where are the souvenirs that you bought? I changed the subject to show my embarrassment. About that. You see, I panicked when I saw you gone, so I dropped them. Brother, we can still search for them, right? I guess we can try. Come. I followed him, and we arrived in front of the shop which was selling figurines. It's supposed to be somewhere here. We looked around, on the floor and everywhere, but there was nothing. It's gone, my brother muttered. And it seems we can't buy another one. The shop was closed. They must have sold out already. How very successful that business was. Likely they had pretty limited stocks. That's alright, brother, there's always a next time. I guess anyhow, where do you want to go next? During the exchange, I have thought of what I would do. I was alone in this endeavor. So what do you think I need? Manpower, allies, someone to use, someone that can be trusted. Let's go home. Esteban looked at me with confusion the moment I said those words. It was still about midday. We were planning to at least spend the time in the city until afternoon. However, with how things turned out, I was no longer in the mood for a leisure stroll. I didn't feel comfortable here anymore. I needed to think first. So the best option was to return to the palace, where it was the safest. Why? I looked away, appearing to hesitate. I just want to go home. Is that so? Then that's fine if that's what you want, let's go. I nodded my head. But let's pass by the flower shop from earlier. All right. Answer. We passed by the flower shop. You came back. The little girl from the flower shop immediately said to me happily when she recognized who I was. Her eyes, so innocent, gazed up at me. I could hear a faint chuckle from my brother behind me. I ignored him and spoke to the girl. Yes, I did say I'll come back later, right? Well, we were passing by anyway, so why not? Now then, I'll have one each for different colored flowers. Give me the best ones. Okay. Sure. The small girl then turned to her mother. Mama, I need help. The customer said she wants the best ones, but I don't know if what I'll pick is the best. Really? All right then, the mother gently said to her child. Please wait for a moment. I nodded. What does the customer want, exactly? The mother asked her child. The child conveyed my order. After a moment, the mother had bundled the assorted flowers, tied in a few thin ropes. Here you go, young lady. I smiled as I received the bouquet, gently taking them into my arms. Allow me to pay, sister. Esteban offered, so I didn't need to refuse. Thank you. Thank you very much, beautiful miss. Oh, such a flatterer, young child. Amusing. Farewell, I said to them. I gazed at the beautiful flowers as we walked. Flowers were indeed beautiful. Brother and I didn't speak as we headed back home. Perhaps there was just nothing to talk about, or perhaps what happened earlier was still plaguing his thoughts. I didn't want to speak for a while, anyway. I'm still troubled about everything. That said, I have decided what I will do. When we arrived at the bridge, I stopped in place, then immediately looked at my surroundings. It was quiet, no one was around. This place was much better compared to the city. It was safer. My brother looked at me with a puzzled expression. Estelle. I faced him with fear in my eyes. I looked down before raising them again, meeting Esteban's eyes. Brother, I have something to say. What? What's the matter? Something going on. My seriousness startled him. But that's good, he had to take what I say seriously. As I said earlier, I was alone. Therefore, I need manpower. I need allies. Someone that can be trusted. And one of them was my very own brother. I have to tell him. What? Don't tell me you ever thought I wouldn't tell him just because the man earlier said not to tell anyone. Ridiculous. What am I? Stupid. No, I'm not that pathetic. I'm not an idiot. Having brother realize what was going will be beneficial. A knight, a royalty, a family of Estelia. What was the point of acting as Estelia if I won't put it to good use? And why would I follow the words of some stranger? I need to have faith in my own decisions, and what I think would be the best course of action. Everything I've built up, the acting, the efforts, I will put it to use. I will have them protect me. All those that can be used as shields, I shall use them. Those that can aid me, I'll use them. To survive, I'll use anything that is necessary. And the closest thing that could be used for those ends was my brother. Add to that the entire royal family. I smirked inside my heart. I have the highest in the hierarchy within the kingdom by my side. I will put him to good use. I opened my mouth slightly as though hesitating to speak, but then inhaled deeply, showing my conviction. Something happened earlier actually. What do you mean? Estevan narrowed his eyes. There was a man. I averted my eyes away. A man. What happened? His voice sounded a bit stern, anticipating my next words. He came from out of nowhere, and it felt like he cast some sort of magic. Magic. Now he sounded puzzled, must not be what he was expecting. He warned me. But there was something strange, he called me something. Go on. Princess of Blood, he called me that. What? He mildly shook his head. Estelle, I'm confused. What happened? Tell me everything. I told him everything the man said to me. As to how I met him, of course I omitted the information about coming from a blacksmith. I just said I was just walking around and the stranger called to me. Upon finishing conveying the information, Estevan covered his mouth as he processed what I just said. Suddenly, as though in realization, I saw his hand grip his sword's hilt as he glared at the surroundings. Then, does this mean that there are people watching us? Especially in the city. And to think I left you alone. I'm a useless brother. Brother, don't blame yourself. Estelle, let us quickly return to the palace. I need to speak with father. Oh, okay. He suddenly held my wrist and pulled me towards the palace gates. I accidentally dropped the flowers. What a waste. His grip was extremely tight, and he walked hastily. He was severely agitated. Open the gates, quickly. He shouted loudly the moment we arrived at the gates. The gates quickly opened, and we immediately entered inside. Your Highness. The guard greeted him, but Estevan ignored him. When the other guards began to gather, my brother pulled me towards him and held me by the shoulders as if protecting me from danger. Brother, can you please slow down? No. He flat out denied my request. I never saw him like this. His eyes were so severe that one would hesitate to speak with him. We quickly reached the front doors of the palace. With no hesitation, he slammed them open and pulled me inside with him. He immediately slammed the door shut, causing a loud bang. Why, Your Highness, what's the matter? A manservant nearby noticed the agitated Estevan. My brother stared at him, no, more like scrutinizing him for only a short moment. I want to speak with my father. Tell him I'm coming shortly. Why, yes, at once, Your Highness. The manservant left quickly. Brother, may I retire to my room? I'm a bit tired. Well, I still need to hide the daggers I have hidden. I have to return to my room immediately. Very well, I'll take you there. Yes, he delivered me to my room. Rest for a while. Okay. He closed the door after I entered. I took in a deep breath before facing the drawers. That went very well, didn't expect him to react that hard, I quietly muttered. I took off my cloak and opened the drawer. I took off the bag and when I was about to put it inside, I paused. The maids frequently open the drawer. Then, where should I? I looked at my bed. Under the bed should do fine. They don't clean underneath there often. That being said, Mira was now my personal maid, so she should be the one to clean the room. So I guess I'll manage. It was a pain to not have much privacy. But whatever. I placed the entire bag underneath the bed. Should work for now. Now then, I wonder how things will turn out. Estevan immediately went to his father after bringing Estelia to her room. His blood was in a rush after what his sister told him. Everything was so sudden, it could have put Estelia in harm's way for all he knows. From what he heard, this was a matter so severe that he couldn't sit idly by. His father, the king, must learn of this at all costs. Only he has the power to do more things than Estevan ever could. He shortly reached his father's office. Estevan opened the door with no hesitation. He already had ordered a servant to notify his father of his visit, so nothing should be surprising about him barging in. Inside the office, he was greeted by several papers and quills on the table of his father. Scribes assisted the king in his work, and there was also his mother sitting by the table, appearing to have paperwork of her own. She must have decided to help. Estevan was expecting that he would be alone with his father, but it would be fine for his mother to also hear about the situation involving Estelia. No, it would be best for his mother to know about this. My son, you returned earlier than expected. The king, Leodol, furrowed his brows the moment he saw Estevan's serious expression. Something the matter, Estevan? Estevan heaved a sigh, venting a bit of his frustrations. Father, mother, I wish to speak with you two alone. Estevan warily looked at the other people around. The scribes looked a bit puzzled as to why Estevan was looking at them that way. He was always the friendly type, after all. Is that so? Then, leave us. Leodol gave the order, and the servants immediately fled the room. Estevan walked over to the door and spoke to the servants. Go rest for a while, eat or something. Why yes, your highness. With that, they left the proximity of the room. Estevan didn't want anyone eavesdropping, despite how secure the room was, or rather, he just didn't want anyone else close. After making sure there was no one else, he closed and locked the door. Estevan, is there a problem? Where's Estelia? Melia, Estevan's mother, asked worriedly. Estevan understood why, for he looked so agitated even just after going out with Estelia. The way he acted only made everyone think that something bad happened. Estelle is fine, mother. She's in her room. Truly. That's good. I thought something bad happened, she sighed in relief. Then, what's the matter? Why so tense? Estevan walked closer to them. It concerns Estelia. Something happened while she was alone. His father raised an eyebrow. What do you mean alone? Weren't you supposed to be with her? Yes, father. It was my blunder, but there's something more important at the moment. His parents waited for him to continue. Estelia said that a strange man showed himself. He used some magic. He looked into his father's eyes. And he called him Princess of Blood. Both his father and mother held their breaths the moment they heard those words. Estevan didn't expect them to act this way, as though they were familiar with it. How could this be? Melia muttered. I had my suspicions, but I never thought she would truly be. Wait, you know about this? Estevan was surprised. Not much. In fact, we know too little. His father stood up and walked to the window. Before that, tell me what happened. Estevan nodded his head and told them what Estelia said. After hearing it, the king felt baffled. Prophecy. What? What more about it? That is all I know. He just mentioned she survived, but the prophecy said otherwise. Then I assume that could only mean that she should have died. Melia took in a shaky breath, anxiety evident on her face. Dee died. What is going on? And there are many that target Estelia. I never thought it would end up this way. Father, mother, you were familiar with the term earlier. Tell me, what do you know? His father looked him in the eyes. Estevan, what do you know of our lineage? What? He was confused by the question. What do you mean? We're direct descendants of the founders, like any other kingdoms. The bloodline of the first kings and queens. Yes, that is what we are. But we are more than that. We are descendants of the gods. Estevan was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe it. There was no way. But his father wouldn't jest in situations like this. Is that for certain, father? We are descendants of the Lady of Serenity and Lord of Compassion. His eyes widened. What? I never heard of something like this before. I couldn't even imagine it. Around 2 millennia ago, the goddess and the god walked our land, aiding humans. Then they had a child. Estevan listened carefully. A child of 2 gods. The child was about to be given the title, the Princess of Blood. As she was about to be a child of monarchs. Then, no, that's a long time ago. It's impossible that Estelia would be. The child died. What? While a mere baby, the child died, killed to be precise. But it wasn't stated how. This is all based on the ancient texts that were never publicized, and only a few knew of this. I was planning to tell you boys about this, but I guess it's now time. Wait, father, I'm confused why the child would be given the title of Blood. Serenity was not the lady's first title, his mother said. Then what is? Ruling deity of blood, said the king. That was her original title as goddess. And her appearance was described in the ancient text. The ruling deity of blood had hair as white as the purest platinum, skin as white as snow, and eyes as red as the crimson of blood. Estevan's breath stuck in his throat. He closed his fist and pressed it into his mouth, utterly surprised by the revelation. That's exactly like Estelia. I thought it was only a coincidence the first moment Estelia came into this world. No, I prayed for it to be, Leodol said weakly. I thought it was only because of the mixture of your father and my features. But the crimson eyes were just too much. We hoped it was not the case of what we were thinking it to be. But it was stated in the ancient text that the Lady of Serenity deemed it to be that her daughter was to be reborn again, not to be her direct child, but she would be reborn. I see, but if the child died, how are we the direct descendants? The Lord and Lady had another child. However, the girl lacked the features of her mother. Then, that is how our kingdom came to be. The child of the gods fell in love with a mortal, and had children. That's how it was. Even some of the nobles in our kingdom are the descendants. Then, the blood of the gods really does flow in our veins. It was hard to believe, but he had to. Then, why was the ancient text not revealed to the public? Estevan asked. To keep us, the lineage of the gods, a secret. Having come from the blood of the gods be known to the public wouldn't be good. That's what the kings in the past millennia decided. No, it might have been requested by our founders. We do not know the full history, regrettably. Then, if the first queen was a god, shouldn't she be eternal? Then where is she? No one knows. If Estelia was the daughter reborn of the lady, why hasn't the lady come? I don't know. Estevan clutched his head. He was being overwhelmed by what was happening concerning his dear sister. And now there are many that's aiming for her, and what's with this prophecy they were talking about? He muttered. I suggest we further study the ancient text deeply. We might find something, Melia said. I'll look into it myself. Melia, very well, I will send some people to help you. He turned to Estevan. My son, you make sure there are no traitorous worms within the Knight's Order. Understood. I'll look into the servants myself. Estevan had been thinking about something. Father, about Estelia. What are we going to do? Have her stay here? Prohibit her from leaving? How long? Depends. Father, I know it's dangerous, but we can't make her stay in the palace like a prisoner anymore. I'm against it. It's for her own good. But for her entire life she had never left the palace. If only you could see how she was the moment she left the gates. Her smile was so broad, eyes full of adoration and face so brilliant in celebration. Like a bird finally able to fly with freedom, free to reach for the skies, she was happy. I never saw her so happy before. It warmed my heart to see her like that. Please reconsider, please, don't lock her up. Leodol shifted his eyes towards Melia. Both had conflicting expressions, having difficulties deciding. The king sighed. I will think of what to do. Estevan smiled. Thank you, father. Now go, do your task. Yes, I'll be going out. Have them prepare for my leave while you go. Where are you going, father? Now that it has come to this, I'm going to the church. So father is going to request the church for assistance. Knowing his father, his request would be no less than a mild effort. If it was for Estelia, he would use the entire church order in the kingdom. Understood, father. Estevan left the room. He will protect his dear sister from any harm. He wouldn't hold back. Whether they be allies, or friends, if they threaten Estelia's life, he would cut them down with no hesitation. Family was more important than others. Last night, during dinner, everyone was so tense that I found it hard to talk with them. It seems that my reliable brother had delivered the news. That said, trapped in my room I never uncovered what actions they exactly took. However, if I were to guess, they must be making sure that everyone in the palace was to be trusted. In addition, I also heard from Mera yesterday that my father, the king, left the palace. I asked Mera where he could have gone, but she had no answer. I wonder where he went. But I'm impressed they acted immediately when they heard of my predicament. Good. Now the seeds of my soon-to-be meat shields and assistance had been planted and ready to be reaped. I am now to focus on my own self for a while. Milady, everyone seems so tense for some reason today. As we were heading back to my room after taking a bath, Mera spoke to me with a concerned voice. I had no intention to tell her of the situation. She could offer no help whatsoever after all. And my family hadn't told anyone else what was happening, so I am not intending to intervene. Even so, Mera will have some uses at any point. I acted clueless about it. Is that so? Have you heard anything about why? I only heard about His Majesty leaving yesterday, and His Highness the Prince gathering the knights. It seems my brother started at a place he had the most influence on. But I think the knights had the lowest chance of any internal threat. There was also a chance that the stranger's words were word plays, or there were indeed infiltrators, but couldn't be in the palace. I am lacking information. A high chance of infiltrators would be amongst the guards, which were commoners. They could easily be hired, or the enemy could use that method to infiltrate and spy in the palace, keeping track of my movements. But why was it the enemy has yet to make their move? Was infiltrating the palace that difficult? Or eliminating me? Was there something that limits their movements? Or that stranger was indeed keeping those who threatened my life away from me? Were the enemies observing for a while? A possibility. Perhaps waiting for the opportune moment, or they were still gathering information themselves. The prophecy the stranger mentioned came to my mind. He said it changed. How many knew of that so-called prophecy? My enemies likely knew of it. Was the reason they have yet to make their move was because they were startled by my arrival, thus resulting in Estelia's survival, making them more cautious about their actions and coming up ways to understand the situation. They might be very careful in making the decisions. And here I am, so feeble and weak that I can imagine that a single magic could squash me. How frustrating. I arrived in my room. Wait for me here. Yes, milady. I closed the door. This should have been easier if the bath was just on the other side of the room, and if I could dress on my own. But alas, I am a princess. They would just reject my request to let me dress myself anyways if the bath was just one door away. In any case, I have a good purpose coming here. I kneeled beside the bed, and reached my hand under, grabbing the bag. My precious daggers. I have to be armed at all times. You'll never know when the enemy will come. I took out the contents and spread out the cloth with daggers upon the bed along with the straps and belts. I lifted my right leg, removed my shoes and placed my foot on the bed. I moved my skirt back, revealing my flawless, smooth, and white thighs. Perfection. My thighs are more precious than the pig or chicken thighs that you eat. Okay. Bad comparison, forget about that. I took a strap and tied it to my thigh. This time I'll only equip one strap, I'm not going on a full operation here. Plus, it would be easier and safer to conceal the weapons that way. I just need some weapons to guard myself with when push comes to shove. There were 3 slots available. 2 slots for small-sized daggers at the front side, while one of the medium-sized to the side. I took the daggers and sheathed them in. Perfectly fit. They wouldn't fall off or shake. It seems that blacksmiths' works were designed for each other. Well, you could do the same for others, I guess. But it's always the best to buy things from the same manufacturer to ensure compatibility for their products. But whatever, that's not important, at least my equipment works, that's the most important thing. Good thing the strap was around my size. Of course I wouldn't pick something that wouldn't fit me, so it was only to be expected that they would fit. But the smith offered me this, so perhaps he already had an idea of what size would fit me. So it perfectly fits. Gotta stop thinking about these pointless things. I need to focus on the things more crucial. I need to find my brother. I need his help to convince father to allow me to learn magic. That will be required. I don't even know how to start learning that shit. Rules of the world differed from my old world. I might need to expand my perception of how things work. I cleaned up and hid my things under the bed again. I tried moving my leg. Everything was fine. We were about to go to breakfast, so I have no need to go looking for my brother. I left the room and along with Mera, we headed towards the dining room. When I first saw the 3 members of my family, I stopped in my tracks. They all looked like they were deeply thinking about something. Must be about me. I looked at Estevan, who I was about to talk to first. He seemed on edge. He had been like this yesterday. Nothing I can do but cheer him on in my heart. I pushed through the tense atmosphere while acting as though I didn't notice anything strange and stood next to my brother. Estel. I smiled sweetly as I rubbed my hands embarrassingly. Brother, about I whispered to him, request. Request. I blinked my eyes several times as though flabbergasted by his question. Have you forgotten? How mean of you, Estevan, I pouted while emphasizing his name, failing to call him what I usually do. He jolted up as though suddenly struck by an arrow through the chest, threatening to take his life. He frantically spoke. Wait. Yes. I remember now. That learning thing. A faint smile curled on my lips. Yes, dear brother, the learning thing. Ahaha. Yes, that. I walked to my seat while receiving the puzzled gazes of my parents. What learning thing do you mean? My mother asked, looking at me for an answer. I fidgeted on my seat as I sent a pleading gaze towards my brother. What is it about? My father asked with furrowed brows, which caught me by surprise a little. I didn't expect him to be like this in front of Estelia early in the morning. He was less, what word would fit this? He was less welcoming than usual. I sort of wanted to know what they were up to. But patience. It was still early. I'll learn it at some point. The most important thing was that it's for my sake. But I would at least want to have an idea. I'll just wait for the opportunity. Father waited for an answer until Estevan hesitantly spoke. Father, actually, Estel wishes to do something. What is it? She wants to learn magic. What? My father's gaze shifted towards me. I recoiled back the moment I received those strong eyes. It caused instant regret from my father's expression the moment he saw how I was acting. Sorry, dear daughter, just what brought this on? Why do you want to learn? Now how should I answer this? I find magic interesting. It was a mystical thing, and it has many uses. I saw how the knights use it. You're a lady and princess, you have no need to learn the ways of the knights. I shook my head as I intently looked at my father's eyes. I plan not to take the ways of a knight. However, there must be other kinds of magic. There is, right? Something that fits me. There must be other variants. There has to be. Also, as I said, learning magic, I might be able to defend myself from. I stopped my words and looked down, clenching my skirt as fear was in my eyes. I think something is going on. I don't feel at ease. I want to learn magic, especially now that I feel unsafe. So weak. I want power. My hands trembled intensely. I was reminding him of what happened yesterday. This would at least make father consider it. My father looked at my mother, as though asking what her opinion was. My mother reached out and held my hand. She squeezed it tightly. It was soft. The warmth of her hand came to mine. I looked at her eyes, which were full of fondness. Estelia, do not fear, for we are here. But, it's all right. Mother turned to father. I think it is fine for her to learn. Even I myself know a little bit. It is no harm for her to learn, yes. Melia, but if I recall correctly, when you were young, you kept it a secret as you learned by yourself, my father said with a smile. Indeed, that was the case, but no harm, correct? My father pondered for a while. I was a bit surprised to hear that my mother knew how to do magic. I don't quite recall her performing it in front of Estelia. Perhaps her capabilities were so small that it was not performed in front of everybody else. Or she decided not to do it because there was no reason to. Ladies of the court had no need to worry about obtaining power, for the men will be the ones to protect them. That was why normally, ladies had no need to strive for strength and focus on other things. Their home, politics, diplomacy, sociality, and many more matters that have no need for strength but yet essential. Perhaps that was why, as a princess of the kingdom, I was not taught such things as magic in the beginning. Princesses, or ladies, were not required muscles to lift weights, nor were they required to obtain strength to crush their enemies with their fists or cut them down with swords. The men were to be the ones to focus on using their strength, and the ladies were to cover where there might be weaknesses for their partner. Cover their blind spots, you could say. However, this somehow gave me the feeling that it was this way so that the ladies would be protected as the men risked their lives for them, just to keep the ladies out of danger. How caring. I guess as expected of such a romantic kingdom that its legit origins were romance, and also the gods it worships. That being said, this was no absolute rule. When it was considerably required, they could do what they needed to be done. Then there were some females among the knights, thus proving that rule wasn't mandatory. Even so, I was no mere noble like those knights. That aside, mother's right, no harm from learning it. Very well, my father finally gave his permission. There are books in the library you can read. However, I personally will choose what books you are to read. So, you have to be a bit patient, Estelia. Tomorrow should be fine, right? How long would it take just to pick out a few books? Whatever, he must be busy to go to the library to pick out the right books now. Tomorrow would be fine, at least it wasn't days. Besides, they must be working on my threatening situation, so it's alright. Keep working for my sake. Besides, I have to feel around the palace today anyway. Gonna scout the area, familiarize the faces of people here. Observe their actions towards me. How would my enemies react if they saw me? Or those who had interests in me? It will be risky, I know. But I'll achieve nothing, progress nothing, if I do not act myself. Yes, that is fine. A happy smile emerged on my lips. I must act to defend my peace. I must act to exterminate my enemies. After finishing our breakfast, my father immediately spoke. Estelia, if you're planning to leave your room, have a personal guard always with you. Oh, have they found someone trustworthy? I nodded my head. Vernon, he called out. Just then, a manservant wearing the usual male uniform came in. He wore clothes resembling a black tailcoat, black pants and shoes. He appeared to be old as his hair and beard had almost turned white. Maybe he was around his early 60s or late 50s. Estelia, you might already know him, but he's Vernon Escaleo. He has been serving me for decades, I trust him. You are free to rely on him. He introduced him to me. Although, I remember him from Estelia's memory. But this is good. I hope he doesn't obstruct my plans. As for fighting abilities, he is excellent and skilled. The most he excels at is unarmed combat. He's going to be a good bodyguard for you. He turned to Vernon. Vernon, protect my daughter with your life. Vernon bowed deeply as he spoke. Of course, Your Majesty. I will sacrifice my life if it comes to it. An impressive loyalty. I guess this means there was another meat shield now. Well, if he held his words deeply in his heart. I still don't understand those who offer everything to their masters. Due to lack of understanding, I can't determine anything concrete about his character or anticipate his actions. Well, this was also because I don't know much about him. Estelia's memory doesn't tell me much, just that she often sees him beside father. She didn't know much about his nature. I spoke to my father. So, he would be helping Mera, I presume. Yes, you could say that. Then a sound of a chair being moved rang out. My brother Estevan left his seat. He stopped as he came across Vernon. He smiled at him as he spoke. Please, protect my dear sister. I will, Your Highness. Good. All right then, I'll be leaving. There's a job to do. My brother left with a wave of his hand. During all this short time, I was observing Vernon. He didn't seem to look at me suspiciously or anything weird. Nothing worth nothing about. No strange movement, no suspicious gaze whatsoever. It must be that he was just a good actor. However, father had known him for decades. Vernon was already here a long time ago before Estelia was even born. Therefore, he must be non-hostile. Judging on what father described him, Vernon must be some kind of martial artist. Perhaps something close. His arms were quite built. It was possible that he used his arms mostly to fight. Damn, this is quite impressive, being an old man and still physically strong. Was this a norm in this world? I swear if I see a super strong old man, I'll freak out. Hee, not much though. Well, that's really not important right now. Thank you ever so much, Father. I turned to Vernon. I will be returning to my room. Vernon, let's go. Yes, Your Highness. I left the dining room and there I saw Mera standing on her post. The moment she saw me, she then shifted her eyes towards Vernon. She definitely heard what we were talking about. Greetings, Sir Vernon. She curtsied and spoke respectfully. Mera, we'll be working alongside from now on. I hope you don't mind, he said with a smile. Of course I don't mind, sir. I'll be looking forward to working with you. Vernon appeared to be of higher position than Mera, judging from the way she addressed him. Well, he was one of the king's servants after all, and one of the oldest. Likewise, after giving them their respected time for greetings, I went on and returned to my room. I'm very kind, am I? Anyways, I was planning to wait for a short while there. Reason: I don't want to move in front of father. Somehow it made me feel I would be restrained, or something like that. Like I have to be more watchful of my actions if I catch his attention. When we returned to my room, I ordered Mera to stylize my hair. Of course, as this was a lady's bedroom, the old man was left outside. I didn't really need my hair stylized, I just want to speak to Mera. Well, tidying up my hair wouldn't be bad either way. On the chair, while looking at the mirror in front of me, I spoke to Mera, who was behind me. Mera, do you trust Vernon? Milady, what do you mean? She seemed to be puzzled. I guess that was to be expected. It was out of the blue after all. Just curious, that is all. Does this have something to do with how tense the palace at the moment? Oh, she seemed to be thinking about it. Perhaps. But, I just want to know what you think. Don't you want to share your thoughts? I think this is a good time to have a bit of conversation, don't you think? Why yes, milady. So, what do you think about Vernon? I think he is trustworthy. He has been a palace servant for a long time after all. And, he has helped several novice servants like me in the past. He is a kind person. Don't you think he's just pretending? I don't think so, no. He is a genuine person, and very loyal to the royal family, that is what I think. I see. Do you happen to know his origins? Origins? I only heard he was a commoner and an adventurer once. Is that so? Ah yes. Can you tell me which servants that you have the best impression of? Why yes, I can. She then told me about the servants she thought were nice and perhaps trustworthy. Maids, manservants, and cooks. All that were working inside the palace. I guess she only got close to those she was always working together with. Thus, she was more detailed about the maids. She then mentioned names which I noted in my mind. Thank you for telling me all of those, I said with a sweet smile. However, Mera seemed to be restless. Milady, is every servant suspicious for some reason? Does that include me? She was finished with my hair, then lowered her hands on her knees. She seemed to be uneasy, or frightened. Mera, I turned around and greeted her eyes. I smiled, my eyes full of fondness and kindness, and a face full of innocence and purity while graced by a blossoming beautiful and sweet smile. I stroked her cheek gently, leaving her jolting a bit, surprised by my action. I felt like her cheeks were beginning to warm up as they slowly turned red. Don't worry, I trust you. She became flustered as her face twitched by the cheeks. Thank you, princess. As amusing as ever, this woman. However, what if she was the betrayer all along? Enemies tend to be closer than friends, after all. If Mera was a betrayer, then she was pretty impressive as a pretender. With that said, if all of this was just a game of pretend, me saying I trusted her will lead her to lower her guard. She will think that I didn't suspect her at all. The pure princess was naive as always. I don't know how many enemies I have. Therefore, I might look paranoid, but being cautious was for the best. If they ever suspect you, you can rely on me to stand by your side. I chose you as my personal maid, didn't I? You have my wholehearted trust, so you have no need to be frightened. We'll see how this interaction will turn out. If you're a betrayer, Mera, I don't know what I would do, not precisely that is. But in the end, it will all only have one, same, outcome. Sometime later, I decided it was time to do some scouting. Before going out, I told Mera to keep what we conversed about a secret. We went outside the room, and there we saw Vernon on the opposite wall of our room. What a respectful old man, he might convince me he's no traitor at any point. That aside, he was just standing there, and he's old, I mean he would get tired after a short while, right? Vernon, I didn't think you would be standing there for a long while. I will need to send a chair for you later, I said with concern. He merely grinned at my words. I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. But you have no need to trouble yourself. My body is trained more than standing. I can even stand the whole day if I wish to do so. That's bullshit, right? No way, he looked serious. This world was strange. Whatever. But even so, as you can't enter my room, and you have no station nearby here, indeed, the room nearby, and close to my room were only for maids, not for manservants. Their station was not close around here at all. I will have a chair delivered and be placed outside my room, just for you to sit on when there is nothing else to do. It worries me to just leave you standing here. If it puts you at ease, I will accept Her Highness' offer with gratitude. That is a relief. I flashed him a relieved yet sweet smile. How innocent the first was. I began walking, my two servants following behind me. Now then, what was I planning to do? Something fruitful would be nice. I observed the maids which I went by. I saw nothing worth noting about. Okay, this won't be easy. That said, if assassination would be the mission of any possible betrayer here, the optimal position would be the kitchen. Poison. However, if that was the case, they could have poisoned the food a long time ago if they planned to kill me. However, none of that happened whatsoever. It was possible that they were not suspicious characters at all, or they have another plan in mind for the time being. I think I'll pass by the kitchen for a while. I headed to the first floor, then to the kitchen. Milady, do I take it that you wish to enter the kitchen? Mera asked me. Indeed, curiosity struck me as how everything worked here. Your Highness, it seems that they seem to be cooking. Please be careful, Vernon said. Oh, what are they cooking? Let's get a closer look. I entered with rushed steps as though excited to see what was going on. I saw an oven, of course not like I was used to. This one seems to be made up of bricks. The cooks were dumbstruck by my sudden visit, as evident on their wide eyes and agape mouth. Why, Your Highness? A young man openly expressed his surprise. He was probably about 17. He had light brown hair and brown eyes. Idiot. Don't raise your voice, the middle-aged man with dark hair and dark eyes chided the young man. Bow you too, the young woman with dark red hair and yellow-green eyes bowed deeply first. She appeared to be about 18. Then she was followed by the two men. I observed the way they acted, their eyes, the way they looked at me, even the slightest movement. The young woman was particularly pretty composed despite my sudden presence. Her eyes did bore a bit of surprise though. From the information I gathered from Mera, this woman should be the one called Ali Jalimus. A bit odd, yet impressive that she remained relaxed, unlike the two guys. This woman, Ali, was one of the apprentice cooks in the castle. She had been here for 3 years. She was still referred to as an apprentice since she was still under the umbrella of the head chef. As for the chef, he looked at me with confused eyes for a short moment, as though shouting, "What the heck is she doing here?" However, a confused look wasn't something to be very suspicious at. But one's confusion could mean differently from what you initially thought. In addition, he seemed to be quite shaken by my sudden appearance. His name was Sereros Vutio. He had worked in the castle about 15 years ago. Interesting. As for the young man, I could already see the mesmerization in his eyes. I wonder if this guy had seen me before this moment. Well, he did exclaim when he saw me, so he must have. He might even have fallen in love at first sight. Woo. That aside, he seemed innocent enough. However, the best infiltrator or spy are adept at acting. If you can't even act, then you shouldn't be sent in that kind of operation. This guy had the name of Tenel Jarave. He was also an apprentice, but only entered the palace about a year and a half ago. All three had commoner origins. Your Highness, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? The head chef, Seraros, said. Made sense that he should be the one to speak for everyone. I placed a finger at my cheek. I was curious as to what you are cooking. Ah, really? I mean, we are honored to receive your interest. Honored. With just that. Whatever. People in this world are weird. Or I'm the weird one here. What a shiver-inducing thought. So, what are you cooking? I glanced closely while leaning a little at the oven. We were trying a new cake. We have been experimenting it for a few days, and we expect it will be great and final this time. Truly. I looked at them with beaming eyes. Do you mind if I try it? I watched them closely as I spoke. The young woman, Ali, had a slight twitch by her eyes when I said those words. No, we don't mind. The head chef was taken aback by my words. It's about done in the oven, but we still had to apply frostings, so I'm afraid it will take a while. I smiled. I don't mind waiting. Plus, watching the process should be interesting, right? I'm interested to see the process of how you do it, especially applying the frosting. I looked back towards my two servants. We'll be staying here for a while. The two bowed their heads to show their understanding. But Vernon spoke. Then, in that case, please have a seat, Your Highness. It would trouble this servant of yours if you tire yourself by standing. He walked towards a chair by the table and pulled it, presenting it to me. Hey, why does it feel similar to what happened just a moment ago? Could it be his payback swinging at me or something like that? I have to control my face to not frown a little. Good suggestion, Vernon. I'll take your offer. I sat down before speaking to the cooks with an anticipating smile. Don't mind me, focus on your work. It would be a waste if things go wrong. They returned to their work after what I said. But I guess they were a bit uncomfortable. What could be wrong? I was only watching them with a sweet smile. All right, that was the reason, me being here. They took out the bare brown cake. Bread. No, I don't think it's called bread. So, maybe just cake. Yes, just cake. Got confused there for a second. They placed the quite the averagely sized cake on the table. The young man occasionally stole glances at me. Come on, a boy wouldn't ignore someone like me, you know. Well, that aside, the young woman was looking at me with restless eyes often. I don't know why. The head chef, however, looked pretty focused. Was this a difference of experience on personally serving royalties? They then began preparing and stirring the frostings. To be honest, it was quite intriguing to see the process of how they make the cake. Especially looking at the frostings. I wanna dip my finger in and lick the sweet frostings, but of course I can't do that now. A short while later, they scooped the frosting with some sort of flat wooden spoon, then applied it on the cake. Spreading and flattening it. As time went on, the cake began to look neat and nice. They then placed several red-colored berries on top of it at the sides. That should be about done, Ali said with a faint smile. Amazing. Watching the process was interesting indeed. Is it ready for eating? Yes, Your Highness, the head chef said and carried it close to me. Of course there was no way I'm eating this solo. Isn't this the result of your experiments? Then, we should eat together. Everyone was surprised and baffled. Come on, as if I wouldn't take the risk. I'll have the cooks themselves eat with me, just to avoid any deadly food poisoning. If one hesitates, then it could be poisoned or anything weird in the cake. That said, I have been watching the closely, and I saw nothing strange or suspicious. But I'll be doing it this way anyway. This could feed my pure princess persona, while making sure this food had no poison. Dining with, surely we can't do that. Why not? If you won't eat with me per my request, then I won't take a single bite until you do so. Reluctance colored the expressions of the cooks. I then spoke to my personal servants. You could also join. Mera smiled wryly. I am all right, milady. Your Highness, we are currently your attendants and doing our duties. I recommend we refrain from consuming any kind of food for the time being. Vernon said. He was quite strict, wasn't he? Well, that's fine. I understand. I faced the cooks. So let's go. Please slice it up. They slowly sliced several slices, though they seemed restless of the thought of eating with me. They gave me my slice first on a porcelain plate. The cake looked delicious. Of course, I waited until they all had their own cake. All right then, let's eat. I slowly cut a portion of the cake with my kitchen knife. I did it exceedingly slowly, like I was being careful. Reason: I was waiting for the others to bite it first. The three had made the cut and struck in their forks. I also stuck in my fork. So, was someone hesitating? If someone did, it could mean something. However, to my dismay, no one hesitated. All of them immediately devoured the cake on their forks and began chewing. As to not seem suspicious, I also ate mine. This is delicious. It was. The sweetness, the tenderness of the cake. Beautiful. Delicious. This was better than the previous cakes I ate here. I commend you three for making such a fine dessert. The three had broad smiles as they heard my joyful and satisfied voice. I then quickly devoured my cut of the cake to further show my satisfaction of the food. As time went on, I only ate an addition of one small slice. The cooks also seemed satisfied by the results of their efforts. Then, I stood up. Time to leave. The cake was good, but time was essential, and I don't want to eat too much of the sweet cake. It has been a great experience. I look forward to your further cooking in the future. If you'll excuse me, I fear I have to go. Take care. Thank you for the visit, Your Highness. The head chef said loudly as the three of them stood up and bowed. With a nod and a flowery smile, I left the kitchen. I intend to go somewhere else now. Well, my visit to the kitchen was quite a fruitful one, on the food side of things anyway. Although, observing the people there was worth it. I made note of them in my mind. But nothing to help me get a conclusion, as one would expect. Oh well, hunting was not always easy. On his desk, Estevan sighed as he leaned his back on his chair. Piles of paper on his table separated from done and not. They were the list of normal palace soldiers, names, backgrounds, age, and so on. Basically commoners. There were a lot of them and he needed to study each and every one of them. It was still early in the morning, and his head had already begun to ache a little. He never liked working on the desk. It was more fitting for his older brother. That was why he was solely focused on being a knight. However, his older brother was not currently here at the moment. He massaged his temples as he heaved another sigh. Whether he liked it or not, he had to do this. His dear sister was in peril. He couldn't just stand idly by and refuse to work on something he didn't like. At the moment, his full focus was on commoner workers in the palace. He lacked knowledge more about commoners than the nobles in the knights. He had less people to trust there. As for the knights, he trusted them. From his experience with them, they were loyal to the crown and eager to fulfill their responsibilities. However, whether there were truly traitors or not among everyone in the palace, he needed to make sure. Better safe than sorry. And as his sister lives in the palace, all the more reason to suspect those who were always in the palace to be infiltrators. They might even try to kill her at any point. Estevan couldn't let that happen. As for his father the king, he seemed to be more focused on matters outside the palace. Working closely with the church. The church? The Church of Serenity and Compassion. The main religion of the Wisteria Kingdom. He didn't know a lot about the church order's inner workings. However, Estevan knew the local church's alliance with the Church of the Six Gods from the Holy Kingdom of Valais. And they were not to be underestimated either. They will be helpful allies to have. The crown kept a close touch with the churches, therefore, they definitely possess some strength and definitely have a great influence. The crown wouldn't waste time on those who were useless and unhelpful. Then there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, I'm coming in. Estevan knew whose voice this was, and he immediately gave his reply. Yes, come. The door opened and entered a man in a servant's outfit. He was tall and slender, light brown skin and green eyes. He had long blonde hair which reached his shoulder, loose and covered his ears. This may seem pretty normal at first glance, but once you get to observe him more, he tended to cover his ears, away from everyone's sight. Esteban knew the reason why this servant wanted to cover his ears like that. Oren, it seems you are done. The servant, Oren, was holding a pile of papers in his hands. Indeed, I've compiled information within our records regarding half of the members of the Knights. Esteban gave the order yesterday to gather all information they had about the Knights in their ranks. Although personally, he already knew them all, but it was best to study written information. Like family situations, financial states, and so on, all about the family of the Knights. Some sort of motive, a reason to suspect them. And noble families wouldn't surprisingly be traitorous and mischievous. That said, for Esteban, nobles that reside in the capital were less suspicious than those from the outside. You kept it a secret, right? Yes, as per order. Good. That said, this would indeed cause some tension if they discovered that His Highness is investigating them. That was why Esteban told Oren that his task would be confidential. It wouldn't be good if the nobles realized that the crown was doubting their allegiance. It might cause hostilities, tension among noble families. Some families which already had unfriendly relationships might cause some turmoil if they learn of the crown's actions. Some may even take advantage of the situation. Thus, it would be best to keep everything a secret. The crown may have the highest power, but so do the other aristocrats. They have any form of power. There must be order in the hierarchy and noble society. And Esteban preferred not to bring any disorder no matter how small they would be. Oren was Esteban's trusted aide and attendant, that was why he left the task to him. He was sure he would abide by his order. How long until you compile the rest? Adding our recent information and findings, I will try to make it tomorrow. As reliable as always. Oren quietly placed the papers on the table. He also seemed to want to ask a question. Thus, he began to speak. Your Highness, W. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door. Quite gentle knocks. B. Brother, it's me. The moment Esteban heard that muffled voice from the other side of the door, his face lit up with joy. He had been stressed enough, but this visit from her was already relieving him of that. Estelle. He stood from his seat and rushed to the door. He instantly opened it, and what greeted him was the adorable face of a beautiful girl. Her crimson innocent eyes were treasures to be treasured. Her long platinum hair was shiny and valuable as countless piles of gemstones. His dearest sister. He extended his hand forward and sandwiched both her cheeks, causing a surprised expression from his sister. Her cheeks began to fluster ever so slightly. B. Brother. What? Estelle. I'm dreading this despair, this stress. Seeing you makes me happy, unlike those piles of papers. He said forcefully as he pointed at the stacks of paper with scorn. Estelia glanced at his table. Why are you even scouring such a horrendous amount? Her puzzled face was adorable as always. She was cuter than any puppy, or perhaps any creature or being at that. Just some information about some people. Oh, I see. And please stop squeezing my cheeks. No way. Estelia frowned, but still looked so amusing that Esteban couldn't help but smile in her cuteness. Brother, it's embarrassing. Think of who is around. Esteban looked around him. There was the maid who Estelia selected, Mera, and the other was an old man, Vernon. Well, there was also Oren, his attendant. He realized that this was a bit awkward. He stepped away and cleared his throat. Ahem. Yes. He. Good to see you here, dear sister. Come inside. Following his words as they followed him, Estelia and her servants entered. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your delightful visit? Oh, am I not allowed to visit you anytime, dear brother? Her eyes were full of concern as though the thought of her being forbidden from visiting him brought her troubles and dread, and it might make her utterly upset. That was how Esteban understood it, and this only made him all frantic. And no, of course not, you are free to visit me anytime. Actually, visit me all the time. He smiled widely at his own suggestion. Really? But if I constantly visit, I would disturb your work. That's fine. It was fine, truly fine. There was no harm to it. Estelia turned to face the other servant in Estevan's office. Oh, it's you. We went back to the third floor since it was where my brother's office was situated. My reason for visiting him. I just wanna check out what he was up to. He was quite warm in his welcome. I expected he would be thrilled by my visit, but I didn't expect he would suddenly squeeze my adorable cheeks. He was overly happy, it seems. It seemed all his stress stemmed from the stacks of papers on his desk. He didn't even work that long yet. It baffles me why he was already too stressed about this sort of thing. Well, I guess that was the reason why he chose to become a knight. My eldest brother has yet to even come home. He might have been more efficient in this type of work. I wonder when I can personally meet him. Of course, I immediately had an interest towards the stack of papers. There lies information. But the question was, how much information? How valuable? It would be agonizing if most of it was worthless and would lead me to nothing. Well, it wouldn't hurt to scan. And information was information. I acted all sweetly to my brother, until I finally shifted my attention to the other servant. Oh, it's you. I knew this person. I learned about him from Estelia's memories. He was mostly my brother's personal attendant. Whenever he required assistance, he would always summon this servant named Oren Aruan. I smiled broadly at him, my eyes sparkling with innocence and sweetness. Hello. I leaned my body towards him just slightly while tilting my head as I spoke to him with a gentle and sweet voice. Then the muscles by his eyes stiffened and halted. He was about to frown, it seems. Why? I was the princess. Should I be treated as such? I am liked by everyone here, right? What reason could he frown at my interaction with him? He might be annoyed. Perhaps he saw how I looked or acted unsightly in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't mean anything bad with it. Oren smiled with warmth as he spoke with me. Greetings, princess. It's been a while since the last time we met and spoke. Indeed, Oren. A long time. I sort of missed you. A slight twitch on his lower lip. Amusing. Please, I don't deserve such words from you, Your Highness. Is that so? But please allow me to thank you for helping my dear brother. He bowed his head at my words. I have been analyzing his voice, the tension and such, even the slight trembling if there would be. Every little detail was important. I have been trained in the organization to be like this since basically the beginning of my education. Enhancing our observation ability, analysis, assessment and so on. But it rather focused more on humans and the environment, maybe for the reason that we were intended to be sent on the field than the office. All graduates in the organization had these skills. However, there will always be those who exceed others. No one was equal. And the skilled were always the ones to be favored. As for why I was scrutinizing this person behind my innocent eyes. He was my brother's personal attendant, the royal prince. As I said previously, enemies tend to be closer than friends. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. It was reminiscent of that phrase. It can have different meanings. But in this context, keep close to your enemies, learn, observe, know everything about them. Being an undiscovered infiltrator and a spy can freely do such actions. You think of them as your closest aid, friends. And yet, all that was a ploy to catch you off guard. They squeeze you of everything they need from you. In short, a trickster, a liar, a pretender, tricks, lies, they are all of it, and they do all of it. It was one of the very basics. Even us use such a method. And yet, commonly used, not many victims realized it. Human emotion might have something to do with it. But I possess no such type of emotional attachments. For all I know, even Mira herself, who was close to me, could be a traitor. She had done some suspicious actions which I noted, like how she decided too quickly to be my personal maid. It may be because she liked me and was happy to serve me like she said herself. However, was it really the case? Why made it the truth? It could be a lie. Even everything you could have been told could be a lie. Whether they be words or their stories. I turned my attention to the stacks of papers. Can I take a look? I asked my brother, who was sitting on his chair. Go ahead. I sat on a chair as I scanned the room. The windows were shut. I could feel draft coming in from where I was. It seems to be windy in this part of the palace at this time. I took a few pieces of paper. I'm surprised they were able to make this much paper in this age. Don't compare this world to the last one, me. Anyways, I read the contents. I noticed my brother staring at me with that proud smile of his. Brother, you ought to go back to work, time is gold. He. Very well. Estevan returned to studying the paper in his hand. I also read mine. This one was about the knights. Their family, their social status, finance, territory, even attitudes. There were also a few backgrounds about the person and their family. Often one person took 2 or 3 pages. I didn't know the knights require such a staggering amount of information before one can join. It's not, we personally and secretly had those information gathered, not only for the knights, but so that we would know more about other nobles. I see. I also see Oren helping my brother to his side. I immediately returned my eyes to the paper. From Estelia's memories, there was a bit of information that was interesting about this guy. He had long hair, but his ears were always hidden, rarely one could see them. But Estelia never saw them. I didn't manage to ask my servants. But what could he be hiding exactly? What can I do? Often exposing one's deepest secrets exposes their character, and sometimes breaks their facades even for just a moment. I can't just straightly ask him about that, too inconvenient, might have some risk, like him being guarded when I ask him. Another one was him refusing. Also, a sudden occurrence was always the best in this sort of thing, after all. Like attacking an unguarded target. What to do? I waited for an opportunity to come. I read several papers, it would be a waste not to take in this information. My servants were both standing by the wall all this time, just standing. I wanted to act all kind and do some kind things, but they will be fine. It wouldn't be good for servants to sit leisurely in here when everyone else was working. Several minutes later, I heard my brother sigh, rubbing his forehead. Something the matter? I asked. No, it's just a bit tiring. There's not much useful information here. Or I can't see it deeply enough. You look awfully stressed, brother, I giggled. You won't last long at this rate. But I have to do this. I know what to do. I suddenly stood up and went to the window, just by Oren. Having some fresh air would help you, brother. I opened the door in an instant while saying those words. Wind immediately entered the moment they had an entrance. I also turned around at the same time. Everyone's hair waved in the air. But I looked only at one person for a moment. Oren. I saw his ear as his hair fluttered. I wondered what he was hiding, but now I know. His ear was cut by a blade. Not entirely though, just around the edges. I could tell it was a blade because of how clean the cut was. Straightly and cleanly sliced. I exclaimed as I saw what happened next. Estevan and Oren held down the papers to the table in the wake of the wind. Sudden realization came to my face. With regret, I immediately closed the windows. I'm sorry, I said with guilt as I looked at my brother. I didn't think it through. A few of the papers already flew in the air and landed on the floor. I'll pick 'em up, I immediately said and moved forward. You don't need to, the servants will handle it. Estevan nodded towards my 2 servants. Understanding what he was gesturing, they went to pick up the stacks of papers. Before I forget, you two, my brother said. Don't tell anyone about the papers, understand? Understood, they replied. Good. The servants then returned the papers on the table. I held both my hands as I returned limply to the chair. I'm sorry. My brother smiled. A minor accident. No need to look so guilty as if you committed a major crime. He said so with a chuckle. Okay, I'll help big brother then. How kind and sweet was my dear beloved brother. However, Oren, I wondered what his story was. I grabbed a few papers again and began scanning them. What I was focusing on were papers about the knights. They held more significance than the papers of commoners. Nobles were people with power and influence after all. I got a paper which had information about Alan Welford, as well as his brother. It also contains observations about their character and personality. Did my brother add these? No, Estevan wouldn't do something like this, and certainly not alone. He definitely had some help, and that helper would do most of the paperwork. I think Oren was the one who assisted him in this kind of affairs. After reading the information of some more people, I sighed. I discovered nothing of worth just yet. But it was still good to retain knowledge. Have any plans today, Estelle? My brother suddenly asked me when he saw me sighing. Not really. I have nothing else to do. All I do is stay in the castle anyway. If only we could go out again. Yes, but as I have nothing else to do, I ought to help you a little. You should savor my assistance, dear brother. I'll be somewhere else tomorrow. Yes, your desire to learn magic. Be prepared to read a book with a lot of words, Estelle. I'm fine with reading, thank you very much. I noticed something strange about Oren. The moment he heard the mention of me learning magic, he seemed to be surprised, not happily, but it felt something else. Was he just surprised to hear I was about to learn magic? Is it hard? I asked my brother. Not really. We're royalty, so we have greater affinity to magic and have a greater amount of mana than others or the common people, so you will have an easier time. That's what I think, that is. I see. Mother also knows magic, but I never saw her do it in front of me. Well, she stopped practicing magic. She decided to focus on her family, and that was a long time ago. You haven't even been born that time, dear sister. Oh, is what I'm about to learn different from the magic used by the knights? That's right, he looked at me. What you're going to learn is the way of a mage. Not physically demanding like being a knight. Fitting for a lady. Oh, now I'm very interested. As someone who came from a world without such a thing called magic, I couldn't help but feel excited. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Though I would have preferred to begin now. But there is nothing I can do. You have my support, Estelle. Personally, at this time, it would be best for you to learn magic spells. You would be a little safer. But you would also protect me, right? Dear brother. I mean, you are way stronger. Of course, I will be your knight in shining armor, he said with an intense charm that would make ladies fall in love, no doubt. Brother. I averted my eyes away as my cheeks turned red from his teasing. He also chuckled in amusement as he watched me. You always try to embarrass me. Yes, I always do, it seems. That is because you look very adorable, so I think you're at your best when you're embarrassed. I'll just return to reading the papers. I immediately faced the papers in my hands. Okay. There was a long moment of focus on our own work. It was then that Oren spoke. Your Highness, he called out to my brother. Yes. Have something to ask. Why yes. I was just wondering what this is for. Everything has been tense in the palace recently. What could you be searching for? My brother and I looked at each other. I tilted my head, then shook my head subtly. My brother trusted this person. I will not let my brother's attachment to him influence him to do something foolish such as sharing what happened. Never make the infiltrator realize that he was being searched. Otherwise, he might escape from your grasps. And the infiltrator could be anyone. I have to be on guard on things such as this. My brother was a brave, strong, and friendly man, but he was still soft inside. One may say something, or think of something they think they can do, but when it comes to it, humans tend to hesitate. They would do something they otherwise said they would do. Like how one says they would confront their boss because they were pissed, but in the end, they would stutter and eventually give up. Or how one resolves themselves to speak with someone they find hard to talk to, but when it came to, they ended up being quiet. Or one that says they would kill someone they cared about for someone else that they cared more. However, ending up hesitating, giving the chance for everything to fall apart. One must prove themselves by their own will, their own choice. I could let my brother do what he wanted, like leaving the choice to him here. However, I can't let that happen in this kind of situation. Reason: I was directly involved in this. I can't take the risk yet. I want to be in control of the situation. I must be in control. Thus, for the time being, I will be influencing Estevan's actions if I need to. Leading him to where I want him to be. I must tread carefully. Well, just some things, something very important. Oren had a delay in speaking after hearing my brother's words. I see. So it is confidential. Something like that. I observed Oren. His eyes looked like he still wanted to ask. He wanted to poke his nose in. But sorry, Oren, no matter how long you have been working here and how trusted you are, anyone from outside the family or someone I deem untrustworthy, must never know what was happening. I commend my family for deciding to keep everything a secret. I guess they were exceedingly cautious when it concerns family. I met Oren's gaze and smiled. He merely lowered his head and moved on. How cold. But this was amusing. You're an interesting man, Oren. I should learn something more about this guy. Around noon, I left my brother on his own to eat lunch. He decided to eat later to finish a part of his work, so I went ahead. Oddly though, I was the only one who ate today during lunch. I was alone on the table. Both my parents were nowhere to be found. It seems all my family members were USY. I must have looked miserable as I ate with my lonesome on the table. I could tell from the sad looks from some servants along with the weird stares the other few servants were giving me. Furthermore, Mera also appeared to be saddened. As for Vernon though, he looked neutral. I'm not that miserable. Although, why does the food feel empty? It felt like something was missing. I shook such thoughts off my head. Such irrelevant feelings. I have no time nor the luxury to bask in such absurd emotions. Still, haven't they even thought that I'd be eating all alone without them? Whatever, such thoughts were unfitting of me. After that, I went to have a little snooping around, then later returned to my room. Finding infiltrators or betrayers amongst the staff would be difficult unless I interact with them personally. Or they would act strangely, or some actions that would give them away. However, there were too many and others even looked too insignificant to be noticed. It was difficult. But this was still the start though, no rush. Besides, I already have a few written on my mental list. There was one that was close to someone with power. One close to the target. And another plain one but had a dangerous station. First, Mera Silveras. Her position would be the most ideal if I were the target, and if she hasn't eliminated me yet, perhaps they had other things in mind. Also, the way she quickly accepted my request of her being my personal maid had begun to bother me. Second, Ali Jalimus. The way she acted when I arrived at the kitchen and ate with them was a bit weird. In contrast, about the other two cooks, they didn't bother me that much. The boy was just a boy. And the head chef, I found nothing suspicious yet. More observation is required. Thirdly, Oren Aruan. He was close to my brother. And his actions earlier with me made me suspicious of him, and also some of his reaction. Then his ears. I still need to learn more about him. However, all in all, this was all still my observations. That still leads to nothing much when determining which one was the traitor. Plus, there was a chance that they were all not the targets I was looking for. However, those observations of mine will be my stepping stones. As for the man who my father assigned, I didn't think much of him. He had been serving the king way before my brothers were even born. Thus, he wasn't very suspicious. But more observation is required. It seems that was all I gathered today. Asterisk. It was finally dinner. I headed to the dining room earlier than usual. The reason was because I needed to have a short talk with my brother. Just as planned, I found him heading to dinner. Brother. Estevan turned around to me with a smile, though I see some exhaustion evident in his eyes. Hang in there, my beloved brother. I walked towards him. You look awful, dear brother. I said to him with a concerned look. I'm fine, fine. If you say so, let's go together. I asked softly with a faint smile. He agreed and we walked side by side. Though I made my steps slower than normal. Thankfully he followed my speed like a true gentleman. I have something to ask, I quietly said. It was just the two of us except for the two servants far behind. It didn't matter much if they were here or not, I was just going to ask a question about someone. Fortunately, that guy in question wasn't here. What is it? About Oren. My brother raised his eyebrow inquisitively, unexpecting the subject of the question. What about him? I twiddled around with my thumb. Actually, earlier, I saw his ear. Oh, it seems he knew what I was talking about. I didn't mean to see it. But, it made me curious. What happened to him? He seemed to hesitate after hearing my question. What could be the reason that my dear brother was reluctant to share the story with me? I don't know if you would be fine to hear about it. I want to know. He pondered for a while before sighing. All right. I first stopped in my tracks. I don't want to enter the dining room yet. Good thing my brother followed suit. Well, in the past, he shared the story of his torture. Torture. He was traveling around to find a good job since he was from a poor and small village. However, on his way to Serene, he was captured by a group of bandits. They robbed him of his possessions, and they made him heartlessly suffer. How cruel. They tortured him, then they eventually sliced off parts of his ears. And the bandits seemed to enjoy his cries and despair since they took him in for a fairly long time. Shock and fear was evident on my face as I listened. This was quite a gory story for a soft lady like me. How cruel. I couldn't even begin to imagine how things went. Then he was saved by a group of adventurers, tended to his wounds, then brought him here to the capital. What a horrible story. He must have experienced great pain. I imagine so. How saddening. So magic couldn't heal them then. It appears so. They cut quite a significant part of his ears. Healing spells can't regenerate a part that is cut off. What was the science behind healing spells? No. Science is wrong. What is the rule? That should be the question. I wanted to ask my brother, but this was not a place for lectures. I'll learn about its rules tomorrow. But, shouldn't magic be considered science in this world? Whatever. No wasting time pondering such things. I see. But I have to ask my dear brother. Do you fully trust Oren Aruin? The one you have known for years, the person who helped you in stressing works, the one who told stories of his suffering. Can you give the guarantee that he is trustworthy and loyal? Not to the crown, but personally. My brother blinked his eyes in confusion to my long questions. He must not have expected such words to come out of my mouth. In addition, I was looking at him with my pure eyes as I usually do. I am still in character, but it seems who I truly was leaking out. Perhaps the reason for this was because my survival and peace was at stake. I am slowly crossing the boundary that I shouldn't tread too lightly. However, this must be done. Besides, this was not a gravely action. I could just give the reason that I was just utterly concerned. I looked at the reluctant eyes of my brother. Let me understand what kind of person you are, Esteban. Estelia's memories were not enough. I will be the judge. Are you a fool, Esteban? Or not? That's a weird question, Estel. He wryly smiled. Really? But even so, brother, please answer. I am very concerned. Please be honest. He was faced with my utterly worried expression. As if I was searching for relief from his words. I think he can be trusted. He has worked for me, and for the crown for more than a decade already. He is definitely loyal. I wanted to frown. I was disappointed. I expected more from him. So that was why earlier he looked at me when Oren asked a crucial question, the point where he would tell Oren what really was going on or not. I wonder if I didn't shake my head and he told him what happened, or if I didn't come at all, what would happen. In any case, I have judged him. You are a fool then, Esteban. I see. Then, I will hold you unto your words, dear brother. With a nod and smile, I went on ahead, leaving Esteban behind me. I was truly disappointed. That said, even fools can be put into shape. I entered the dining room. I stopped my stride for a moment when I saw my parents. I peered around at the somewhat pitiful atmosphere oozing around the room. My mother carefully massaged her eyes with her palm. She appeared to be tired. While father seemed to be in deep thought, appearing to be spacing out. Are they overworking themselves? My parents were still terribly occupied with their work that was unbeknownst to me. I understand father would be having a headache due to being king and all. As for mother, she also seemed to be the same as father does. Wait, what could mother be doing? I had no idea. Was she covering up for my father's kingly work? That seems to be the most plausible. Is everyone all right? I asked in a worried manner. Mother and father and Ali turned their attention to me. My pure and wide eyes colored with concern greeted their sight. I was like a small puppy afraid to be chided by the owner. You know, that was a weird comparison. At the same time, my brother had arrived by my side. He also stared at the current state. He faintly smiled at the sight as though he sympathized with them. He chuckled. I guess everyone was busier today than usual. I blinked several times, then realization struck me as I timidly lowered my head. Then, I'm the only one, not doing much, I'm such a burden, even though I was. Regret filled my face while I avoided everyone's gaze. I then felt a hand atop my head. It was my brother's hand. I looked up at him. What are you so distraught about? Let us handle everything, okay? Everything will be fine, so don't think much of it. I didn't reply but merely nodded my head with pursed lips. I quietly walked towards my seat. Dear daughter, my father called out to me. Lift up that upper lip, enjoy the delicious food. I looked at him, his tender smile graced my eyes. I turned to look at my mother, her fond gaze looking at me. All of them, my family, looked kindly at me. The gazes lacked any mischief and trickery, they were genuine. It made me wonder why I am only seeing it now. Why was I now only feeling the true warmth? No. We are family, Estelia. It only made sense that we are to give our all for your sake, she said softly. After hearing them, I forced a smile, a bit faint, but a smile nonetheless as though I have shown understanding to their words. But I'm sure, by how I looked in their eyes, it seemed I did not understand completely, like I was still remorseful of being unhelpful. It was at that moment that the food had arrived and the servants placed them on the table. As we ate, my father spoke to me. Estelia. Yes, father. Because of the situation, we decided to cancel your weekly lessons for the time being. I understand. I guess this was an expected outcome. However, I sort of preferred if I could still do my music lessons. That subject was my favorite among others. What a shame. I guess there's nothing I can do. Besides, I think it was for the best. That way, I can focus on the task at hand. Estelia was returning to her room, along with her Wimera and Vernon. The moment the princess arrived at the door, she spoke to the two. Her beautiful face was pure and bright as always. Well then, good night to you too. Mera smiled as she bowed her head at the same time as Vernon. Good night, milady, she said. With that, Estelia had disappeared into her room. Mera raised her head the moment her presence vanished. I'll be going then, Mera, Vernon quietly said. Yes, sir. Mera watched the old man walk away in the hallway. She then shifted her eyes towards the door of the princess' room. With a quiet sigh, she headed for her room close to the princess' room. Mera then pondered. Princess Estelia was pretty active today. The princess went around places like the entire day. Mera couldn't understand the reason. It was an unusual behavior to be coming from the princess. She indeed seems to be starting to change. In addition, she was more interactive to people than usual, like what happened in the kitchen. Mera imagined it otherwise how it would go when she began talking with the cooks. But the princess actually did better than what she had imagined. Her impression towards the princess was starting to change. The meek and antisocial one. She opened the door to her room and entered. But still, this was odd. Her actions today were very strange. No, it was definitely different. Different from the usual. Does it have something to do with how tense everything was earlier? It felt like her proactivity involved what was going on in the palace. Something that Mera had no idea what it would be. She closed the door, however, she didn't move another step. She was thinking. And her questionings. Does the crown suspect something? Mera was starting to have an idea what they could be having a problem with. Are they wary of the staff? Mera saw the papers and their contents back in the prince's office. Information about knights and soldiers. They were checking their backgrounds and gathering information. It seemed as though they were looking for something, or someone. Mera lightly bit her lip. She rubbed her thumbs together as she got restless and her mind racing. She truly felt anxious. I need to be more careful. She must not be seen in a negative light. That was what she decided, in order to be safe from anything bad that will affect her. One wrong move, and everything she had worked for would vanish. What are you doing standing around for, Mera? She snapped back to reality when one of the other maids called her. This room was turned into a quarter for the maids. There were 6 total beds, 3 on each side of the wall. That was why Mera wasn't alone even though she had the position of personal maid of the princess. That said, the condition of the room wasn't terrible at all. In fact, the room was lavish and clean that almost resembled a noble's personal chamber. Indeed, this was a room in the palace, but the servants were also treated very well. Thus their lodgings were in pristine condition. Well, it was not ideal to treat daughters of nobility horribly, so that was one of the reasons why. The one who spoke to Mera was the closest to her. The maid was lying on the bed as she looked at Mera with a somewhat carefree smiling expression. Mera looked at the others. There were 2 more here at the moment. It seems the others were not finished yet with their tasks. Furthermore, some that were here were already trying to sleep. Everyone was tired as usual. No, it's nothing, Mera said as she walked forward. Okay, you looked so troubled. That aside, I brought your favorite, orange. She pointed towards her drawer. At the top were a few oranges placed upon it. I had them from the kitchen. They were generous enough today to give a few for me. So what about you shower me with love and gratitude? Upon hearing the words of the maid, Mera chuckled. I see. Thank you. Mera forced aside the troublesome thought and decided to be more careful tomorrow onwards. Especially in front of the princess, or the entire royal family in this matter. Perhaps also to Vernon. Vernon was especially, what she would describe as, cautious. It felt like he was closely watching her even though they were serving the same lady. That was why she must be careful from now on. She shouldn't look bad in any way. Ali Jalimis, one of the cooks in the palace kitchen, a girl who no longer had a home. She was young back then, her family lived in a small ranch, away from civilization. In fact, their family was the only one there. No other villagers, no neighbors, it was only them and their ranch. On their small field planted kinds of plants for their food, fruits and vegetables alike. They took care of cows and goats as well as some pigs captured from the wilderness. It was a quiet and peaceful place. She was around 7 years old that time. Her 2 young twin sisters played under the shade of the trees. Her older brother helped their father with the field and animals. Her loud mother calling them to have their meals as usual. It was an ideal life for her. The young Ali loved her family, she wanted to spend every day with them, make them proud. That was why she always helped her mother in cooking whenever she had the time or when she was allowed to. Her mother was quite strict during cooking, therefore, whenever her mother was so keen on cooking, Ali could only watch and learn. How happy she would be when she would cook and her family complimenting her that it was delicious. Then, the peaceful life she had collapsed completely when a stray monster came into their home. Normally, monsters rarely come to this region. If they do come, her father would handle it and occasionally helped by her older brother who was in his mid-teens. However, the monster they faced was by no means weak. How could they imagine such a creature would come? It is a horrendous and strong monster. It was sunset that time, and that tall dark monster came. It stood around 4 meters tall. Its body was covered in furless abysmal dark skin. Its 2 arms were long. Its big long legs left big marks on the soil. It had slender and somewhat elongated hands, but in place of fingers were long and thin claws. They were so sharp that it could cleave through big logs of wood with ease. It had 4 red eyes and numerous needle-like teeth in its mouth. Ali could still remember how terrifying that monster was. Never in her life did she ever think of ever seeing such a thing, nor did she ever imagine how things would happen to her family. In the sudden appearance of the fearsome monster, her father and brother weren't prepared for battle at the moment's notice. They quickly prepared their sword and spear. However, another out of their expectations occurred. 2 more of the same creature emerged from the forest from different directions. It didn't take long for her father and brother to perish in the claws of the monster. The ones who still lived tried to run, Ali, her mother, and her younger sisters, but one of the monsters caught her little sisters. Ali saw it with her own 2 eyes how her 2 beloved young sisters were torn apart, cleaved into many pieces. Their innards and blood flying into the air. Then, her mother decided to catch the monster's attention as a distraction to let Ali escape. A necessary sacrifice. Following her mother's wishes, she ran away, leaving her mother, her home, her family behind. She didn't know how long she was running, but the moon had already lit up the world from the sky. With that her only source of illumination, she kept on running. Then, she reached upon an unpaved path. It was there she saw a group of people taking camp. Some were asleep, while some were keeping watch. The strangers were on guard and jolted up instantly the moment they sensed the presence of the girl. Ali asked for their help, and before she knew it, she had collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. How fortunate she was that the strangers were kind enough to help her. It was the time that she would meet the friends she would be with for years to come. They were a peculiar bunch. They went and checked on Ali's home, but there was nothing left but only her broken home. Even the corpses of her family were nowhere to be found. She didn't realize it back then, but now she knew that the monsters had devoured them. After that, the strangers, now her friends, decided to bring her along. Then, they reached Serene, the capital of the kingdom of Wisteria. She stayed there for years as her friends seemed to be working. Then as time went on, it was finally time to go their separate ways. She would miss them. It was in a tavern that time that a man was bragging about being a chef in the palace. His name was Sereros Vutio. He was drunk that time. Then one of her friends approached Ceres and asked him to take Ali as an apprentice. He then went on to explain her circumstance. How she has no home and no family. And how she needed a job. She was good at cooking, so she wouldn't be a burden that much. Ceres went on thinking about it, but in the end he agreed. Then shortly after that, Ali would have to say her goodbyes to her friends, and greet each other once they meet again. It was then that her life as an apprentice cook began. Ceres taught her a lot, and as time went on, her skills in the culinary arts had significantly improved. Which then came this moment. Ali was looking forward to the cake they were baking. She had been the most impatient of the 3 cooks. Their hard work must be repaid. They were trying to achieve a more delicious cake than before, and it took a lot of changes and adjustments just to get to this stage. It was then someone she didn't expect at all came. She had immense beauty that Ali herself was a bit jealous. Her long hair of white sparkled in the light in the air. Her innocent and pure eyes peered around. The princess. She was the last person she expected to come in such a place like this. The other 2 cooks were panicking, however, she kept her composure. She didn't need to panic in such a situation. That said, she was surprised though, but she tried her best to hide it. "Bow you too," Ali said to the noisy 2 as she bowed first. "I shouldn't be rude to the princess." Ceres spoke to her first, stuttering a little. Then the princess replied in a somewhat childish manner. "I was curious as to what you are cooking." "Ah, really? I mean, we are honored to receive your interest. So, what are you cooking?" "We were trying a kind of cake. We have been experimenting it for a few days, and we expect it will be great and final this time." "Is that so? Do you mind if I try?" Ali's eyes twitched when she heard what the princess said. It was due to a personal reason. She didn't expect she would ask something like that. Ali didn't always see the princess, only on rare occasions, therefore, she didn't know much about her. However, the princess was royalty, and her wanting to try eating an experimental cake was shocking enough. Of course, Later everyone agreed. Ali kept glancing often at the princess. She was a bit restless. She then heard the words of the princess, which conveys that watching the process was interesting. Then later, the princess suggested that they would dine together. Ali was hesitant at first to dine with the princess. But with the reason she gave, she couldn't find a way to refuse. Ali ate the cake first. A faint smile of satisfaction emerged on her face. It was better compared to last time. This is delicious. Ali heard the princess' joyful voice. Her heart jumped for a moment. She watched the bright smile on the princess' face, so sweet and beautiful. How vexing to know that someone possessed such appearance, such beauty. But no negative emotions lingered for long. Then a short while later, the princess left. Ali had some strange feeling in her heart. Perhaps bitterness, or was she elated? But even so, a thought came to mind above it all. If I had known the princess would come and eat the food prepared by us here, I could have done something more, something incredibly more. I plan to strap my weapons on my thighs as usual. No way I'm leaving without a weapon. How miserable it would be if I died a miserable death, pathetic, didn't even get to fight for dear life or having my last stand. I wore a light yet elegant dress of violet after bathing, a nice scent emanating from my beautiful existence. The moment I returned to my room to prepare my weapons, I couldn't help but admire myself momentarily in the mirror. I was beautiful back in my former life too. They didn't call me an angel for nothing. Of course, my appearance was not the only reason why they called me an angel. Though I was not quite fond of it, I don't see the importance of nicknames. But people seem to like it. Nothing I can do to stop them, not that it obstructed my job. Then I went to have breakfast with my family. No poison on the food, it seems, since, as you can see, I'm still alive. To be honest, I can't even nonchalantly enjoy my food anymore because of any possible threats. True that servants do taste some food to ensure there were no poisons. However, they can always put some poison as they were delivered. But still, having to worry takes the fun and satisfaction out when you eat your meal. I'm starting to miss the early days when I first got here. I wonder, were there such things as antidotes for poison that can be casted by magic? Now ain't that an interesting thought? The way I saw it, my family don't seem to worry much about poison. Estelia's memories tell me nothing about such magic nor what my family were fully capable of. Anyways, guess what I'm doing later? I'm learning magic. That's right. And it seems I'm starting from the basics and reading books. I'm not really a reader myself, but I'm quite tolerant in reading thick stacks of papers. And something like a magic book is something not to be denied. In fact, I think I'm going to enjoy it. A phenomena which didn't exist back in my old world. How could I not be exhilarated to learn about such a thing, especially knowing that magic can be extremely useful to use in combat and executing my enemies. Also, more importantly, I can't hope to defeat someone with magic on a frontal assault when I don't even have the capability to counter magic. Fight fire with fire, although magic was different from fire. In any case, I need magic to fight with magic. How regrettable this would be, but I would be prioritizing learning magic than searching for any traitors for the time being. I can't be searching around while learning. However, I will make some time for it. Both objectives were important. After breakfast, Vernon led me to the Royal Library. Given its name, you could imagine how large it would be. With Estelia's memories, I know how big that place was. On the third floor of the palace, we arrived at a pair of giant doors with grand splendor. Seriously, the doors were extravagant, emblazoned with golden accents, golden doorknob, metal flowers made of gold and silver, all on the dark brown wooden door. Mix metals with wooden doors. I guess it would be too heavy to be fully made of metal. One could see this library was made with great love in the past. If memories serve, a queen in the far past has made this. What a way to show off one's wealth. Well, not that I blame them. Even I spent gold coins for an extravagant dagger. He. Having a wealthy life sure is great. Vernon opened both the doors and awaited my entrance. I entered. I have Estelia's memories, but seeing it with my own eyes, it was, truth be told, breathtaking. Shelves of books upon books, upon books. The shelves by the walls were especially tall that they almost reached the ceilings with only wooden ladders one could hope to reach for a book up above. I could already feel a faint smell of paper from where I was standing. Sure, back in my world, they were big or not bigger than this one right here. However, I'm not exactly someone to go on a leisurely visit to such a place. Vernon, it always amazes me to see how much books are kept here. What are they mostly about, I wonder? If I'm not wrong, most of them are fiction, products of human imaginations. Some are collections from the far past, discussing history, geography, biography, journals, and so on. Some are from the royal families, adventurers, voyages, and a few more. Really, ain't that interesting? A place of knowledge. But of course you can't expect me to read all of them, just the relevant ones. But if I get to live here for the rest of my life, I may definitely read all of it. Please follow me, Your Highness. I followed Vernon, and then we arrived at a table and a couch. On the table was a single book, quite thick though, there was perhaps hundreds of pages there. It had a brown leather cover and gave of a sense that it was somewhat old. Well, books are valuable and expensive, therefore, even old books have values. There were no such things as printing here after all. Writers had to manually write the contents of the book using their own hands. How tedious really when you have keyboards in your past life, but alas, I have to accept it. Well, not like I'm going to write any book anyway, so not that big of a deal for me. I am just going to be the consumer. This is the book His Majesty said you should read first. That said, there are already some spells useful there. For instance, barriers and healing magic. You have read it. A long time ago. I merely scanned it, not studied it. So, you know how to cast magic. He smiled. Not exactly, Your Highness. My combat style differs from mages. I mostly use martial arts. I see. But you are familiar with magic, correct? I said with an innocent smile. You could say that. But I only use mana to enhance my physical performance. Enhance. You will learn it if you read the book, Your Highness. Somehow I feel like he was saying something there, like there was another meaning to it. Is he thinking I couldn't endure reading this thick book? Thinking that I would give up and would rather rely on direct lecture? Ha, I'm sorry, but I'm not the previous Estelia you know. Of course, I giggled. But before that, there was a part of the memories that I find interesting. But before I delve into the book, can I take a look around first? Why is that, Your Highness? Well, I just want to look around first. Maybe I can find some interesting books. I said as I fidgeted around in hesitation to speak. I must have looked adorable. I can see from how Mera was looking at me. Now that I notice it, wasn't she quite behaved? She was pretty quiet ever since this morning. She also seemed more serious than before. Interesting. It happened when the servants were being suspected. But would an expert spy be this obvious? Not really. Depends on the person mostly. I sighed inside. Mera, every day I keep suspecting you more. But I don't know any of her inner thoughts. That said, it was best to be cautious. Is that so? Then I guess that is fine. Vernon said. There was a bit of delay when he seemed to be pondering. But at least I get to walk around. It wouldn't be too bad to experience strolling around a library this big. So I take it is fine to walk around the library alone, yes? I asked Vernon that somewhat strange question. Well, I guess that would be a fine question since he was supposed to guard me. However, I can work more efficiently here if I were to go alone. Besides, I have something to check out. Furthermore, it was too quiet here as though we were the only people here. I think it is fine, Your Highness. We are the only people here, so it should be safe. Vernon glanced at Mera for a moment. It prompted her to flinch slightly. Could it be that he was wary of her? Well, with the exception of the Queen, your mother. Mother, here, where is she? I said so as I looked around. She is in one of the rooms. But I suggest not to disturb her. She is, at the moment, occupied with something important. I became curious. What could Mother be busy with? Is that so? What is she working on? Regrettably, Your Highness, I was not informed about it. I see. So she's not doing paperwork. What could she be doing in the library? It didn't seem like her occasional visit to the library to read books. If she did, she would be here in the lobby. So this means it was something very important. Does it concern me? Well, if that was the case, it would be fine. But the library was a source of knowledge. So, was she researching something? It was pointless to keep mulling this over, especially when I have no information. So I decided to set it aside for now. That's a shame. You mentioned we are the only ones here, which I'm starting to notice. Where is everyone? There should be keepers here or something, with some maids to keep things clean and neat. The king ordered them to leave the library when you are inside. Wow. Talk about overprotective. Well, they were always like that to Estelia, so this shouldn't go as a surprise. But I was merely studying. That said, we have a current threat at the moment, so it was understandable. Well, this was fine. Being no one else around had its merits. With no other eyes, I can feel less restrained than usual. I showed my servants a beautiful smile. They're so charming when they do something like this. Vernon's eyebrows went up a little. I expected you would react in another way. I stepped forward enthusiastically as I put my hands behind me, trying to show my cuteness and joy for my parents' efforts. How else would I react? They're only showing care for me, and I'm happy because of that. Although, to be honest, it is a bit embarrassing to hear. I giggled quietly as my eyes darted everywhere. I see. His Majesty will be overjoyed if he hears about this. Don't tell him. I waved my hands frantically as a faint color of red appeared on my cheeks. There's no need to tell them what I said. He chuckled. If you say so, Your Highness. He bowed his head, but I didn't know if he would follow what I said. He might be a mischievous old man. Well, I'm just going to act accordingly. Thank you in any case. I'll be going around for a while. I left and headed towards the shelves of books and scrolls. However, as I did so, I glanced at Mera for a second. She was awfully behaved, she barely even fidgeted around. What a weird girl she was currently. I went deeper into the collection of books until the servants can no longer see me. I prefer to work with no eyes watching me, so this was good. I stopped in my tracks when I saw a shelf labeled with Story of Monarchs. It appeared to be stories of former rulers of Wisteria, which I didn't need to point out since the label explains for itself. Actually, each one of these books should rather be called biographies. I had short memories of Estelia taking a peek at one of them, but of course, she didn't even give the time to read one entirely. Of course, I'm not intending to read all of those. Come on, don't expect too much from me. However, I randomly took one out. This one on the leather cover seemed to be a name, Junesis Enestrico Wisteria. I opened and read just a bit. He was the 5th king before my father, or the 5th counting from the last including my father. He was neither a fighter nor physically built for combat. He was mentioned to be a more diplomatic type of guy. It seems the man in question was not the writer of this book. That aside, it was also mentioned here that he made some moves to form amiable relationships with nearby smaller countries. He also improved the inner workings of the kingdom by getting rid of corrupt aristocrats who were deemed unnecessary for the future of Wisteria. This guy wasn't a softie. Cool. Starting a fight with nobles was not easy. I commend this ancestor of mine. More than that, he also further supported the Church of Serenity and Compassion in ways that were never shared to the public nor in normal servants in the palace. Interesting. In addition, he also started the stepping stones for both the churches of Wisteria and the Valai's Holy Kingdom to begin cooperation and forming a friendly relationship. Cooperation? Interesting. I wonder how it is now. But it was interesting to know that these two churches cooperated. This Valai's kingdom reminds of the Vatican. It reminded me of the time when I infiltrated the Pope's cathedral. How nostalgic. Of course, I didn't kill any religious party. The organization was particularly careful not to earn the ire of the religious order. Hey, don't underestimate church. They were not to be trifled with. That aside, my target that time was someone who was seeking shelter in the Basilica of St. Peter. He caught wind that he was being targeted. He sought safety in the church. How ridiculous. He wasn't even a religious person. In fact, he might be one of those that are referred to as false believers. What believer would order the execution of an entire family and a case of rape? A hypocrite he was, and only using the church as a mere shield. Of course, the walls of the cathedral that he took as a safe haven was worthless to me. Now, perhaps you're wondering, doesn't the organization sound like some place noble, especially when they had that guy killed? Haha, no way. It was just a job given to the organization at a great price. Given the difficulty of the mission and my current location was the closest to the Vatican, I was assigned. The organization was neither noble nor compassionate. You can already tell from all their agents once you know them. At any rate, that story ends here. Oh, I also got inside the Vatican vault one time and at a different time. I know what's inside. You wanna know what's inside? Something that is deeper. Something that is a secret. Alright, I'll tell you. Just kidding. I'll leave you guessing for a while. I returned the book to its place and walked further before picking up another book. This one was the ninth king from the last. I scanned the book, but there was nothing truly significant here. Not much contribution except hanging around with nobles, strengthening the crown's influence to the kingdom even more. That didn't mean much really. Don't all kings supposed to keep the crown influential? In any case, this one gave the feeling of one of those unmemorable, or incompetent leaders. Ah, I'm disrespecting him, am I? My apologies. But I was only stating what I think. Nothing personal. I then returned the book and picked out another. This time, if I were to base it from the order of books from the first book I took. This was the 15th king from the last. This book seems to be from a man named S. A. Irenaeus Wisteria. I opened the book and the first phrase I read was, "Hey, what's up?" It would seem this was written in first person. S.A. himself wrote this. I continued reading. So I was told that I need to have a biography. I mean, really, do they know how old I am now? I'm already getting headaches from seeing a stack of paper on my table, and now they have me personally write one. TCH. This sucks. But nothing I can do. I have to leave my mark on the history books, they say. Wow, this guy. Wait, how old was he when he was writing this? Maybe you're wondering, whoever's reading this, how old am I as of writing this? The fuck? Did he somehow read my mind from the afterlife? Well, I'm 60. And they expect me to write from when I was a child. No way, that's a pain. I barely remember what happened when I was like, I don't know, 15. But still, those were the boring days. But I'll tell you about myself though, 'cause this is what a biography should be. Wait, shouldn't this be called an autobiography now? I mean, he's not wrong. He's 60 and yet, it feels like I'm reading about a child complaining. You see, I am a person who seeks excitement. I want to experience different things, make valuable memories. I am a carefree spirit. Even though as king, I'll never let go of my freedom to move around and do what I want. So, I went to expeditions and such. Scour the forests. Go to the south and swim the ocean. Hunting beasts, taming animals. Discovering new plants and places. My prime was the best. Of course, I also went on to do other things. Actually, I like moving around at a quick speed. Climbing houses, trees, and mountains were difficult and slow to climb. So, as I was already into magic, I decided to create my own spell. Create. I heard no such spells like this. If there were, I don't know them, nor do the common people. In any case, I made my own, just the way I like it. It was a spell that could control the wind. I was getting interested. Of course, not like the wind that blows you away. It was something that you can move with, something you can step on. Ha! Good times. How amazing that was. I was able to travel faster than I usually would. I can climb easier and faster. That said, its sole purpose was not only for leisure, no. It can also be used for combat, which was amazing. I was pretty mobile and quick. I prefer to use light and small weapons such as daggers, and the spell was pretty useful for it. I prefer not to encounter enemies head on, it's more of a hassle that way, really. That is why I prefer doing quick elimination. In any case, the spell was like riding the wind. I call it air step. To be honest, I hope my descendants would use that spell of mine. I don't want it to get wasted. And this spell was fun. I use it all the time in my life. I hope someone of the same spirit as mine gets to use it. Air step. This. I was mesmerized and curious. I was interested. It felt like I could use this. Seriously, that spell is very important to me. Maybe you, the reader, is interested, so go ahead and learn it or something. You must be interested, right? Yes, you are. Okay. This feels like essay was talking to me. Now, essay, maybe you're right, I am interested. Wait, why am I trying to speak to a dead man? Well, I'll look into it when I learn how to do magic. I returned the book to its shelf. There were pages EFT, but I'm not reading all of those, but perhaps I will next time. I then went on ahead, ignoring the other books. I'm already consuming a lot of time, and time is essential. However, at least the time used was fruitful. Then, I turned to a corner, then stopped. I have reached the place I wanted to reach. There. What I remember from Estelia's memories. On a pedestal was a grandiose thick book. However, what made this book different from the others was that it was bound in chains. The Royal Grimoire. I approached the book bound in chains. It had a grey with silvery colored hard cover, and was as thick as a big dictionary found in my old world. I knew of this special book from Estelia's memories. A very important book, the Royal Grimoire. A book only to be opened and read by royalty. And this book was displayed at the center of a hall flanked by other lavish books on pedestals. The others must be the most expensive and historical in the library. However, the Royal Grimoire stands above all. The sole book bound in chains. From the memories, here lies the powers of former royalties. Not physical, but magical. This was what I wanted to see. If what my family said was true, then if I can have this, I might learn a thing or two. Give me power. I wondered if the spell air step was in there. I knitted my brows. This book was supposed to be old, almost as old as the kingdom. However, the passage of time didn't show in its appearance. Strange. Don't tell me this was magic again. That could be the only explanation. I can't pull it out since it was tightly tied by chains with a lock. I know how to pick locks, mind you. However, that was modern times, this was a medieval lock. That said, they still work the same, I guess. In fact, I expect it would be easier to pick this compared to the modern ones. I hope I'm right. I reached out and held the lock to take a closer look. I pulled it a little, only then that the entire lock and the chains glinted for a moment. The fuck? I immediately let go of it. Nothing happened to me yet. That glint wasn't because of light from somewhere, but it came from the metals itself. No, not exactly. It was just above the metals. Whatever it was, that glint felt like it was a warning. It gave me the feeling that it was like one of those electric fences that, well, electrify you with a touch. However, this phenomena seemed to be caused by magic, and it would be dangerous to mess around with it when I know nothing. Damn it, it feels like I just call anything unexplainable and implausible as magic. I mean, what else could magic be? It defeats common sense. And it's bullshit. In any case, this was a bit frustrating. At this rate, I can't pick the lock to steal it. I could really try, but that would just be idiotic. No way this was a small deal. And no way they would just put a measly security measure. I could die for all I know. Or worse, I would lose an arm. Yes, that's worse than dying. I would rather not lose an arm or leg. I guess I just have to find some other way. I can't learn its contents anyway without familiarizing myself with magic. But it's good to learn that the grimoire had such security. In the past, Estelia never touched it, so I never knew it had something like this. Well, Estevan did warn her not to touch it, so. Whatever, I shall return. Bye bye, Mr. Safeguarded Book. I'll open you up next time. I left the Mr. Book alone. This place was a library, so I could certainly find information that I wanted. Information about the local area, the outskirts, further than Wisteria, and so on. However, I shall focus on the book that was given to me by Father. No distractions. Shortly, I arrived back at the lobby. How's your short tour, Your Highness? Vernon asked me out of the blue. I smiled brightly as I spoke energetically. Oh, I just read some books about monarchs. His eyes went wide for a moment, as though surprised by my answer. Monarchs. Those books that looked like biographies. Although I just took a short peek, there is too much to read. I see. Well, I do hope you give your whole attention to the book about the basics of magic. I wanted to furrow my brows. He seemed to be implying something. He was like an instructor that only wants their students to focus on their subject and nothing else. Of course, my instructors weren't so forgiving if you don't pay attention. Again, they would smack you on the head hard. In my early days, I actually experienced that. It was a bit vague since I was very young, but that was a very memorable moment. I think I cried. Wooha! Poor little me. What an abusive place. Painful. I have only realized that later when I left the training facility. It was the only place I knew when I was a kid, therefore, I didn't think it was a truly abusive place. There was no hero that came to save us. The world was not as bright as stories children always hear their parents tell. There were no heroes and absolute justice. The ones who claim to be heroes of justice are fools. If I actually saw someone who acts that way, I swear I might have a terrible time holding myself back from choking that person myself. Oh, of course, Vernon. How could I not? But before that, I shifted my eyes towards Mera, who was a bit behind Vernon. I had a concerned look on my face as I looked at her, prompting her to flinch in surprise and bafflement. Well, I was suddenly giving her a worried look. Mera. I walked towards her as Vernon stood aside. I did have a glimpse of him narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Mera though. Are you all right, Mera? Mera seemed to grow a bit restless as both her hands tensed up as they held together. Why yes, milady. What made you ask? Well, you seemed off. You're acting strange. Surely not. I am normal as always, she said with a faint smile. Is something bothering you? No, milady. There is nothing. There was a bit of delay on her response. Something was indeed in her mind. She realized yesterday that the servants were being suspected of something. Perhaps she was intending to have a low profile. Let me try agitating her a bit. If I were her target, there must be something I can notice. If there was, if we say hate, that would be more noticeable. I suddenly stepped forward and gently sandwiched her cheeks between my hands. Her eyes went wide by my sudden action and she turned stiff. Stop it with the long face. See, you look better this way. I squished her cheeks and pressed it a little. I giggled. You look adorable. Milady. There, I let go. Cheer up. I smiled as I looked at her eyes. Yes, milady. What did I notice? There was no hatred. It was just a genuine surprise. Eyes wanted to scream and retreat. However, that didn't mean no hatred means no threat. And eyes often means different things than what you initially assessed. That said, playing with a possible enemy's emotions was quite amusing and entertaining. Me deciding to agitate or fluster her might prove fruitful in the future, and give influences that would help her make a decision. That is good, Mera. I'll be focusing on my studies for a while. I left her and sat down on the chair. I took the book. Right. Time to study. The book in my hands began by explaining what magic was. It was said to be miracles granted by the gods through giving their powers to the world. And what they gave unto the world and blessed unto its creatures was mana, the fuel of the miracle called magic. All creatures who walk in this world have mana, whether they be feeble or substantial, they vary from creature to creature, but mana nonetheless. Mana can be found within beings, and thus can be controlled by the being storing the mana. However, how much they can achieve depends on the amount of mana they possess. As for the question as to why a few had a considerable amount while others small, the answer was unclear. Others say it came from their ancestors, from exceptional beings. Others say they were favored by the gods. Some say it was only random. However, with great mana comes power. Perhaps that was why most of those above in the hierarchy, whether in aristocracy or something else, was positioned high because of their power. Maybe that's why nobles in Wisteria were said to have more mana compared to commoners. The book then went on talking about magic. Magic was a product of imaginations and wishes. Creatures wish light, so can magic bring light? One imagines a blue fire, came the existence of blue fire. All was achievable by expending mana. Those who have no experience in magic cannot manipulate their mana yet. One needs practice. Like how a baby at birth doesn't know how to stand and walk, but as they grew, they would learn. Like how you can't sew clothes perfectly at first, but with practice one can perfect such skill. I was slightly concerned about this. It made me wonder, if mana was already there inside the moment you came into existence, then are the people in this world instinctively familiar with mana? I am not originally from this world. Therefore, it was a bit concerning. All this magic and mana was completely foreign to me after all. Doesn't matter, I'm trying it at some point anyway. Only then will I know the true difficulties. The book then went on to explain what a spell was. A spell, basically, was magic given form and purpose. So I took it that a spell was a specified type of magic given shape or something like that, so the term magic was more like a general term used when talking about something that had no specifications. I then saw an illustration of a human body. It somewhat reminded me of Leonardo da Vinci's drawing of the human body. The one that had its arms spread out. Except this one had some sort of veins spread out throughout the entire body. In modern terms, I see it as some sort of circuit. They gave the circuits the term mystic medium. An intangible medium where mana passes through which one can freely manipulate. That said, it was also mentioned that the center of mana couldn't be finalized. That was because none can determine the central point of their mana. Therefore, it was generally theorized that the mystic medium was the center as a whole. Whoa, wait, why the hell is their theory all of a sudden? I expected this book would head straight to how one can control mana and do magic and stuff. Whatever, this might prove useful when being practical. It then went on to say that one's mystic medium was not final and mentioned it can grow. Some may be born naturally with a feeble amount of mana, or vast. If they nurture their mystic medium, they can grow. The more you strive to make it grow, so will your mana. It was explained that the medium grows figuratively larger, so does the container of mana, and the medium which mana uses to flow through. So like a bottle, a container for mana. But a bottle doesn't expand. So maybe you'll just see it as a balloon. No. Just a flexible channel or something like that. Just gotta stretch it to expand it. It was mentioned that the amount of mana can be increased through training and time. Okay. Then, I finally reached what appears to be instructions. Or should it be said a tutorial? I read 'em all and it took me several minutes. I frowned so hard, harder than I did for a long time. The fuck indeed. Sort of squeezed the book in my hand. This book was bullshit. The instructions were not clear at all. Let me give you a short explanation. To use magic, expend mana. To expend mana, you need to manipulate it. To manipulate it, however, it was more abstract than I initially thought. It said that sense the mana inside you, feel the medium which existed inside you. Feel the flow of the mysterious still stream sleeping inside. Reach for it which was beyond the touchable. Grasp it, wave it, control it, express it out. Embrace the familiar one that lies beyond which can be held, which was mana. Then, let it out of your body. Cool. Big problem though. How the fuck do I do that? Where's the damn logical steps? 1 + 1, 2 + 2, step by step on what you should do. Process on what you should go through. TCH. Reach for it which was beyond the touchable. How do I do that? This didn't make any logical sense. Nothing could get more abstract than this. And beginners manage with this book. How? Oh. Also, the familiar one. Haha, I don't even know how that feels. Estelia's memories were not helping me at all. Maybe it was too vague to become a permanent or memorable memory. Fine. I'll do whatever I can. I stood up from my seat, a bit aggressive due to how displeased I am. I put down the book and closed my eyes. Took deep breaths, I eased up my body, the muscles loosened, I tried to do what it was said in the book. Feel what was inside, reach beyond. Time passed, and it was now a couple minutes. It was then that I tensed up my muscles. Maybe, if I exert physical force, the mana would come out. My fists began to clench. I feel so tough and stiff, exerting all the strength of my muscles that I may as well fart. Then, shortly, I opened my eyes. I didn't do shit. Grr. How do I do it properly? Damn it. Calm down, patience. Yes, patience. Shit. Why was I so impatient all of a sudden? I assessed myself for a moment, trying to understand what was going on with myself. A self-reflection. The way I am now wouldn't do. Then I came to a conclusion. I felt inferior. I was one of the greatest in the organization, one of the many skillful fighters in the world. One of the most skilled amongst the assassins. But here, I was insignificant, comparable to a mere damn ant. Not because I was unskilled, but because of a strange source of power. And I was trying to catch up as fast as I could. Catching up to the standards of this world, of society. But who wouldn't feel bitter when you went through a lot of things just to get overwhelmed by something all of a sudden? I went through hell for my abilities. Those physical training, emotional training, teachings, combat, endurance. How many of my fellows have I killed just to pass the tests? I took pride in my skills. But now, the right to feel that way was being stripped away from me. How annoying. This was amateurish of me. I shouldn't feel intensely this way. I took in a deep breath. I'll take this, step by step. Slow and steady. Being impatient would only do nothing good for me. I'll catch up. I pondered my failure. This was a book for beginners. But in my perspective, it was vague. Meaning, there was something wrong. Or rather, abnormal about me compared to the people of this world. A familiar one, it was mentioned. Therefore, there was a chance that my theory earlier was correct. That the people of this world were instinctively familiar with mana. They were born with it after all. However, I may need something that contributes to its confirmation. And I may need assistance in doing this. I turned around after taking my book. I came to the far back corner of the lobby where my servants were. Your Highness. Vernon looked surprised by my sudden appearance. I faced and asked him. Vernon, this book, is this used by beginners? Yes, it is. Can you really do the instructions laid out here? He slightly tilted his head, as though puzzled by my question. Of course, Your Highness. I've read it in the past, and I can say with assurance that the instructions given were correct and were expressed well. Seriously, even when it was abstract. Abstract. I suppose it was a bit, but it was understandable and applicable. I think this much confirms it. They have instincts in magic. This makes it more complicated, and more difficult. But still, even though they have instincts in magic, this body, Estelia, was still born in this world. Therefore, this body was naturally linked to magic and mana. This didn't mean I would give up. How stupid do you think giving up at first try? I'll be the biggest idiot in the world if I did. Vernon, any tips you can give me? Tips? He looked at the floor as he pondered. Magic of nobles is different from us of common birth. Yours are more grander, thus when exerting magic, it may differ from commoners, whether it be by strength or method. However, the general concept of it should be the same. He smiled faintly as he continued. Mana is like your own limb, your will is what it will follow. Command it to move, will it to show its power. Magic is illogical, so does its methods. Unlike science that required mathematics and calculations, as well as process and so on, magic was vague and unexplainable. Therefore, Magic was in a league of its own. However, without a logical method, this would be harder for me. Or, I am the weird one here for being unable to do something like this. But this tip from him was quite good. I see. Thank you. When push comes to shove, I'll bullshit my way through. And how would I do that? No idea. I'll keep your words in mind. I returned to my seat and stared at the book placed upon the table. All right. Mana is my own limb. You are under my command. Thou shall move as I wish. If one disobeys, thou shall fall into penance. He. I tried speaking to it. I don't know if it would help, but hey, didn't I say I'll bullshit my way through it? And this place where I was not precisely a good place to train. I prefer an open space, a peaceful one, quiet. Sure, the place was quiet, but this was not it. Looked around and saw a space in this large lobby. It was by the wide windows. That looked like a good place. I rose up from my seat and immediately headed over there. The windows were made of glass with gold and silver frames. This place may be more luxurious than my room. And damn, the glass installed here was impressive. Glass was not exactly easy to come by and by no means cheap compared to my old world. But given how old this library was, I imagine this place being renovated many times already. I don't intend to think of the cost. But come on, we are rich though. I was fairly rich myself back in my old world. But if I say rich, I don't mean a millionaire, I barely reached that. We agents were given, you could say, salaries, but not that much. In addition, we were also given some payment when we finished a job. But of course a lot of it was given to the organization. It was no big deal, however. I mean, I don't even have much to spend the money on. We mostly use it for daily necessities. We assassins bound by the chains of the organization cannot bask in luxury and leisure. But we didn't think much of it, even though we see countless people living a comfortable, wealthy life. We were raised strictly to follow orders and kill. That was our purpose. That said, now that I have tasted freedom, I was starting to love it. It made me ask, why did I have to live in such a way? But such a question can never be answered. And I can hardly imagine how my life would be if everything happened otherwise. Besides, I met my fellow assassins, raised in the same organization. Ones who were my friends, all that lived and died. The handsome and often bothersome man. The adorable junior girl, I wondered how she was doing. Then, the damn rude ass introvert, this one was strange since I cannot fathom why he ended up that way. And my first team. The pissy girl who always had an angry look on her face. The playful guy who likes to tease people so much. Then the woman who swears a lot, and even though I was cold towards them, she was the one who would always speak to me despite it all. How nostalgic. Very nostalgic. And too bad, I died at a young age of 20. I opened the window and the sweet sunny breeze blew to my face, sending my platinum hair aflutter. My beautiful crimson eyes stared at the wonderful view for a moment before I stepped away. Now then, how should I do this? I closed my eyes, trying to imitate what was called a meditation. Trying to feel anything, imagining and willing, ordering any mystical element that might be out there. The fresh air from the outside greatly helped in giving me a peace of mind. Then a short while later, not much changed. Perhaps extending my hand. I tried it. Abracadabra. I imagined mana would be exerted from my extended hand. But, of course, it did not work. Fuck. I uttered quietly in vexation. I immediately shut my mouth. Woo. Thankfully, I said that quietly that I doubt anyone heard it. If anyone heard it from a pure and innocent lady like me, I don't know how they would react. You know what? Maybe I need to read about casting spells first. I went and got the book and returned to the spot. I came upon the spells section. The first one I saw was a defensive spell of some sorts. A quick casting spell and quite efficient. With its simplicity, one can easily learn it. It was called Palm Shield. There was even an illustration of a person extending his hand, and from his palm was a semicircle, must be the barrier. Judging from the way I see it, this must be the same barrier I saw from the Night's mock battle. I read how to cast it. It says, shape your mana to take form, imagine it and will it. The more mana you pour into it, the stronger it will be. I narrowed my eyes. I then closed the book with frustration. Progress is going to be slower than I expected. I placed the book onto a nearby table and returned to my training. Damn it, if only Estelia's memories would help me. I began to feel as though something was coursing through my veins, and when I say feel, I mean I was imagining that I was feeling it. So yeah, nothing changed. I also tried other things, and of course, a lot of time began to pass. It has been a couple of hours. During all this time, I was still trying to let out some mana. I even did some stretching and short exercises. I might have looked a bit weird in the eyes of others if there were people watching me. I have been doing all the instructions given in the book, as well as tips given by Vernon. It was a bit mentally exhausting at most. Sometimes, you just wish that your efforts result in something. I mean, everyone must know how terrible and bitter it is when your efforts are brought to waste. I know I don't want to waste my time. As for what this had to do with everything at the moment, it definitely had something to do with it. I was becoming slightly irritated. There were no significant changes. There must be something I'm doing wrong. But, I couldn't determine what it would be. In this case, I will definitely need a personal trainer or something like that. Vernon might do, but according to what I have learned about the type of magic I'm learning, or was it battle style, it was different from a direct fighter. Therefore, things might go different if I was taught by Vernon, who was a physical fighter. That said, however, I was stuck at the beginning. So, it should be fine. Well, that aside, I've been feeling a bit strange for some reason. Like something, how do I explain this, itchy. Not on my skin, however, but from the inside. It happened all of a sudden during my solo training. I don't know, maybe I hit the spot or something. But that didn't amount to much. Even so, this must only need time. I decided to stop for the time being and return to reading my book. But I couldn't help but feel frustrated. Sitting by the table beside the window, I heaved a sigh as I read the book with my hand on my cheek. There were incredibly interesting spells. No, wait, I might actually be interested in all of them. I mean, knowing such things to exist, who wouldn't be interested, especially if the concept of magic was new? Just think of the potential of magic. Power. It has power. If you have strong magic, you could easily kill a number of people. Magic was a tool of destruction and annihilation. That was how I was starting to see magic as. It was thrilling to imagine using it. But of course, I first need to solve the current problem to reach that power. Estelia, dear. A woman's voice called out to me out of the blue. It was a familiar voice. I turned towards the source of the voice and saw a woman with silver hair. It was my mother. She looked at me with a faint smile. Mother. I sat up straight immediately with a happy smile, showing my emotion when I saw her. You look troubled, she said with a puzzled expression as she walked closer. No, it's nothing, just minor setbacks, that is all. To be honest, I didn't know if I should call it minor. But I'm just playing innocent here. Is that so? But even so, you look tired. What say we take a breather for a while? Besides, we are going for lunch later, right? I pondered for a while. It wouldn't be bad to rest for a while. And, the way she was saying it, I can guess she wanted us to eat together. I guess it is fine. Splendid. Leave the book. Let us sit comfily on the couch. She pointed towards the nearby sofa facing the window where one could see the beauty of the view and nature. I nodded my head and followed behind her like a true gentle and delicate lady. By the way, mother, where were you? I didn't find you around the library. I didn't exactly go around searching for her, so I have to ask that. I was inside one of the private rooms. She didn't specifically tell me what room. Well, I did ask Vernon beforehand about mother, so I quite expected she would be specific. But, whatever, no rush. I can easily determine which room she was using when she returns there. We reached the sofa and my mother immediately sat down. I could sense that she was mentally tired. I slowly sat down beside her. Were you reading novels? How was the one you are currently reading? I asked. No, not novels. I looked at her with a puzzled face. Then, may I ask what you were working on? She smiled. Oh, just some stuff. You need not to concern yourself, focus on your magic lesson. I don't even know if this should be called a lesson since I was self-studying. But hey, I'm not complaining that much. It was not like I was not used to self-studying. Okay. She then suddenly patted my head, which caught me off guard. She gently caressed the top of my head, which was surprisingly pleasant. Mother, she giggled as she greeted my innocent gaze. Nothing, I was just thinking how you have grown. You still looked adorable as ever though. She pinched my cheeks. Seriously, why does everyone think I'm adorable? I look beautiful, not cute. Ladies preferred to be called beautiful than being called cute. I miss the hug of my baby! Exclamation mark. She suddenly pulled me and took me into her arms. She was tightly hugging me. Whoa whoa, hey, what the? I was pretty startled. Mother. She caressed my head gently. I missed our mother and daughter moment, just the two of us. Her embrace was warm, soft, and comfortable. This reminds me of the time when you cried because Aladdin kept ignoring you. Really? Oh. There were memories like that. I was around 6 years old that time. Pretty vague memory, but it was the time when my eldest brother kept ignoring me. Wait, I don't mean me, I mean Estelia, that was not me. It was quite funny honestly. You do know he was just teasing you that time, right? Really, you haven't realized? She asked with an amused smile. She then rubbed her cheeks to mine as I was still in her arms. It was again out of my expectations. It was soft though. Quite pleasant. After all these years, that was just mere teasing? I asked. My mother chuckled. She was clinging so much that I turned stiff. But this wasn't too bad. He. How I remember you kept clinging to me that your tears had begun to wet my dress. My cute Estelia. But now you are growing. Sooner or later you're going to turn into something other than my baby, unable to be easily hugged. I don't want that. And now you won't even hug me back. Are you embarrassed? What? And no, I never had a mother. I never knew a mother's warmth, nor their love. I didn't even have any family. This was a strange moment for me. But why was I feeling something strange? Like, my heart was starting to soften. I wanted it to harden it, but it hurts. It hurts to force it. It was unpleasant. Like I just want to let go. But this was against everything I was. What I told myself. I was starting to have doubts. Experiencing this moment for the first time, my mindset might be starting to change. A question crossed my mind. Was it necessary to keep holding on unto the principles I hold in my past life? This was a new life, a second chance. If such a feeling exists, that I myself can experience this. This warmth, this emotion that I feel I would melt. This delightful, pleasant, and beautiful feeling. Wouldn't it be fine? This wasn't too bad. I like it. Mother, what was I feeling towards other people again? Every time I observed other people, normal people having their normal life, I remembered again what that was. Envy. Why do others have that and I didn't? I want to experience that. I want the life that they have. I don't know. It was still strange to feel this. I must not feel such emotions. Emotions are a nuisance. They would only get in the way. But, get in a way of what? Everything was starting to become confusing. I do not understand. Why was I confused? I cannot assess myself. I do not understand. I tried to recall the lessons they taught to me during my education in the organization. They will guide me, help me decide. But before I could, my mother's calling brought me back to reality. Estelia, are you listening? I'm sorry, mother. What were you saying again? I was saying that you don't have to be embarrassed and try to deny that you are indeed embarrassed. Oh. She was talking while my thoughts were in disarray. I was reminded again that I was still in her arms. My thoughts became complicated again. It was starting to hurt my head. I do not want to think. Mother. I unconsciously snuggled more into her embrace as I quietly said that single word, even that word I didn't mean to utter. It just came out of my mouth. But it was comfortable. I never felt something like this before in my life. This type of comfort was different from normal. Words cannot begin to explain it. Family. My mother. Estelia, you must be pretty tired. Lay down for a while. She lowered me and placed my head on her lap. She must have noticed something was wrong with me. Mother, I'm fine. Nope. Relax there for a while. With her strong tone, it compelled me to do as she said. She stroked my hair gently. I took a deep breath. Somehow my mind became clearer. I closed my eyes as I unintentionally savored this moment. My mother poked my cheeks. So, what troubles you? It's actually about mana. That was not precisely what was troubling me. But she didn't need to learn the truth. Plus, I was truly struggling on what I told her. What do you mean? I was trying to exert mana, but nothing is happening. You are having trouble with that. I thought you could easily do it. I have nothing to say. After all, I was not originally from this world. Therefore, trying to learn something unique in this world was not easy. For some reason, mana doesn't like me. I giggled after I said that in a jesting manner. Hee, is that so? Then, I suppose I should help you, she said as she stroked my head. How are you trying to control mana, Estelia? I imagine it, will it, command it. Something like that. I see. But, even if it is a part of you, you must not differentiate it as an entirely different thing. Mana is no mere tool to be used to cast magic. What do you mean? The mana inside you is you, one could say. It is no limb that you can use to reach out, it is you. That was quite vague. You control mana because it is you, your will, your imaginations, your visions. But I know this is a very vague explanation, and mostly figurative. My grandfather told me that. But in short, do not see mana as a tool, understand it, comprehend it, see it as part of you, and it will follow you. I was indeed seeing mana and magic as tools of destruction. Methods and ways to eliminate my enemies. That was all it was. But my mother was telling me to see it other than that. This world lacks logic. No, magic lacks logic. It was hard to do. But, I might be able to put this knowledge to use. Do you understand, Estelia? That is my tip for you in learning how to control your mana. But furthermore, she held out her hand forward. I stared at it while my head laid on her lap. Just then I turned stiff for a second in surprise. What? There was nothing new. Happened. Nothing fell, nothing came up, just nothing. But, I felt something strange. I stared intently at my mother's hand. That was the source of the feeling, this discomfort, this strange pressure. My mother's hand was emanating an unperceivable force, touching me. Do you feel it? My mother asked softly. What is going on? This is plain mana. You cannot see it, don't you? She called it mana, but there was nothing. You cannot see mana unless it is given form. She said. I thought I would be able to see when one exerts mana. But, I didn't expect it would actually be unperceivable by the naked eye. Watch. My daughter. Then, the once invisible force began to show itself. No, rather, it was given form. My eyes went wide as I watched a beautiful light of azure begin to emanate from my mother's palm. A dazzling light, glittering like stars you see in the night sky. The light appeared to melt like fluid, then, like a calm stream of the river, it moved around her palm, leaving trails of glittering dust in this wake. It was mesmerizing. This one was calm, peaceful, beautiful, unlike the magic I saw from the nights that only brought destruction. The stream of azure twisted and revolved, as though dancing. It ascended in the air and it began to physically change, reshaping itself. It formed what it appeared to be wings, then feathers, and finally, I could finally tell what it was. It flapped its wings as it flew around the two of us, leaving sparkling dusts with each flap. My mother caressed my head, but my whole attention was towards the blue bird. It lowered down in front of my face. I extended my finger towards it. The bird landed on my slender finger. It stared at me as it tilted its head. I unconsciously smiled. When I realized it baffled me. How could such a little thing make me smile? You like it? My mother asked. Yes, I like it. That's good. Well, this is about one of the very few things that I can do since I stopped. She said it, but even so, it made me wonder how strong she truly was. Very few. But, you must still be strong, mother. Strong. Not really, I am about below average. But perhaps, if I kept learning, I might have become something more. However, I am no longer young, and I have to take care of you and your brothers first. She leaned closer to me. I looked at her eyes. But you are still young, my daughter. And, given how things are now, you must become strong, stronger than me. She faintly smiled. I wish that you could achieve more, be safe always, live long. I saw worry in her eyes, and fear along with it. What caused her to feel those emotions? I could not understand. This was all sudden. Always remember, my daughter, wherever you are, what might happen. She formed a warm and fondly smile before saying, I love you. I have nothing to say. I do not know what to feel. All I could do was stare at her silently, her words echoing in my mind. It was nearing sunset, and a group of exhausted and dirty adventurers walked the streets. A member of this group was a priestess who wore a white garb that was smeared by dirt because of the encounter in their commission. She was a young girl around her mid-teens. She had average-length black hair and dark purple eyes in addition to her light brown complexion. Her breathing was a bit rapid because of how tired she was. However, the men in the group didn't seem to be breathing as quickly as her, but they were still tired, but with the exception of the other girl. The other girl had long dark brown hair and dark eyes and wore a light robe commonly seen worn by mages. The day's finally over. The mage named Anita was the first to speak, relief evident in her voice. The priestess turned a wry smile towards her and spoke. I would have preferred not to face one of those, but we have to encounter 3 of those worms. The priestess, Tina, didn't like worms. Especially the enemies they had to fight off, which were way bigger than normal worms. Reason being was because those worms were monsters. Sharp teeth on their circular mouth. Not only that, they also burrow into the ground, which became a struggle to deal with. They would hide, and some escape through the ground, while some attack them by surprise. Tina, who was mostly in the rear, was in a precarious situation since she hadn't much guard and such opponents would likely come from behind in surprise. Their numbers were quite troublesome, weren't they? The man bearing a sword sheathed on his waist said. Oh yes they are, June. The commission didn't say there would be 2 more. They better pay us more, Anita complained. Well, we definitely would. We brought trophies from each one, so I think we'll be fine. So don't worry, June said. Better be. Tina smiled at the 2. It was quite an intense fight since those worms surrounded them. They might have even lost their lives if not for their impeccable teamwork and her support. It was a dangerous situation, but Tina was thrilled. She could never feel such a feeling from inside the church walls. Even the hard training wasn't comparable to the urgency in real dangerous events. Going outside with friends, and getting into intense situations fills the hole in her heart. That said, she wouldn't want her friends to die. A shame that she couldn't use her full abilities as a supporter since the church forbade her to use the arts taught to them. However, when it comes to it, she wouldn't hesitate to use it. She would accept the consequences, even if they wouldn't let her become an adventurer anymore. What are you guys complaining about anyway? It wasn't that hard. The one who said that was a man who had a spear as a weapon, Darren. He frowned at them as though he genuinely thought it wasn't that hard. It was pretty enjoyable, you know. Not always you get to find a challenge. Aha, a challenge that would get you killed. Anita glaringly said. Mare, I wasn't scared. Keep denying. I am definitely not denying anything, Anita. Besides, we got our dear healer and buffer, so we're safe. I agree, Tina's support abilities have saved us many times. And this time, it has again, the man with an axe named Irayu said. Tina giggled when she heard them. You guys are welcome. Tina's abilities were focused on supporting her allies. The drawback was that she couldn't help much in terms of offense. A short while later, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. It was 2 stories high, and many people with weapons entered in and out. The group entered inside, and the noise immediately assaulted their ears. They were those who were loudly bragging about their achievements, about the day, about the monsters they have killed. There were also loud laughters, and quiet drinkers, while some only quietly gaze around. Tina followed behind June as he walked towards the reception. I'll go take a short look at the board while you guys go turn in our finished job, Darren said before going towards the board full of papers of commissions. I'll go with him. Irayu then followed Darren. June, Anita, and Tina went ahead and arrived in front of the desk of one of the receptionists. Here's the commission we took. June took out a paper to show what job they took and placed it on the desk. There has been some unexpected encounter. It was not only one worm, but there were 2 more. The receptionist read the contents of the job. June then brought up a large pouch containing the trophies as proof of the accomplishment. There are 3 pairs of antennae from the Ruvalur worm in here, as proof. The receptionist took a look inside the bag before nodding. You will be only paid the amount of reward offered in the commission, so no bonus. That said, the guild will compensate you for the other slain monsters. The receptionist then gave the group several silver coins. The compensation was not as much as the reward, however, it was fine. Eliminating monsters without a commission bore not that large amount of rewards since it was not a contracted work by someone and was only paid by the guild. June received the payment and returned to the main lobby where everyone else had gathered. So, saw something interesting? June asked. Irayu nodded. There was one hunting notorious group of bandits known for their cruelty. Theft, slaughter, kidnapping, torture, and some more nasty stuff. It was also mentioned that these bandits had existed several years ago and went quiet, but now they are getting active again. The objective is to eliminate them. It's also a joint operation, Darren added. I see. We'll think about if we'll take it. When is it starting? 3 days from now, Darren replied. All right, for the time being, let's go back to the inn. I'm too beat to think. They left the guild and then returned to their inn. So here chapter 1 to 50 ends enough for today.